For almost 3/4 of a century, summer in New Zealand has been the focus of the motorsport world, where the biggest names on the planet came to stay sharp, test their skill levels against local up-and-comers, and escape the harsh Northern Hemisphere winters. In the 50s, Sterling Moss and Jack Brabham headlined. In the 60s came Graham Hill and Jackie Stewart, who faced the best that this country had to offer in Bruce McLaren and Chris Amon. Then it's been a who's who. Keke Rosberg, Roberto Moreno, Craig Baird, Greg Murphy, Shane Van Gisbergen and Nick Cassidy, to name but a few. Most recently, this series has been the final stepping stone into Formula One. So, who's next? Which of these stars of tomorrow will launch themselves into the motorsport stratosphere? Can any of them match the stars of today, like the local hope who swapped the supercar for the open-wheeler? Or the two-time World Rally champion who'll try and tame the tarmac rather than the dirt roads? Hampton Downs once again plays host to the Repco NextGen NZ Championship as we fill your screens with a magnificent medley of motorsports. This is the Allied Petroleum Hampton Downs International, live and local.
We are in the mighty Waikato, about an hour south of Auckland, 60 k's from Hamilton's now international grade airport. This region has so much to offer, from world-class adventure, nature, culture, cuisine, wellness, which my colleagues are right into, and a must-see venue that isn't just for car and bike enthusiasts. Kia ora, everybody. Greg Rust, Rihanna Crean and Andrew Waite with you for the final day of the Allied Petroleum Hampton Downs International, live and local, as Richard Craill said at the top there, on Sky Sport New Zealand, Fox and KO across the ditch in Australia. We're also welcoming viewers on YouTube. Forecast is for highs of 30 degrees this afternoon, winds up to 17 k's an hour. We have got it all coming our viewers' way this afternoon, and we're going to be joined by a Kiwi F1 star.
Yeah, afternoon, Rusty, afternoon, everybody. And we are feeling the heat on our backs as we stand here at the back of the paddock. How exciting that we have current Formula One star Liam Lawson on his way, in fact, to the track right now. So he will be doing a signing session right here at the track, and then will be joining us on the grid for that race for later this afternoon. Former winner of this series, hugely, hugely loved in this paddock, and I have no doubt the queue to meet Liam and say hello will be very, very long.
Little wonder that we've got a great crowd here. The vibe, the energy is unbelievable, Andrew. It's the second round of the Repco NextGen NZ Championship, obviously. We're about to bring you very shortly Bridgestone GR86, their second race of the weekend. And coming up, the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy. It is their third race, and we have something a little unique this year for the third race of the weekend and how they establish the grid.
Yeah, it's been a great way that it's sort of come about, and it's certainly created, let's say, another cat amongst the pigeons. So the fastest laps between the first two races determine the grid for race 3. But what has been added into it is the drivers that haven't had such a good race in that second race, what they've done is they've come into pit lane and put fresh tyres on to give themselves the best possible effort to be in the highest grid position for race number 3. So that's the combined times over those two. So that puts Ernesto Rivera on pole position for this race, which is a very, very cool thing. So it really shakes things up a bit, because, you know, the guys at the front of the field, they're not coming in for new tyres. They want the points for every single race. So they are still within the mix, and as they say, the cream will still rise to the top. But Ernesto Rivera, he's certainly found something today as well. He's a lot quicker than he was yesterday. He qualified a lot faster as well, so it's going to be great to watch. You
know what? I'm really pleased we left that to you to explain that. Well done, mate. Great start to the day. Huge afternoon of coverage coming your way. We kick it all off with Bridgestone GR86. Won't be too long before the cars, you can see them on the left of screen there, are released from the paddock area and onto the track. Why don't we, in between time, get to know one of its rising stars?
I'm AJ Giddy, I'm 14 and I'm from Auckland. I got into motorsport because of my uncle. He started racing and he wanted to get me into it, so we gave it a go and I really enjoyed it. So we started about 2 years ago and haven't stopped since. My biggest supporter has been my mum and my dad. They're always bringing me to the track and wanting me to do well and supporting me. My biggest success is getting P2 in the last round of the GTRNZ Championship. My ambition is to always do well and try my hardest to get the best results I can. My idol in motorsport is Max Verstappen because he's the best driver and he's always committed and fastest. My favourite track is Taupo because I always end up getting the good results there and it's a really cool track. It's very competitive racing in the series, a lot of fast drivers and it's hard to get the results you want.
These awesome Colt cars that you're seeing so much more of on New Zealand and Australian roads for that matter, heading out. This is the latest generation or Spec 2, 2.4 litre dual overhead cam boxer engine, 220 horsepower, and here at Hampton Downs, top speeds on the main straight of 199 k's an hour. Greg Ruston, Ronan Murphy with you for the coverage of this one. It's the second race of the weekend, Ronan, and for this one, we do a little something different with the top 50% of the grid, basically, don't we?
Exactly right, Rusty. So we invert the race results from yesterday. So our race 1 winner, Josh Bethune, he'll start from the 8th position. Second place, Chris White, he'll start from the 7th place position today. And our 8th place finisher from yesterday, Cooper Barnes, he starts off the pole position, which he shares alongside Arthur Braun, who will also start from 2nd position later on this afternoon.
He's got the word of the day already away. Invert. Well done, mate. So Cooper Barnes starts this one as we take a look at the grid for you. They're all on Bridgestone controlled tyres. Arthur Braun, a bright young star who's come through go-karting, made the move up to this class in recent years and keeps getting stronger with every outing. Good job, Harry Townsend. Originally from Hawke's Bay, has been at university in recent time, but is back over summer behind the wheel of a race car. And AJ Giddy, who you just met in the coverage, can you believe it? Not even in his mid-teens just yet. Hugo Allen's the reigning champion. On race weekends, he focuses on his own race car, obviously, but he's got so much knowledge as a driver and as a driver coach. He's been helping a young driver who we'll see on the grid here in a moment that's won a couple of scholarships and is a new name to the class. Keep an eye on Chris White. He has pole position for the feature race this afternoon. And as Ronan just detailed, Josh Bethune, awesome job yesterday to take the win.
Absolutely right, Rusty. As we see the rest of the field there, Cameron Hill, Cormac Murphy, Thomas Mallard, welcome back to the category for him. And the field rounded out by our Tony Quinn Foundation winner, Lucas McGill.
Now, I know you won't do it because you're a pro and you don't want to seem to be favouring your brother, but I want to send a little shout out to your brother and Cormac Murphy too. He's probably been a little flat, shall we say, in the last 24 hours. Car hasn't quite been where he wants it to be right now, so he's on the back foot a little. But he's a good young operator, Cormac Murphy, so we wish him well in this one. Now, we've had a bit of a clean-up, as you can see, around Hampton Downs in the wake of some of the support races before we came on air. The great team here of officials that we have all the way around the circuit work tirelessly from morning till 4:45 when our coverage wraps up this afternoon, just to ensure that we can bring that back-to-back racing here on the Repco NextGen NZ Championship to you all afternoon.
And look at that sky, Rusty. It's just a beautiful day here in the North Waikato. As we see there, Chris White, our 2nd place finisher from yesterday, he'll be lining up there on that 7th position on the grid. Field making their way up. There was quite a big, and you can see all the sand that's been put down to cover up that oil. There's a big oil trail left in that last race, the GTRNZ 1 and 2 class. So that's going to be another challenge or a factor for the guys to navigate as they get set on the grid, ready to go for this 2nd race this morning.
If we're continuing, you and I, to not be well behaved, we'll be on the brooms later this afternoon, won't we? So Cooper Barnes with a really good opportunity here. This class, we're only in the 2nd round as some of the engineers make their way from the pit wall back in safely into the lane. We had an exciting first round here at Hampton Downs. Great stuff. Nice launch. And Barnes has absolutely bolted here with a couple of car links as they go into one for the first time. 6 drone cams showing you the advantage, the clear advantage that he's got a little bit of panel rubbing going on there in 4th place.
And Arthur Braun almost looked asleep at the start there. He's lost about 2 or 3 positions to his teammates, AJ Giddy and Harry Townsend. Townsend's done a great job to move up there in the Bayswater car into 3rd as we fire down and towards turn 2. And Townsend's been turned around.
There was the lightest of contact, but it continued on, and it was just enough, I think, to unsettle that car, wasn't it?
Not great there, not great there. A little bit of barge and biff there, and really disappointing there for Harry Townsend. He was moved up into 3rd place there going into turn 2, but we go back to the rest of the action there. It looked like another car, I think it might have been Cormac Murphy, was off the road there. Arthur Braun, damage. And that's probably, that right there is probably the sign of what happened down there at turn 2.
So Motorsport New Zealand Race Control right beside Ronan and I where the commentary box is here, so no doubt they'll be taking a good close look at that. They have at their access here all sorts of CCTV vision around the circuit. They can look at these incidents in even more detail than perhaps what we're showing you here on the coverage.
Yeah, absolutely. And Arthur Braun's become a bit of a bottleneck for the rest of the field there. There's quite a bit of damage on the front of that car. Hopefully it's just cosmetic and he can continue on. He's got Lee Zelltwanger and Mac Templeton right there in the mirrors in between there, and the rest of the field there, Justin Allen's going side by side with Thomas Mallard down towards the final corner. So they're going to argue that all the way down towards the apex. Josh Bethune's lost a lot of time as well. Our race winner from yesterday, he's right down there only just ahead of Lucas McGill.
13th, Ronan. 13th place, can you believe it? So a little bit of a dust storm as they come through that area that we've cleaned up. They continue to power on through. So Barnes leading the way. What about AJ Giddy, who you heard from in our pre-race build-up there? 2nd position at the moment, and we can't call him the dark horse, but all of that experience as the champion coming to the fore. Hugo Allen is up into 3rd.
He's moved up into 3rd, and look at AJ Giddy there. He's chasing Cooper Barnes. Chris White, he's looking to try and go down the inside. He's thought the better of it there down the inside of Hugo Allen. Zach Blinko's there on the outside of the number 90 car. He's having a great run, and he's just driven around the outside of Chris White. So White left the door open on the exit of turn 2 there, and it's allowed Blinko to go through, our championship leader.
You know what? That's the look at the flash of flame from the 86 there. There's a bit of contact between them. This is great racing here.
And I think Blinko's missed a gears. He balked it right in the middle there of turn 4, and it's given Chris White the inside going into the double B corner.
Works for him. Pack and save entry comes through.
Simon Hunter's looking to try and get his nose in there in the Az's where his car. Simon Hunter, incredibly experienced driver, one of the more older drivers in the field, but he's no slower than any of these young guys. He's just as quick.
He's energised, Hunter, isn't he? Great to have him as a part of this round of the championship at Hampton Downs. Napa entry in the thick of battle there at the moment too. That's Justin Allen in the 99. Here comes Blinko on the recovery. Ronan's detailed what he believes may have gone wrong there. The key to Blinko's opening weekend here at Hampton Downs, and I think he's replicated that form so far this weekend, is consistency. He knows in order to win this championship from this round here, they'll then rejoin us on the tour at Invercargill, of course, in Cromwell. We've got a couple of rounds to go before it all concludes for them at the Supercars round in Topor. But on balance, there's not a huge amount of rounds. You've got to be consistent, Ronan, don't you?
And this is what these reverse top 8 races do. The beauty of it is all the action that it causes. We look at a replay of the start. So again, Braun just got a terrible start off the jump there. Cooper Barnes and AJ Giddy just sailed on through. Harry Townsend went down the inside of him as well. And you can see there, Zach Blinko, he loves to move around the outside there. Gone straight around the outside of Braun. As we see here, yeah, Braun turned Townsend by the looks of it. Unfortunately, it just has not ended that well. Maybe did he get a helping hand from Hugo Allen? There was a bit of biff and barge. It's going to be interesting to see how Toyota look at that. Let's go down to Reed down in the pits.
And we've also got Cameron Hill just into the pit lane, damage to the left front of his car. They've just changed a tyre, and hopefully that is all that is wrong with that car. Heading out now.
Northland Toyota entry heading back out. But that's a blow for Hill, isn't it?
And he won a race last season here at this track, so he's not having the best of weekends there as Cameron Hill. So we go back to the front. Cooper Barnes there in the 186 car leading. AJ Giddy there in 2nd place. He's keeping him honest. Hugo Allen's having a bit of a lonely race now. He's got a big gap in front of him and behind him. Chris White's leading this pack of angry cars then behind. He's got Zach Blinko, Simon Hunter's having a great run there in 6th place, and his team, and Chris White's teammate, Mac Templeton, there in 7th place in the New World St. Martin's car.
Just to update you as well, been chatting with Amanda Tolamash, category manager. Ronan alluded to it there a moment ago, just about the Drivers' Championship standings, with Blinko on top. After yesterday's race, coming into Sunday, he's on top with 293 championship points. From yesterday's race winner, Josh Bethune, on 274. Then it's Chris White, 269. Hugo Allen, the reigning champion, on 268, just 1 point further back in 4th.
Yeah, and of all our championship protagonists, Hugo Allen's in the best position right now. He's got Barnes and Giddy doing a great job out front, but they're not really in the championship fight at this stage of the season. So Hugo Allen's doing a great job there. He's in 3rd place. He's got one of his main rivals there, Chris White, there in 4th place, right behind him. Zach Blinko there as well. He's another protagonist there in 5th. So even though these championship contenders, there's all this chaos going on, they all seem to find each other on the racetrack and be line astern in terms of the positions.
Be honest, are you Googling commentary words? Protagonist, I love it. Another one from Ronan Murphy on Sunday here at Hampton Downs. We're not quite at half race distance. Hope you're enjoying the coverage wherever you're tuning in right around the world. Bridgestone GR86. This class, the variety of drivers, and I want to say too, Ronan, maybe a little of the temperature, the temper, if you will, from some of the drivers that we've seen in recent years has maybe come out of it a little bit. We're seeing some smarts in this class in the 25-26 season, aren't we?
Yeah, we saw a lot of action, and not necessarily the kind of action the drivers want to have or see last season. But this season, yeah, maybe that tempo or that velocity has dialed down a little bit, and it's providing still great racing. As we see there, Thomas Mallard with a great move. He squared it off the corner there at the apex and passed Arthur Braun, but he looked like he was running the brakes a little bit going up the straight there. Harry Townsend, he's making the best of a bad situation. He goes down the inside of Braun, who was involved in actually the incident that led to him being turned around. So Harry Townsend in the Bayswater car is now down the inside, going into the last corner there. Lucas McGill, the Tony Quinn Foundation and Wolfbrook Scholarship winner, he's now trying to go around the inside of Arthur Braun as well. So maybe some issues with Braun's car. Cormac Murphy, unfortunately, he's a little bit further back after running off the road there at turn 2 on that opening lap.
Saw Lucas McGill in deep conversation with your dad yesterday. He's got some great people around him giving him some advice now that he's got those scholarship wins and he's made the step up from karting. And as I said before when we were going through the grid, Hugo Allen has to focus on his own race program, obviously on weekends like this, but in between events he's been very helpful with advice to young Lucas McGill.
Yeah, absolutely, and Lucas McGill, he's very green to car racing. He's a top-level New Zealand karter, as we see there. Matt Templeton going down the inside of Simon Hunter. He's going to escort Hunter wide, but Hunter's going to try and stay inside there for turn 3. Templeton's going to go try drive around the outside there. So these are two Christchurch-based drivers, and Templeton and Hunter, and the New World St. Martin's car makes it through on the Azers, where his car there as we go around turn 4, the big long loop. Great racing between the two of them. They're as close as you can get without making contact.
Templeton in the New World car, a youngster who's come through Mazda Racing. Look down the inside, all that experience from Hunter coming back to the 4. He fires it down the inside there. That means Templeton's a little bit wide on the exit. And he's got to look in the rear-view mirror here too, because there's a couple closing.
And Simon Hunter actually did his teammate Josh Bethune a bit of a favour there. The right cuts by M2 competition cars looking after each other out there. Templeton now running the defensive down there at the hairpin, at the dipper. As we go back onto the back straight, Hunter's now pulled out a gap there on Templeton, but Josh Bethune is he's going to be a big problem now for Mac Templeton coming down towards the last corner.
Mac felt pretty positive on Friday that he'd learnt a lot from the opening round of the season here back in October, early November, and he'd taken that, along with some miles, I guess, in between time, applied it and taken some steps forward. But it is a very competitive championship, as Ronan said before. Just to get back to what's happening up in front, Cooper Barnes with a lead of half a second now on AJ Giddy. Hugo Allen is 3rd, Chris White 4th, and Zach Blinko, the ever-consistent Zach Blinko, holding down 5th.
Absolutely, and what a great shot going up the back straight, that big long back straight here on the Hampton Downs International layout. And AJ Giddy's having to go down the inside of Cooper Barnes. He thought about it, but thought the better of it and pulled out of that one. But he's right there, heaps of pace on the number 10 OP contracting car. He's all over the back of Cooper Barnes. Cooper Barnes, he's not not unfamiliar to winning races in this category, so he knows what he has to do to get the job done. But AJ Giddy, he wants that race win bad. Hugo Allen's lurking in the background there, and never right off the number 1 car, the Mad Butcher, run by IMAC Race Engineering there, coming up through the Double B corner. He's starting to make inroads on these top 2, so if these two, Cooper Barnes and AJ Giddy, keep arguing it out, you could see that number 1 car, the reigning champion of Hugo Allen, start to find his way into the fold.
Those beautiful pics coming through from the drone before, courtesy of our colleague Joe, who hails from Dunedin on the South Island these days, was originally from the North Island, but he loves his motor racing and has been filming it for many years now. So continue to watch. There you go, on cue. 6th drone cam.
Coming down the back straight, AJ Giddy is not letting Cooper Barnes get away with this. He's hustling that number 10 car, doing everything he can to try and stay in the fight. And there's Joe.
He is.
Loving life.
We'll be copping it a little bit later.
As we come up the front straight here, Barnes still leading from AJ Giddy. The gap is 2nd to nothing, almost less than 3/10 of a second. So Giddy right late on the brakes there. He's got a slightly different line going through turn 1, and that's the interesting things with these cars here is Barnes didn't get the greatest run off the exit there, and Giddy's going to get the tow. He's going to run him right to the inside of the road here. Hugo Allen's there in the background. He's trying to get a bit of a tow. He's now moving out. He's no point. He's not close enough to make a move. Giddy's going to try and go around the outside here. Watch these next few corners because it's going to unfold.
Waiting and watching Hugo Allen, and just as this tussle continues, look at, he's making ground here. The Mad Butcher entry, it's less than a second now. As they came through turn 1 last time, it was over a second, only just. So he's making just little tenths, little increments, and he is closing on this pair. What's AJ Giddy got to do here? He's got a handful of laps left. He's had a good chance to see where Cooper Barnes may be vulnerable. How does he play things here?
AJ's going to have to, he's going to have to stay calm and patient, and he's going to have to make a move very soon because Hugo Allen has now caught up the back, and Hugo Allen is not going to wait around. We know how good he is and how calculated his racecraft is. He's now made it to the back of Giddy, so Giddy's going to have to try and make a decision here of what he's going to do. He's now running defensive, trying to keep Hugo Allen out of it. Allen's going to try and run around the outside, but he's going to duck and dive, get a better run off the corner. Giddy's run a little bit wide, so he might be driving in his mirrors a little bit now, AJ Giddy, because he's actually giving Cooper Barnes a bit of reprieve.
They run almost side by side, up to 165 k's an hour, down to the final corner. He goes deep. He's on the outside. The pair of them almost interlocked as they come through there, and then they start to work up through the gearbox. They'll get up to 199 k's an hour. Look at them.
Hugo Allen's actually done a brilliant job to get the run. He didn't quite have enough overlap to stay in there. Giddy's now, his focus is fully on the number 1 car, and that's allowing the 186 of Cooper Barnes to drive away. They're going to argue it down towards the apex of turn 1 there. Very late apex here at Hampton Downs. As we come onto the back straight, Allen got a brilliant run. That IMAC Race Engineering car, the Mad Butcher car, has just come alive in the last 2 laps.
Is it possible? I think the drivers often talk about it, the draft. How beneficial is it in these cars? How much does it help, given how close the competition is?
Yeah, the draft definitely makes a difference, especially the closer you get, the more of an air gap the car preceding makes. So AJ Giddy's definitely doing all the work down the straight for Hugo Allen. It's giving him the chance to catch right back up, but it's another whole nother game when you get to the corner, because if AJ decides to run a little bit defensive, he's going to make that number 10 car as wide as possible, make the job for Hugo Allen incredibly difficult.
Historian, aerodynamicist, commentator, that is Ronan Murphy on the bike here with us at the moment. And it has, as he's talked about, just giving Cooper Barnes a tiny bit of breathing space, because Giddy's got to try and figure out where he can place the car to keep that energised Hugo Allen at bay. Now, Chris White back and forth. You can see the battle scars on that car and how much it's hurting him. Here's the right carts by M2 entry, the 32 that took victory yesterday. Now, you talked about Josh Bethune dropping a few spots there before. He's recovered a bit to where he started at least this race.
Yeah, absolutely. Simon Hunter's managed to escape this little battle pack that's going on, a little angry swarm of bees in the form of Mac Timbledon and Josh Bethune. But we go back to the front there. AJ Giddy is under immense pressure from Hugo Allen. Beautiful shot from the 6th drone cam to go up the front straight, put the power down on these little Bridgestone GR86s. Barnes still hasn't really escaped them as much as what I thought he might have, and AJ Giddy is still looking in his mirrors up the inside there. Hugo Allen's now going to... He You see him tap the brake there. He's just trying to get the car gathered up before making the big initial brake pedal hit, going down towards turn 1 as we go through turn 1. He's now got to run again, but it's not going to quite be enough. He's maybe going to have to go back to the outside of the circuit. The number 1 car attacking the number 10. Going down towards the braking zone as he's now going to dart to the inside. Is that going to be enough? AJ Giddy's going to give him the room. He's into the grass a little bit. That was close, but if you want to race anyone and know the dimensions of these cars and exactly where you can put them and where you can't, Hugo Allen's one of those guys.
The gap in the meantime got out to 0.8. It's back to 0.7 between Cooper Barnes and AJ Giddy there. So it is just helping Barnes a little bit in the final phase of this race. Justin Allen holds down 10th spot. Harry Townsend, who started this race in a really good position as well, is back in 11th. Thomas Mallard is 12th.
Clearly an issue of some sort for Arthur Braun. Cormac Murphy's now just gone past him, so obviously an issue. He had a bit of a shaky start, and it all culminated at turn 2 on that opening lap to one of the
points, though, Ronan, that you can't afford to lose. He'll be gutted with that. There's some great operators in that team, though, so let's see what he can do for the feature a little later this afternoon. Back to Mac Templeton, the youngster with his hands full in 7th place. Josh Bethune, Lee Zeltwanger, who's made the step up between classes. There is a progressive system available in 86 racing in this country now, the trophy class, and it's great that we can showcase that and give someone like Lee the chance to step up. But there has, as he's been talking about, there are some differences between the models and the way they behave and what they do.
Yeah, absolutely. They're a whole new car, this Bridgestone GR86, and first things first, obviously you've got the bigger engine displacement in these cars, so the way it delivers its power and how it drives off the corner is quite a bit different. But then you've got obviously the brakes and everything else, the way the car handles, the car balance, all completely different to the old cars. So a lot of learning and adjusting for these young guys. But as we know, there's some of the brightest young talents coming in New Zealand motorsport, filtering through this category. So if anyone's going to be able to figure out how to extract the maximum out of this car, it's this field.
So is this Cooper Barnes in control after a lightning start, a superbly executed race so far? Giddy's been a little bit busy trying to fend off Hugo Allen, but he's now found a little something. But it's 0.6 away from our race leader, Double B. Can he make a bit of ground here and try and, I guess, Ronan, line yourself up to be in the chance, in the draft out of that final corner? That's ideally what he's looking for here.
Absolutely, that's the goal, and he's probably a little bit too far back for AJ Giddy and Hugo Allen. They've probably not quite got enough of or too much of a buffer back from Cooper Barnes to be able to try and make a move into the last corner. But we were just talking about New Zealand talent. It's actually a young Aussie talent that's leading the race. So Cooper Barnes, he's going to, well, at this stage with 1 corner to go, he's going to look to try and get one up over the Kiwis.
And I like how both series, the 86 series in Australia and the GR86 Championship brought to you by Bridgestone here in New Zealand, do that. We get some Aussies that come and play here over summer. They like it. Nice way to kind of keep match fit. This is all good for Cooper Barnes out of the final turn, up to almost 200 k's an hour. He is about to greet the checkered flag, takes out race 2 of GR86 from young AJ Giddy. And well done to Hugo Allen, home in 3rd. Battle-scarred Chris White in 4th, and Zach Blinko, more good points in the championship race in 5th place.
And Josh Bethune didn't quite manage to eclipse Mac Templeton there at the line. Very close race between those guys. Cormac Murphy managed to get past our young Tony Quinn Foundation Scholarship winner Lucas McGill just there at the finish, so he managed to recover from that off at the start. But Cooper Barnes, the 186 designer living car run by Right Carts by M2 competition, he was untouchable in this race 2 this morning.
That squad having a good weekend here at Hampton Downs. We've got some class outfits and some great teams in this sport. So here's the results for you. Cooper Barnes takes it out from AJ Giddy and Hugo Allen. They're your top 3. We will take you to Allied Petroleum Victory Lane very shortly. Chris White, another. If we're going to use the line about consistency with Blinko, ditto Chris White. So A car that was sporting some damage, but he still brought it home in a very solid 4th place. Little positives for Matt Templeton. He'll want to take another step, I reckon, as we continue on in this championship. Thomas Mallard, welcome back to the class, just outside the top 10, finishing ahead of Cormac Murphy, Lucas McGill, Arthur Braun, and Cameron Hill with that problem that Reed detailed earlier. Highlights for you, Bridgestone GR86. Second race of the weekend here at Hampton Downs with the grid inverted. It was Cooper Barnes that made a fantastic start and launched away. There were some dramas, unfortunately, for Arthur Braun, and it meant that there was a compression of things with him further down the order than was ideal. Yesterday's winner, Josh Bethune, meant he had to take some evasive action there as well. Chris White, hello, it's me. Will you move out of the way?
Bit of Morse code there from the 88 to the back of the 90. Lane spinning out. What a great shot that was of Blinko's car. We see there Simon Hunter. Never write Simon Hunter off. You give him a gap, he's going to take it. Up the inside of Mac Templeton there, the 2 Christchurch-based racers. As we see there, Hugo Allen, AJ Giddy going side by side up the hill, down towards the dipper. Allen actually managed to get his nose ahead there, but it wasn't enough to stay ahead of AJ Giddy, and they come up the front straight. Up through the sand there. Look at the big trail coming behind the number 1 car. Allen thought about it again. Down the inside there, Hugo in the number 1. The Mad Butcher car, but not quite enough just to get past. He was trying to be crafty, just couldn't quite pull it off, and he came home with a 3rd place.
Absolutely maxed out, but it was a race of perfection for Cooper Barnes. We're about to take you to Victory Lane, and we'll hear from the drivers very shortly. We understand that Louise Upston, the Minister for Tourism and Hospitality, is there just underscoring the growth of this championship, and we're delighted that Louise will join us to present some special trophies for our 86 winners. Very, very cool. It is a warm day here at Hampton Downs. If you're just joining our coverage, wherever you are around the world, good morning, good evening, whatever it may be. Massive afternoon of racing, and it will keep coming your way here at Hampton Downs. Nice to kick it off with the 86 Series, the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy. Their 3rd of 4 races here this weekend, coming up very shortly. We have all sorts on offer. Porsches and a whole lot more. Rihanna, who's been a great addition to our team, gives him the congratulations. Let's take you there now.
Big celebrations down here in the Allied Petroleum Victory Lane. Congratulations, Cooper Barnes. I heard a "Go Australia" from the crowd. Well done. You got the start. Tell me how important that was.
Yeah, definitely. Got the good start. Obviously, I'm pretty good at them. So got the lead and then just try to hold it off. AJ was really fast, so good job to him.
Talk to me about the pressure that AJ was applying in that mid part of the race.
Yeah, it was heaps. I was starting to sweat up a bit, but I held on.
Well done. Enjoy the celebrations on the podium. And coming in 2nd place for the 2nd race of the weekend, AJ Giddy from Mackenzie Motorsport. Congratulations, AJ. You were putting the pressure on Cooper. You had the pressure behind you from Hugo Allen. Talk to me about how you were dealing with that.
Yeah, I was trying to put on a bit of pressure. The car was real pacey, thanks to the boys at Mackenzie Motorsport. I was real hooked up at the start, but then started faded away at the end, and Hugo got real close to me, so that started putting on the pressure, and Cooper managed to drive away with a great win.
How are you finding this 2nd time being part of this championship?
I definitely learnt a lot more, and I'm just glad to be up the front a bit more now.
Well done. Congratulations. Enjoy the celebrations on the podium. And rounding out 3rd place on the podium, Hugo Allen, IMAC Engineering. Congratulations, Hugo. You were putting the pressure on that young man, but couldn't quite get the job done. Well done.
Yeah, he's above his age, really, that AJ, but no, he did a good job. Maybe could have let him push on to Cooper a little bit. I think he might have jumped the start, I'm not sure, but no, it's a good fun race. Been having a little bit of a tricky weekend so far, so just got to get back into the groove where we were into last season, and then we'll be on.
I know earlier in the weekend you were sort of struggling with the pace. What do you think clicked for you in this 2nd race?
Well, to be fair, I was lucky to get through the incident at the start, come away with a couple of spots off the start, and then, yeah, we just got my head down and tried to push on towards the couple of boys in front, and the pace is good. The boys have set the car up beautifully as always, so we'll just keep pushing forward, see if we can make a few spots up from the 3rd row in the 3rd race.
Congratulations. Enjoy the celebrations. We look forward to seeing you for race 3 this afternoon.
And it's time to celebrate the podium for race 2 of the Bridgestone GR86 Championship here at Hampton Downs. Please make very welcome the Minister for Tourism and Hospitality, Louise Upston, to present the trophies. And we start in 3rd place from IMAC Engineering, Hugo Allen. In second place from Mackenzie Motorsport, it's AJ Giddy. And ladies and gentlemen, your race 2 winner for Right Karts by M2. Please congratulate Cooper Barnes. Our thanks to Louise for presenting the trophies. Please congratulate our winners in race 2 of the Bridgestone GR86 Championship here at Hampton Downs.
For all sorts of reasons, Hampton Downs is a great place for motor racing tragics, but you can also come here any day of the week now and make your very own Happy Gilmore or Caddyshack. Which are you?
Look, Rusty, I would say that my mini golf is probably as good as my car racing, which is why I'm on this side of the microphone and not over there.
Okay. So for the next minute or so, we're going to try and not impersonate the likes of Tiger Woods or any of the great golfers that are out there. Don't judge us. Let's see how we go.
Look, we're here for a good time.
Goes through the checkered flag down. Oh, and ricochets out of the game.
Went in for sure.
Ree, one thing is for certain. Fun and sport were the winner today, or winners today, weren't they?
Mini golf was the winner, Rusty. Absolutely. How cool is this, though? It's a brand new facility here at Hampton Downs and plenty of fun in between all the action that's happening out on track.
Got to come by and check it out.
At Repco, we get what gets you going. Because while you told her it would be loud, you forgot to mention how it feels. Repco gets you going.
Wait, is this an ad for Toyota? Look, Toyotas, all of them. You got a Farmer and a Hilux, a Hi-Ace, Highlander, RAV4, GR86, and even a hydrogen car. You got the All Blacks and Blackferns in a Prado. Got it. A happy family in an electric vehicle, and a happy Dame Lisa Carrington carrying a kayak. So now do you think it's a Toyota ad?
Nah, it's just New Zealand.
What's with the lipstick thing?
One of the highlights of this incredible facility here at Hampton Downs Motorsport Park is, of course, this excellent go-karting facility. And I put the call out for some volunteers to really showcase what this go-kart track is all about. And unfortunately, all the experts were very busy on track, so I've been lobbed with these guys. From the broadcast, I've got Greg Rust, I've got Andrew White, I've got Ronan Murphy, and I've got our broadcast head, that is David Tunnicliffe. They're about to head on track and really experience what it's like to live out that dream of becoming Liam Lawson. David, runners, Tunnicliffe, it appears you are in the wrong job.
Well, it appears so, and it just goes to prove that these so-called pro drivers really don't know anything about driving, and it's all about more luck than skill.
It's a breach.
No, I'm wearing the
We've seen this before. We've seen it.
I'd like to thank my sponsors, Repco NextGen, and all my friends and family, and the go-kart. The go-kart was a rocket today. I'm just really proud, and this is the start of things to come.
I think the takeaway out of that is can't drive, can't act, basically.
How's the rubbish bin life going for you, Rusty?
Great. A bigger stitch up there has not been, but a lot of fun. And when you come by the freeway here at Hampton Downs, you can't miss it. Stop by the go-karts, have a bit of fun for all ages.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're having a laugh at your expense, unfortunately, but there's a lot of fun. Guys like Shane Van Gisbergen and Liam Lawson, they've all taken part in the go-karting over there as well. So you can see how your skills are up against some of the best names in the world in car racing.
Right, let's move forward, because I think I need to. I'm in therapy. We have two helpings this afternoon here as a part of the Repco NextGen NZ Championship of the Premier Class, the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Championship. Over our shoulder is the car of a rally star, something different in the inclusion of these youngsters that have come from all corners of the globe. He's been great so far and did a very good job in qualifying early this morning.
Yeah, two-time world rally champion Kalle Ravenpera came here on debut in a car without a roof above his head. There he is, just gearing up for the race that is coming up very, very shortly. But yesterday was a tricky day for him. Sort of got himself involved in a couple of incidents, had a bit of a penalty. But today he has stamped his foot into this championship, qualified top 10 for the race later this afternoon, which is a huge result for someone who's never raced a car on a racing circuit.
He's no stranger to New Zealand, though, but he's making a diametrically different step in his motor racing career, and we had the chance to sit down and chat with him about it.
Is it nice to be back in New Zealand, and does it bring back some great memories for you?
Yeah, for sure. It's nice to be back. Really good memories from 2022, and obviously it's a lovely country, so nice to be back.
Will you spend the 4 weeks in between the races taking in different parts of New Zealand, perhaps places you haven't been to before?
Yeah, for sure. The plan is to have some good holiday days between the races. There is always few days time to enjoy the country, so need to do that.
How have you settled in here? This is such a massive change, but one that we're really looking forward to. How's it all going?
Yeah, it's all going pretty well. Obviously, again, a new car to learn. First time really getting into a race weekend in a single-seater. Many things to learn and get used to. But yeah, it's going pretty well, so it's nice to be here.
In the world of motorsport, it is a very rare thing that you're doing. Where did the idea of doing this first come from? What made you? Was it just the want for a new challenge?
Yeah, I would say I just wanted to have a new challenge. Obviously, I would say this is pretty much the biggest challenge you can have as a rally driver, changing completely the style of driving, the whole sport and everything what you do, basically. But I enjoyed a lot in the Porsche Cup races a few years ago. So yeah, I just wanted to get back on circuit, and obviously this came up with Toyota as the plan to
then do it properly and see how single-seaters will go.
Even before the success in the WRC, were you always that goal-orientated person? Was that something that you sort of set yourself those kind of targets along the way to do these sorts of things?
No, I would say the only goal I had ever was just to be a rally driver first, and then of course when you're a professional you want to be a world champion. I managed to do it when I was quite young 2 times. After that I felt there is nothing else I want to do in rallying. I want to do something else.
This series has quite a roll call of very successful drivers. Lando Norris, Arvid Lindblad more recently, and so on. Is that what attracted you to coming and playing in New Zealand? I mean, you could have gone to lots of other championships around the world, couldn't you?
Yeah, I would say it's the timing is really good. The championship is like you said, really popular. There is a lot of good drivers. I think this year it's the strongest grid ever. There is so many good drivers from Europe also who has been driving these cars or similar already for many years. So a lot of talent on the grid this year, so definitely a good place to learn.
The championships that you will do this year are stacked with some really talented drivers. Are you looking forward to Japan as well, and how big is that mission going to be?
Yeah, it's going to be really big mission. Obviously, Super Formula from car side also is super quick. So it's going to be a big challenge jumping into those cars. They are really fast. But yeah, obviously all this before that is just seat time, and hopefully I will have a lot of testing also before Super Formula season. But yeah, they are some really competitive series, so the job is not going to be easy for me.
Finally, will you get to have some fun over the coming few weeks? Maybe learn some of the local phrases, local terms. Maybe try a bit of Marmite. What will you do?
Yeah, obviously the main goal is to get better at racing, but of course after that we try to enjoy our time here, and for sure all the 3 days we try to see the country and have some good times. I'm sure it's going to be really enjoyable.
We have very fond memories of 2022 and what you did here at that stage of your career, and we're thrilled to have you as a part of this in 2026. Have a fantastic time here in New Zealand. Thank you for talking to us.
Thank you.
It's one of the biggest weekends on the Kiwi sporting calendar, January 30 to February 1 at Highlands Motorsport Park for a milestone running of the Napa New Zealand Grand Prix. It's the title decider of the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy. There's Formula Atlantics, Bridgestone GR86, GTs, some fire-breathing V8s and all sorts of family fun. Be there for the 70th running of the GP Round 5 of the Repco NextGen NZ Championship, or catch it on Sky Sport.
At Repco, we get what gets you going. Because while you told her it would be loud, you forgot to mention how it feels. Repco gets you going.
Wait, is this an ad for Toyota? Look, Toyotas, all of them. You got a Farmer and a Hilux, a Hi-Ace, Highlander, RAV4, GTRNZ, and even a hydrogen car. You got the All Blacks and Black Ferns in a Prado, a happy family in an electric vehicle, and a happy Dame Lisa Carrington carrying a kayak. So now do you think it's a Toyota ad?
Nah, it's just New Zealand.
What's with the music thing?
One of the most talented grids assembled on these shores, ready to race in race 3 of Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy. And this is where we are in the world. Just south of Auckland, you'll find the beautiful Waikato region. We're in the northern part, just north of Hamilton, and it is a stunning part of the world. Lifestyle is sensational here. You can go and see where Lord of the Rings was made. Hobbiton's just an hour or two away from Hampton Downs. All sorts of stuff to do. The Waikato River runs through the middle of it, and it is a stunning place to live, work and play. And indeed, come and visit for motorsport like this. We're at Hampton Downs on the international circuit. It's a smidge under 4 kilometres long. It has 10 corners, all of them challenging. The racer Andrew Waite is alongside me for this one. We're set for race 3 in CT Frott. She's provided some action so far this weekend.
It certainly has, and I get the feeling it's only just heating up as well, with the slightly mixed grid for this race here, with some drivers in the race yesterday in the second race coming in, putting fresh tyres on to give themselves a better lap time, to give themselves a better chance at bringing off the front of the grid this time. So it's going to mix it up just a little bit, but again, a lot of the fast drivers are still in there too, so it's certainly going to be one to watch.
Beautiful conditions right now at Hampton Downs. 27 degrees C ambient at the moment. A gentle breeze, which will be a headwind as we're looking here up the back straight towards turn 1. This is taken from turn 2, so there'll be a little bit of a headwind down there. It is one of the key overtaking opportunities. Track temperature 40 degrees C at the moment. It is baking outside. Beautiful conditions and lots of UV as well. Don't forget to give us a follow at NextGen NZ Championship. All the details on the website as well. We're on all the social platforms, and Tour de Gazoo Racing New Zealand's channels as well are worth a follow. Lots of great content from all of the storylines that have been coming out of the paddock so far this weekend. It's hard to know where to start, Andrew Waite, for this one, but we should talk about the way the grid for this race was developed, because it's a slightly different format and something brand new for CT Front, in that we've taken the fastest laps from race 1 and race 2 yesterday, smashed them together, and that's the lap time that gets you pole position for race 3.
Yeah, it is, and that combination it makes it important to make sure you're doing some quick laps in the race, not just get out front, control that lead. But the part that has really shaken it up, as I briefly touched on before, is drivers that had issues, had damage. They, like Kanato Lee, he went in and put fresh tyres on when he did a wing change. So he had some fresh air, fresh tyres, and banged out a super quick lap time to allow him to be able to get the best possible starting position. Obviously, Ernesto Rivera did the same thing. He came in for those fresh tyres. So it's just changed it up just a little bit with some of the guys that we haven't quite seen at the front. They're at the front for this one.
It's taken a while to get our heads around it, but I really like it, because it means every race is a live proposition right to the very end. You might have a front wing drummer like Kanato Lee did yesterday, which means you go to pit lane and you're at the back of the field and you're out and you're just circulating to maybe get a point or two. But all of a sudden there's some meaning in it. You can go out there, drive the thing as hard as you can, and it will influence where you start race 3. So it pays off later in the weekend. I love that.
It's brilliant the way it's been done like this, because then it allows just so much to think about. The only race you can really rest and think about just the race you're in is the feature race at the end of a weekend. That's the only one where you can solely focus on that single race. Every other race, there's something else to be thinking about the whole time. And just to add to that as well, you know, you've got all these engineers, so they're clever enough to know to come in during the race that, hang on, we are down the back of the field for whatever reason, let's change things around and come in and do that tyre change. As we can see some of the engineers there at the moment having a look over some tyres, some of the mechanics, just checking everything is all A-okay with the cars, as we see Rivera there off the pole position.
And this is sailing into the unknown. It's the first time we've had a 4-race weekend format in this condensed trophy version of CT Front. Let's jump down to the grid. Here's Rihanna.
Our youngest driver on the field, just 17 years of age, Ernesto Rivera, will start this race from pole position, just pulled up to the grid. Ernesto, what a great way to be in a position for capitalising for this race.
Yeah, we made a great strategy yesterday. I'm going for the new tires in race 2. And yeah, we started pole and I'm going to go for it.
Mechanics are just having a little bit of a look at the front end of your car. Can you share some light on what you're feeling?
Yeah, it felt a bit weird on this lap, so they're checking what's happening. I don't really know what's happening, but we'll figure it out.
Okay, we have our fingers crossed for you. All the best for this race.
Thank you.
Well done, Ree. I'm on the other side of the front row, and we give young fans a chance to hold the signs for their drivers. Young Charlie is at the front of the grid here. He hails from Auckland. I'm with 18-year-old Kanato Lee from Japan. He's with High-Tech TGR. Great to have some very, very good outfits joining the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy this year. You had some dramas with that front wing yesterday, though. That proved costly, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we had the pace yesterday, but I was unfortunate with the front wing damage I had. So yeah, I just had to get at the fastest lap as possible to be starting on the front row for this race. So it wasn't too bad in the end.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great kind of strategic decision, wasn't it? I mean, the drama meant you had to sort of look ahead to this third race, and it paid dividends that you're on the front row.
Yeah, I think obviously it would have been nice to finish near the top in race 2, but I mean, this is a great opportunity to start at the front row for this race 3, and hopefully I can win from here.
Maximise it. Appreciate you talking with us before the start of the race. Ree is with James Wharton.
Back to the second row of the grid, James Wharton representing Australia. Lots of Australian fans watching on from back home. Bit of a mixed day for you yesterday, but you've really used strategy to get yourself in a position for capitalising on this one.
Yeah, as you said, it was a tough day yesterday, but I feel like as a team we worked well to get the best result we could yesterday. We don't quite have the pace to be up the front, but at the end of the day we're starting P3 and we can try and win this race.
We've spoken all day about how warm it is. The wind is just starting to gust up. How do you feel they're going to impact this race?
Yeah, I hope it keeps windy and I can stay at the front and hopefully fight for the lead on lap 1.
We wish you all the best, James. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much.
back for a second season in this class, having done a bit of racing in the United States in between time, is Sebastian Manson. And he had some success in last year's championship. Is the competition level, Seb, in 2026, perhaps it's gone to another level, another step?
Yes, definitely. This year's level of competition is a fair bit of a step up from last year. Definitely very high level of racing.
How's the weekend been for you so far on balance?
Not too bad. Struggled a little bit with qualifying, but I mean, just sort of getting through that for working on it for the rest of the season.
Right, and did I spot your brother before, Marco, who's been doing some great stuff in Formula Ford, but I think he's further up the grid. Shouldn't he be down here supporting you?
No, he's a grid girl for someone else. He's having a good time.
Right, thank you for chatting with us. Let's go to Ree again.
Nolan Alla starting this race out from position 10. You just said to me you're struggling with a blood nose. I hope you're okay for this race. Everything okay?
Sorry, I missed that question. My engineer's on the radio with me right now.
Apologies. Everything okay? You just said to me you're struggling a little bit with a blood nose.
Yeah, vibrations of the car gave me a little bit of a bloody nose. Back in Detroit, it's pretty dry because it's winter, so still getting used to the humidity over here, but all good.
How are you finding this weekend so far, starting this one out of position 10?
Yeah, really good. We went well in qualifying. We qualified P6, so we'll figure some things out, I think, in the race pace. We've been pretty good so far, and it's very different to what I'm used to, but I like the car. The tracks are very cool so far, and just getting used to the Pirelli tire, really.
Appreciate your words. All the best for this one.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Over to you, Rusty.
Thanks, Rihanna. We have used the term stacked field to describe the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy lineup in season 2026, but it is that for all sorts of reasons, from Kalle Rovanperä, who we heard from before, the two-time World Rally champion, all these youngsters that are coming through different single-seater classes like Formula 3. Here is a guy to watch out for. First time in a single-seater, star in supercars last season with race wins and pole positions. He has taken to this class like a duck to water and is making a huge impression. Ryan Wood from MTech, at some point across the 4 weeks of this journey, he will stand, we believe, on the top of the podium. Lots to get excited about in this third race of the weekend with a jumbled grid, a different qualifying scenario for this. And boy, I tell you what, Andrew Waite, Richard Craill, I'm really looking forward to it.
Rusty, thank you. Based on what we saw yesterday, there's every reason to be fired up for this one, because day one of the brand new season was an absolute thriller. Race 2 in particular, which was the reverse top 8 affair, was outstanding. Some of the battling going on through the field was terrific. Let's talk a little bit, though, about our pole sitter, Ernesto Rivera. He's 17 years of age, but he turned 17 on the 1st of December last year, so less than 45 days ago. It is remarkable. He is very young. He was 4th in the Euro Cup 3 Championship last year. He'll race for Campos in FIA Formula 3. He is a young guy going places in a hurry from a country with a really proud motorsport heritage. And yes, he got pole position for this race by virtue of putting new tyres on because he had a bad start to race 2, but he's qualified in the top 6 for the feature race. So he has genuine pace, genuine car speed to go and win this one.
Yeah, I think it's worked out perfectly for him, really. He sort of found his pace this morning with that qualifying session, and then to back it up, he's also got this well, not a reverse at all. It's the way it's been jumbled up with what we saw yesterday. So I think he is certainly going to be one to watch, and I'm sure he knows as well after the last 2 starts yesterday, the inside of the track doesn't seem to have the same level of grip because it is offline. It is the dirtier side of the track, as we like to call it. So hopefully he can get a good start and see who leads into turn 1.
You heard in that chat with Rihanna on the grid that there were some concerns from the M2 competition team about Ernesto's car. So we'll follow that throughout the course of the race, and Rusty and Ree in the lane will track that story if anything comes up. A great result from M2, by the way, to get 2 cars in the top 4 for this one. Of course, Hugo Ugashukwu has been incredibly fast and is the championship leader after the first 2 races of 15 this season. That's the grid. We've heard from the top 4. Jin Nakamura has been very solid across the start of this championship. He's out of 5th for High-Tech, and Ryan Wood out of grid number 6. He has been racy and aggressive in making moves in the championship so far. So too Freddie Slater. His cold tyre pace, Andrew, has been outstanding.
Yeah, he's been super aggressive off the start, so expect to see him come through a bit, and then Zach Schooler as well. He's sitting there in position number 9. and Seb Manson as well. He's still looking for a little bit of a pace, knows how much things have stepped up. He's stepping himself up as a driver, and even David as well. Great amount of people here supporting him today.
Yeah, massive Sri Lankan fan base have come out to the racetrack this weekend, which is awesome. And there's a lot of people watching on our global stream as well. If you're not watching on Sky Sport New Zealand or Fox and KO in Australia, hello to wherever you might be around the world. I did see someone watching from Jyväskylä in Finland, where the temperature's in the minuses, and it was a pretty scary number behind it. 27 degrees Celsius here right now. I'm happy being here.
Yeah, for sure. I'll take it being here. We're seeing quite a few Finnish flags around the pit areas here at Hampton Downs as well, which is fantastic to see the support. The top car park's full.
Talk to me about this process right now. You've got a corner to go. You're coming to the grid. You're about to line up for 18 laps. What is going through your brain right now?
You're just running through your procedures. You want to make sure you're in the best possible procedures to work through everything as much as you can. So at this point here, you're already thinking about how you're going to get your launch. You've got to think about getting those rear tyres up to temp as much as you possibly can. That's why as you see them go slow, they'll do a burnout to heat the rear tyres up on the surface as much as they can, and then they'll come up to their grid position. At this point, they're already listening to their engineers, are down to first gear, because you can't see where the front of your car is, so you're purely relying on your engineer, which is a hard thing to do. So you can see the engineers to the left, they're on their radios, counting down where to stop, and then from there, you can see Kanato Lee. He's quite far back, but you're better to sit there, because if you try roll forward again on the clutch, there's a chance of stalling it. You do that, then you're in another world of hurt. So you just stay where you are, and then at this point, you're just working through your processes. I need this amount of RPM. Where's the clutch? How's the clutch feeling? It's quite a process. There's a lot going on at this point of the race.
Seb Manson pulling up down in 11th position. So right of screen is Kanato Lee for Hi-Tech in the silver-nosed car, the Red Bull livery, that famous racing livery that's been dominating global motorsport for so long now, is the young Mexican at 17 years of age, Ernesto Rivera. He starts from pole position for M2 competition. James Wharton just behind for TJ Speed with HMD Motorsport. It's their best starting position in their very brief CT Frott career so far. The lights are on. Race 3, Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy goes 3 from the outside of the front row, getting the best start. Lee gets the run into turn 1. Ugashukwa's going with him too. He's jumped the front row, guys. He's going to be in second position and putting the challenge on. There's cars wide on the outside. Zach Skula, I think, running wide on the exit of turn 1. Ugashukwa going around the outside of Kanato Lee. The battle for the lead early as they go into turn 2, but the Japanese driver's going to hold on. Rivera will be third, Wharton fourth, Nakamura just in behind.
Wharton there up the inside as well, back in third place, side by side with Rivera. So Rivera's launch was just slow. It was nothing to do with track conditions or anything. He just didn't quite get a good reaction off the start, so that dropped him back straight away, and that put Kanato Lee into the lead.
Nakamura gaining ground again on the opening lap. He's been very good at that. Freddie Slater and Ryan Wood back of shot. They are in the thick of the action, going side by side on the exit of the double Bs, and Wood right out wide and locking an inside front as he gets up the inside of Sebastian Manson and covers his line. You have David in there as well in the yellow and blue car. As always, the opening laps of CT Front races are fiery into the Porsche Dipper, turn 9, and then the long run back towards the start-finish line, and it's all choked up behind. Calais Roven-Perez in this mix, so too Theo McLaughlin and Cooper Shipman as well.
Yeah, but David with a bit of a lock up into turn number 9 as well. Wouldn't hurt the tyre too much because it's not fully up to 10. And as soon as they come across the start-finish line, their push to pass is now active. So they have 6 attempts at using it for this race.
Ryan Wood has dropped 2 spots, and he could drop another because Seb Manson's going to go around the outside and try and get that position done in the 22 car, pink and chrome livery on that entry. He gets a really good run into the final corner. Wood has to defend and cover his line all the way down towards turn 2. Kanato Lee is your race leader. Push to pass is now active. You get 6 applications of the extra 25 horsepower per race, and there were many penalties in race 2 for incorrect use of the push to pass, in particular on the opening lap of the race and also following a safety car restart when you cannot use it for 1 lap after the start or a restart. It's free and game now, and it's worth somewhere in the vicinity of 0.3 to 0.4 seconds a lap, and it has been having an effect. The drivers are saying it has been making a difference.
Yeah, it certainly has, as Ryan Wood burnt one up on the exit of turn 1, that lap to defend from Sebastian Manson. So that is 1 down. He's got 5 to go from here. They are effective enough. They're able to be used in that position where you're needing to defend, wanting to stay ahead of a car. So great use of it there by Ryan Wood. I'm sure he didn't want to use it at this point of the race, but it's better that way than losing a position.
And we saw it yesterday as push to not be passed if you had a bad run, especially out of turn 1, or you would run wide. You'd get on the button to help defend, to give you a bit more straight line speed. You get 10 seconds every application.
And so just on that as well, so now Ryan's used it, as we can see, round the outside for Slater. Closes the door on Wharton there. That was on Louis Sharp, sorry. Got the move done.
So 6th and 7th position, side by side across the line, and Sharp now on the push to pass. The rain light flashing indicates that the button has been pushed and that extra 25 horsepower has been deployed, and he'll try and go the long way round now outside the young British ace, but the 27 car is going to hold on, and Freddie Slater has got the position. He's up to 6. Our race 1 winner in the trophy, back to 7th place, Louis Sharp.
The aggression from Slater there, getting that move done on Louis Sharp there. Louis doing everything he can to defend from it happening. This race just starts to settle in just a little bit more now. Lap 13 of 18. It is still a long enough race. There's a lot of talk about the physicality of these races as well, especially with that extra race, 4 weeks in a row. It's pretty taxing on the body.
I would love to be in the debrief in the M2 competition camp, looking at Freddie Slater's onboards, in particular from the opening laps of the races, because they've been amazing. His ability to get the most out of a really cold Pirelli tyre has been spectacular. He's been going around the outside and sending it up the inside, aggressive, but sort of controlled aggression as well, and it's been quite effective. So he's up to 6th place. Our leader now clear by 0.7 of a second over Ugo Ugachukwu. Ernesto Rivera 3rd, Nakamura 4th, Wharton 5th. Then it's Slater, Sharp, Wood, Manson, and Zach Schooler rounding out the top 10.
He'll fly by back down into turn 1. Trevor Latourette rounding out the field down the back, making the massive step up from Skip Barbers into these cars. That's a huge change from a car with no aero into something like this. So he's adapting with a very, very tough field that he is racing.
Jack Taylor going around the outside of Calais Rovanpera down at turn 2, and that will give him the inside run for turn 3. And there's racing room given, so that's a position for 17th and 18th place. That's
just have a look at the replay of the start there, just confirming that all was A-OK. As we talk of maybe a little bit of creeping from a competitor or two, but from the drone shot looks A-OK. So we'll keep an eye, keep an ear on that one as well.
Just to finish the point on Rovanpera in 18th position, we touched on some of the names watching from around the world. Understand, got good mail that the great Mika Salo is watching from Finland. So g'day to Mika, or kia ora, from this part of the world. Bathurst 12-hour winner in a Ferrari in 2017. So he's very familiar with this part of the world. Great to have Mika watching and cheering on his country there.
Just tell us how to say g'day in Finnish, please.
Not right now. I'll come back to you on that one, Andrew. Thank you for that. Ugo Ugachukwu sets the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 30.7. He was a 10th and a half quicker than the race leader. The margin is 0.7, but they've got good gap back to Ernesto Rivera in 3rd and Jin Nakamura in 4th. And the high-tech driver is looking racing. He's got into the toe of the Mexican in front. This is the battle for 3rd and 4th place.
Nakamura there putting all sorts of pressure on, and then as well as a bit more pressure as well from Zach Schooler, sitting in 10th place after that fantastic drive yesterday, taking out race number 2. He's got out into the lead of the race, held it very, very comfortably, and then now being stuck down there in position number 10. It's super hard to fight from back there, and Ryan Wood also started to put a bit of pressure on Louis Sharp, who doesn't seem to have the pace that we've seen out of him. He seems to have really, really good qualifying pace, Louis, but is not able to convert it in the race. So that's a common thing. That's not just a one-off. These things do happen. Sometimes a car suits better in qualifying, or something you're doing works better in qualifying, and it's about evolving, figuring out what's going on. Why are we maximizing qualifying versus why can't we maximize a race? Because cars are heavier. because in qualifying, they're light. They've got a fuel load that is just enough to get them through qualifying, but when they go into a race, they've got a lot of fuel on board. The car feels a bit more lazy. Everything feels different, and where the fuel is, yes, it's very low, but it's towards the back of the car, so it shifts that balance towards the rear as well. So these are the things that, again, these engineers are looking at every single session. How can we adapt? What do we need to change to move up the grid?
Jack Taylor making another move. He goes around the outside of Ricardo Baptista. Likes to go by Cardi. So Cardi Baptista in the 41 car goes side by side. So you get that position back, and Rovan Pera buying into this as well.
On the push to pass as well. He's got the horsepower around the outside. Can he take 2 for 1?
The thing I love about rally drivers, Andrew, is there is zero fear of commitment. They are happy to give 110%, if not more. And that's what we've got from Rovan Pera. But nice racecraft too. Knew that if he could hang down the inside and then go around the outside of turn 2, he would get that position in the inside line. A couple of corners later, it's paid off. He's got the spot.
Yeah, he done very, very well there to get those 2 positions. And racecraft is not something that you can learn by not without racing. You have to be racing all the time to learn that racecraft. Yes, you can read about it, you can watch what you want, but until you're in the moment, there is no better way to learn racecraft than actually doing it. So again, that's why Kalle Rovanperä is here, to learn that racecraft. Yes, there's going to be mistakes. That's all part of the process. You've got to figure things out the hard way sometimes to make sure that it doesn't happen again. So being here, being part of this is the fastest way to learn, to elevate him as he keeps moving through his single-seater career.
5-second penalty coming the way of Zach Skula, the race 2 winner for a false start. So 5 seconds will be added to his race time. Right now, that would drop him from 10th position down to about 14th or 15th. So tightly packed is that midfield here in CT Front. So he needs to get his head down and try and pull away as much as he can. And a bit of damage limitation. Skula is in behind Sebastian Manson here. So the 2 Kiwis punching on, and they're in a really good little battle. Actually, Manson's gained some ground in this race. His race pace has been good.
Yeah, he certainly has. And there's 2 other cars under investigation for false starts, and that is car 11, Louis Sharp, plus as well Yunfu Shui. He's also under investigation as well. So that is, not ideal. So the reason they have chosen to go post-race for these ones is because it is obviously that close, and they are not willing to make a decision, race control, now until they look at more data, more footage after the race, which, you want to call it now, they want to call it now, but they don't want to make the wrong call. So it's the right thing to do, to wait till after the race to work it all out and see whether or not those are penalties. Rusty?
I'm just by the GT Members Lounge, Andrew. I'm with Seal Jones, who, as you boys know, is being supported by both the Kiwi Driver Fund and Toyota with a really cool rally program in season 2026. So Toyota not just backing those here in CT Frock and GR86. Seal, congratulations. It was announced in the run-up to Christmas. Tell us about it.
Yeah, such cool news. We've worked so hard to get to this point, and to be able to get that factory contract with the factory World Rally team that Toyota Gazoo Racing have put on for us is, it's just such a privilege and a real honour. And it's been such a journey just to get to this point, but it feels like we're just getting started now. And then, we'll be up in Finland in less than 3 weeks, and we'll start our training camp and then into the season.
It is basically a really important bit of support on the pathway for you. So you'll be in Finland, I think. You're going to relocate there and basically focus your driving there too, aren't you?
Yeah, completely full relocation into Jyväskylä, which is where the team's based in Finland, and then just training out of there with all the trainers and the providers for the program as well. So it's just such a cool opportunity, and it has that direct factory link to the WRC seat that we want as a future goal as well.
We hope that goes well for you. So there's a Kiwi headed to Jyväskylä, and we've got a Finnish driver from Jyväskylä here in CT Frock, boys.
Rusty, thank you, and a bunch of the watching as well. Lead change at the front. It felt like it was looming for a while, but Ugo Ugashukwu has grabbed the race lead. A great pass down at turn 2 and then an arm wrestle through turn 3. He got the toe. Great run out of turn 1. So the move started early. And we've seen this so many times here at Hampton Downs. If you commit the long way around the outside and you're given racing room, then on the exit, as Kanato Lee did, you can get that pass done into turn 3. Nice racecraft, and the USA driver now takes the race lead.
Yeah, great driving by both of them there, giving each other race room, racing hard but racing fair, and a bit hard as well. Obviously, when it makes it difficult when there's those outside moves happen, because Ugo Chukwu is on the outside on the better line, he's able to brake later because he's got all that clean surface. So that's why you're able to commit just that bit harder to the brakes and allow him to pull that move off, and now sailing off into the distance.
Here's the points leader coming into this race after a really consistent day yesterday. Ryan Wood sails around the outside, trying to do the same thing on Louis Sharp. So the two Kiwis going at it. Now there's a move down here at turn 3 potentially. Once again, Ryan Wood has got great race pace. Looks like he's just got to get qualifying right. Maybe the opening laps of the race too, where he's been shuffled back a little bit this weekend. But his race pace, there's certainly no problems with that. So if he can get the car at the front of the field from the start, he's going to win races this summer.
Yeah, if you wanted a predicament in your team for MTech, this is it. You've got one car that's very fast in the race, not so quick in qualifying. The other car is quick in qualifying, not so quick in the race. So they'll be all over this. They'll work out what is going on. Why is Ryan's car better in the race, and why is Louis' car better in qualifying? So they'll be working super hard on understanding all that, especially with Bruin Beasley there. He's a very, very clever team leader there down at MTech. They'll be working super hard, and Louis already said plenty of times this weekend, I've got a smart team behind me. They'll figure it out. And there is Kenny Smith, absolute legend in New Zealand motorsport. He's here supporting the fantastic racing this weekend.
Yeah, really special. And the Dorothy Smith Trophy is awarded to the winner of the feature race this weekend. A little bit later on this afternoon, you'll catch that race in full on our coverage here on Sky Sport, Fox and KO, and around the world on YouTube, taking New Zealand Motorsport global. Really cool to see Kenny here. Remember, he rocked up at Sandown about a decade ago with a young bloke by the name of Liam Lawson in tow. He raced in Australian Formula 4, did Liam. It was his first circuit racing experience outside of New Zealand, as Yuampu Tsui goes up the outside, then up the inside in a really good battle here with Nolan Alla for 11th and 12th position. And that position changes hands with Evan David just in front in 11th. And just talking to Kenny then and following along, continues to drive, continues to race, and the Formula Atlantic car out here on display at the opening round of Repco NextGen NZ in November. Still massively active. So cool to see him part of the sport here at the racetrack. Looking to the Napa 70th New Zealand Grand Prix at Highlands in under 4 weeks' time now. A race that he has been part of for more than 50 years.
Yeah, super impressive. It was only about 4 years ago Kenny Smith last did the New Zealand Grand Prix, so he's been super instrumental in helping some very, very talented drivers go overseas and achieve some amazing things.
Igashukwu leads the race now, the margin 0.8 of a second. Lee and Rivera next, Nakamura and Wharton, the fastest drivers on the racetrack last time by. Freddie Slater in 6th position, Ryan Wood in 8th, setting purple sectors all around Hampton Downs. And Wood will continue to challenge the back of Louis Sharp for 7th and 8th position. Down towards turn 2 they go, and just in behind, the battle continues with Sebastian Manson and Zach Schooler fighting out for that last spot in the top 10 in race 3. James Wharton's got some pressure too from Freddie Slater. So Aussie and the Brit going at it. It's been a theme of the summer over across the Tasman, Andrew. Some people happy with the results, others less so. Having a chat to talk to young Freddie about the Ashes. I'm not sure if he's a cricket nuffy or not, but I'm sure James Wharton is very much aware of the results in the Test matches of late.
I know you certainly are. We had to drag you out of there to get you over to New Zealand for this championship.
Up and about, mate. Win some things. Can't win in the rugby against you guys, so we're good at cricket.
Or motorsport most of the time.
Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not sure if you're aware of the amount of talent that's come from the land of the long white cloud, Andrew Waite, in the last couple of years. Here's Ryan Wood. Tony Quinn Foundation getting on board to support Ryan over the next month in CT Front, and his group of loyal sponsors that have been with him since the start of his career in Bridgestone GR86s here and Porsche in Australia. Allied Petroleum, who are the round sponsor as well, are on board. Group of others. Really cool to see them backing Ryan as he looks to further his career way out wide and into the dust and the debris on the outside of turn 1. And any opportunity to have a crack at Louis Sharp disappears with that mistake on the exit of turn 1.
So yeah, we saw Ryan do the same thing yesterday. So he's just working super hard on getting that exit to get the run down to the next corner. But you've got that dirty air, as I was explaining. Once you get stuck in that, you're trying to get on the throttle, but you're getting understeer, and you can't quite see the exit of the corner that well. So that's where, unfortunately, Ryan ran that little bit wide, and he'll have to do all that hard work again. And it's not all bad sometimes when you end up a little bit further behind again, because you give the front tyres a chance to sort of cool off, have a bit of a reset to be able to have another crack at him.
Professional racing car drivers should be good at this, but how do you reset yourself? Because you'll be frustrated, no doubt. He'll be angry at himself for a little mistake that dropped him off the back of the 11 car in front. But what do you do mentally just to go, okay, I need to get myself back in the game for this?
Yeah, you've really got to look at the silver lining of it, of exactly what I said. Ryan's clever enough. He's done a lot of racing now that he'll know, yep, I've made the mistake. Cool, that's happened. Oh, as we see La Tourette, he is off the track. Just trying to work out exactly where that is.
And big flames out of the exhaust, just trying to get that car refired. So that's the unburnt fuel. He might be able to get the car refired, but I would doubt that it is driving out of that gravel trap. And it is not driving out of that gravel trap. And the GR Supra safety car will be called on lap 13 of 18, which is going to set up a sprint race to the finish in race 3 of CT Frott. So the young man from Aurora, Colorado, he is the most inexperienced driver in the field in terms of wings and slicks racing. As you touched on earlier, a little bit of time in Skip Barber racing, the early development categories in the United States, but that is it. And his learning curve this weekend has been incredible. He started practice 1 more than 4 seconds off the pace in qualifying for the feature race this afternoon. He was within 1.5 seconds of outright pole against this remarkably competitive field. So the learning process has been huge. Unfortunately, he's ended up in the gravel trap. The safety car is on the racetrack.
Yeah, that would have been a pretty high-speed spin for him where he's ended up. So that's at turn 6 and 7 over the double B there. So just on entry there, I would say he's most likely lost the rear on the way into there. And you're still high on the aero load through that point of the corner where you're going so fast. Those wings are pushing into the ground quite hard. And he's lost the rear up and over that point, hit a bump, and unfortunately ended up stuck just in the gravel trap there. So a bit of a shame for him, but all part of the learning process. You know, normally you sort of pair inexperience is a negative thing, but it's actually a great thing for him to be here, be part of this championship. It's perfect. You know, there's no better way to learn in, and with just how competitive this championship is, it's just the rate of learning is massive. You're only going to be better off by being here and doing this championship. Same with Calais Robespierre. You bring him back here 3-4 years ago, and he's probably going to run somewhere inside the top 10 easy, but he's looking a bit further down just again because of the level of the competition that is here. It just keeps going up and up every year, and that's exactly what we want with this championship.
Brilliant turnout here at Hampton Downs today. They've had to open up the overflow car park to get everybody into the venue. It's a beautiful day for motorsport, so it's great to see so many people have turned out. The lure of Liam Lawson, I'm sure, is helping that cause. He'll be in the venue a little bit later on this afternoon. You'll hear from him on our broadcast. For those at the venue, there will be an autograph session for him, which I'm going to assume is going to be reasonably well populated. He's a popular lad, young Liam, as he gets set for another season of Formula One. So we're behind the GR Supra safety car. Let's go down into pit lane with Greg Rust.
Krause, I just popped into TJ Speed, HMD Motorsports there, and had a word to Nick Wallishan, who looks after and is on the radio to Trevor La Tourette, who just said that the car is okay. There's no issues with it. Just one of those things where pushing, trying hard, and the car's gone around there.
Thanks, Rusty. Good to have HMD with TJ Speed as part of the championship. They're a huge organisation in the States running in the Indy Next Championship on the road to Indy. Great to see La Tourette outside of the car and be taken back to the pits, and we'll regroup for the Dorothy Smith Trophy race a little bit later on this afternoon. Restart was interesting yesterday. It was feisty. The safety car control line, if you watch Australian and New Zealand racing, often you're not allowed to overtake before the control line, the start-finish line on the main straight. But in CT Frott, it is different. The safety car control line is as you come out of the final corner. So it is absolutely fair game from there for you to get on it, and if you can get past, do so. That's the line right there on the road as they come out of turn 11. So they'll know that, and getting that good run through that final corner will be so important. And Ugashukwu will have a very busy field lined up behind him with a lot of cars with really good car speed looking to get back. Nonetheless, of Kanato Lee, who will want revenge and try and get back into the race lead, having led the opening couple of laps of this race.
Laps tick down. Every lap still counts, even though we are under safety car. You can see now it's gone 14, 15 laps of this race. Now complete. So it's going to be quite the dash to the line from here, as we can see. Trevor Latoret's car getting dragged off by the safety crew. And the safety car will be in this lap. Now that car is clear, so the lights are on at the moment, but the teams will be letting the drivers know, yep, get your tyres up to temp, operating temp, and expect the safety car lights to be out very, very shortly.
Hello to Repco Bathurst 1000 winner Will Davison, who's up on the hill watching on with the fans. Absolute open wheel junkie is Will. Raced them, Australian Formula Ford champion, went through wings and slicks in Europe as well. Tested a Minardi Formula One car once, did Will, and has arrived in New Zealand and is now a frustrated race car driver because he wants to be behind the wheel of one of these things. Rusty?
Boys, I do a little bit of star spotting in the GT lounge here. He can't keep away from motor racing events. Ordinarily, he's in Motorsport Australia Race Control, Craig Baird, but you're a proud Kiwi. Nice to be home, I guess, over summer and taking a bit of racing while you're here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always nice to get back to New Zealand, and if there's a race meeting on, go and check out the latest talent that's out there. There's plenty of it.
And another great reason, not just catching up with family and so on, that brings you back here, mate, is that you are on the board of Motorsport New Zealand now too.
Yeah, absolutely. It's nice to be able to be in a position to put something back into the sport. The sport's given me a lot, and I've been involved from karting in 1975 through to when I started in cars in 85. So I've made a life out of motor racing, so it's time to put something back.
Railsy, you know he's a demon and has been over the years in sports cars, Porsches in particular, but we fondly remember this bloke in open wheelers too. Fitting we're talking to him while CT Frott's about to restart.
Yeah, thanks, Rusty. Great to see so many stars out here watching, and international stars as well. Shane Van Gisbergen, I know he's currently watching at the moment. He's at home nursing his cat with a sore leg, so hopefully your cat gets better soon, mate. Oh,
what a great way to recuperate by watching some CT Frott. Hello to SVG. Stars everywhere at the moment. Ready for a restart. Lap 15 of 18. It'll be lap 16 next time by. Ugashukwu leads them back to green. Kanato Lee in second. Ernesto Rivera, who started from pole, is third. And Jin Nakamura in fourth position. The second of the two cars from High Tech in that leading group. And he's probably the one that's got the best of the restarts. It's really busy behind, though. James Wharton having to defend because around the outside goes Freddie Slater, looking to make a run. Behind them is Louis Sharp and Ryan Wood, Seb Manson and Zach Schooler.
Fair now, Rivera defending his position down into turn one. Oh, it's Jin Nakamura there, tried to go up the inside, fake to the left, back to the right, didn't quite make it work.
Big moment there as they go side by side. Louis Sharp, I think, is going to get a spot. Freddie Slater was helped out wide by Wharton as they were battling. And the number 11, the young Kiwi race one winner, has squeezed through. So Louis Sharp gets up a spot, Freddie Slater back one.
This is where we see Slater, though, with the speed that he normally has. This is where he excels when the tyres aren't quite up to temp. So is he going to be able to come back at Louis Sharp or not?
Oh, he's very, very wide on the exit of the double Bs. Did he get to pick up on cold tyres, perhaps? Zach School around the outside. You have a David in front, but he's tumbling down the order.
Yeah, not a great lap for him as he's locked up again. He's obviously very, very frustrated with what's going on there.
I wonder if he's got a puncture potentially or a slow leak. He was out wide, but it definitely got out into the marbles. The pickup on the outside of the racetrack. But he has got no pace at the moment. Nolan Alla looking to go around the outside of the Martini car for Giles Motorsport.
But that's the thing, once you get on that back foot as well, once you get those marbles pick up, it's just so hard to get that rhythm going again when you're trying to defend from other cars. And just like here, again, he's having to defend, so he's not able to get a run to get his rhythm going again. So we'll We'll see where he gets back to again. Gets a better exit off turn 1, so maybe just a bad sequence of corners for Freddie Slater.
They're all on the push to pass on the run down the back straight with 2 laps to go. The screech of Tortured Pirelli's down there in a little 3 wide moment as Slater defends. Theo McLaughlin looking to get into this as well. He's the Red Bull car on the outside. That's Kalle Rovanperä, who's got the Red Bull engine cover on his high-tech entry with the GR up the sides. He's in behind there as well, and Jack Taylor in 16th place. This has been a battle pack that's been going all race long. Ugashukwu has extended the margin to a second out in front. This has been a very good restart for the American. Oh, big moment. McLaughlin catches it.
Super lucky to catch that. Just caught the right rear on the dirt on the exit of turn 7 there. Super, super lucky.
Not sure how much more lock there was on the steering box of that car to get it caught. This is the battle for 14th through 18th position. Last place, it seems poor to call it that because it's a high-quality fight. In CT Front, there's going to be 1 lap to go at the end of this one. The intensity and battling throughout the field is huge. And we're on the cusp of our 3rd different winner from the first 3 races in the championship. That's the leading group. Rivera's got Jin Nakamura behind him in 3rd and 4th place, and James Wharton has clung on to 5th through this. He's now got Louis Sharp behind him, and then Ryan Wood up to 7th place. Zach Schooler wide on the exit of turn 1. Little moment there. Does that open him up to attack?
Yes, he starts to go defensive there just a little bit there. Holding off the attack from Yupanchui.
Need to get to the bottom of what happened to Freddie Slater. He's back up to speed now, but when you chuck away that much track position, it's very, very challenging to make it back in a field this close and this competitive. So he was in the top 8 and has tumbled outside the top 10. Big championship points lost. The championship leader, meanwhile, is out in front. And he might be going, well, hang on, it's only weekend 1. Why are you talking about championships? It's a 15-race championship. This is race 3, and it is important to score in every single race in Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania. Out of the Porsche Dipper for the final time. He qualified on pole position. He'll start the feature race from pole position. He's the championship leader. The 1 box left to tick was to get a race victory. And Ugashukwu is going to get the win in race 3 here at Hampton Downs. He passed his way to the front and he gets the checkered flag first. Kanato Lee in 2nd place, his best finish. So too for Ernesto Rivera, who finishes 3rd, having started that one on pole position. And Jin Nakamura and James Wharton round out the top 5, and that's win number 1 for M2 competition in season 2026.
Great job by Ugashukwu there to take that win. Just got a great start, got into the lead, and was just controlling the race from that point. Doesn't need to worry about setting faster laps at this point now either, because this last race that we've got coming up at the end of the day is determined off qualifying that we had earlier on this morning.
The 116th race win for M2 competition in what was the Toyota Racing Series, is now Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania. Great battles all the way through the field. James Wharton drove the wheels off that thing to finish 5th. Louis Sharp, too, gained some ground late in 6th place. Ryan Wood fought to 7th. Sebastian Manson, one of the biggest gainers on the grid, started outside the top 10 up into 8th position at the end. And Zach Schooler, the race 2 winner, ends up rounding out the top 10. Freddie Slater lost a lot of ground on the restart, back to 12th position. Trevor Lazarette, unfortunately, the non-finisher in race 3 of Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania. Highlights of a busy one, the 3rd race of a very competitive 15-race championship in CT Front. And it was the Japanese driver Kanato Lee for High-Tech who got the jump from the outside of the front row and led down into turn 1. Ugashukwu got the position early and got to 2nd place. Poleman Ernesto Rivera was further back, but as always, the battling was thick and fast and furious all the way throughout the field in this 18-lap race. And this was the fight for the lead from the 6th drone cam. A run around the outside, Lee gave racing room at turn 2, and then at turn 3 that allowed the American driver to grab the race lead and one he would not lose.
And that'll just forward on for the rest of the race between Louis Sharp and Ryan Wood. Ryan Wood running a little bit wide, trying to set himself up for a run down and towards turn number 2.
The battles continued. Red Bull cars a little bit further back. Phil McLaughlin with a massive moment. Caught the slide on the exit of turn 7 and held on to it. But after starting his season with a 2nd and then a 5th in race 2, race 3 brings win number 1 for Ugo Igashikwu in Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania. And he has gone straight to Allied Petroleum victory lane. And there's some celebration, there's some emotion now from a young man who's been very reserved, very well spoken, but very moderate in his reactions so far. But that is an outstanding performance and a great pass. It must be so satisfying to get the pass for the lead done too.
Yeah, for sure. And I think he knows how much that one means as well, because that was a tough race. It wasn't just all the faster guys throughout the whole weekend at the front. There was a little bit of a mixed grid thrown in there as well. So he knows how much that one means in terms of that early championship points. You know, you've got Jin Nakamura who's sitting 2nd in the championship at the moment. He finished down in 4th, so he knows just how important that race was.
So he will extend his championship lead provisionally now to 14 points heading into the feature race later on this afternoon. Nakamura in 2nd and Kanato Lee in 3rd place, with Louis Sharp in 4th in front of Freddie Slater, who had that moment. But what a performance it was from the driver of car number 4 for M2 competition. Let's go to Allied Petroleum victory lane with Rihanna.
Congratulations, Ugo Igashikwu, your first race win in this series. It was really nice to see celebrations with the team. How important was it to get that start and then get that pass done?
Yeah, really important, of course. I was starting P4, so we knew we had a lot of work to do to get the win in this race. But I had a mega start, definitely my best start so far. Good T1 as well, so got into P2. And then, yeah, I was just trying to challenge for the lead. Was quite tricky, but I managed to get quite close on one of the laps. We pushed the pass, and then, yeah, managed to send it around the outside of T2 and get the lead. And from there, I just had to manage it until the end.
Certainly looks like this weekend you've got the speed in qualifying sorted. Do you feel like the race pace is now starting to come to you as well?
Yeah, definitely, for sure. Pace all around has been really good. So, yeah, it's been good. We've got really good points in this race as well, and we're starting on pole position in race 4 in the future later on. So, yeah, the goal is to go and win that one as well.
Well done, congratulations once again, and taking out 2nd place of the 3rd race of the weekend from Japan and High-Tech Motorsport. Congratulations, Kanato Lee. Wow, what a start for you.
Yeah, honestly, it was a good start into P1. But yeah, Ugo was super fast, so I wasn't able to keep him behind, but I think P2 is a good finish, considering race 2, I had the damage, so yeah, I'm pretty happy with it.
You must be really proud of what you and the team did yesterday after having that damage, being able to capitalise and get yourself into that position for today.
Yeah, I'm really happy with what the team did for the strategy in race 2 after I had the damage. Obviously, they've done a great job this whole weekend, and I'm really happy to be racing with them again. So yeah, big thank you to everyone in High-Tech.
Congratulations, enjoy the celebrations on the podium. And rounding out the podium from Mexico in M2 competition, Ernesto Rivera on the pole position, unfortunately didn't quite get that start there. Talk us through that.
Yeah, I think it's a bit more tricky to start on the right-hand side. So yeah, not the best start, and after it's very hard to follow and to pass. So yeah, lacking a little bit of pace, but will work.
We spoke on the grid, there were some little concerns about the front of your car. Is anything eventuated from that, or was all okay?
No, I don't think so. I just was having some vibrations, but yeah, that's it.
Congratulations, Ernesto. Enjoy the celebrations on the podium.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our Race 3 podium for the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy. Delivering those trophies today, we are delighted to welcome from TR Group their Hydrogen Project Manager, Grant Dool. Thank you, Grant. In 3rd place, how about making some noise for M2 competition, representing Mexico, Ernesto Rivera! And now to welcome our 2nd place finisher today for High-Tech from Japan. Give it up for Kanato Lee! And a special moment as this driver joins our prestigious winners list in the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, be loud in your applause from M2 competition from the United States, Ugo Shukwu! We'll allow the media to capture the moment here, do some cool stuff for socials. To all of you who have kindly gathered here in Allied Petroleum Victory Lane, let's show your appreciation one more time for our top 3 finishers. Race 3 of the season, the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy. Put your hands together.
And we are 3 winners down from 3 races in CT Front. What will race 4 bring? There's so much more to come this afternoon. You're watching the Repco NextGen NZ Championship.
Since 1950, drivers from all over the world have travelled to New Zealand in the Southern Hemisphere summer to try and win the New Zealand Grand Prix.
Ken Smith, Simon Wills, Lando Norris will take victory. Pure ecstasy for Liam Lawson.
Shane Van Gisbergen.
Will Brown wins the New Zealand Grand Prix.
This year we celebrate the 70th running of this great race, an event that is steeped in history.
The first race to be called the New Zealand Grand Prix was at Oceania in 1950. Then in 1954, the New Zealand Motor Cup was run at Ardmore, and it was called the Auckland Grand Prix. And that was run in 1954 and 1955 as the Auckland Grand Prix. And in 1956, it was then called the New Zealand Grand Prix, with previous winners shown on the program as being the winners from 54 and 55. So, hey presto, all of a sudden, retrospectively, history now shows the New Zealand Grand Prix as having started at Ardmore in 1954, even though at the time it wasn't ever called the New Zealand Grand Prix. Most of the circuits in New Zealand, and we have plenty, have hosted the New Zealand Grand Prix at various times. The original home was at Ardmore, and that ran from 1954 to 1962. And then Pukekohe was created, and that really was the home of the New Zealand Grand Prix for many years, apart from 1974, when it was given to Christchurch to link in with the Commonwealth Games that were being held at Christchurch. And then it's been to Manfield, it's been to Ruapuna, it's been to Teretonga, it's been to Hampton Downs, and now it is at Highlands, the beautiful Highlands circuit in Cromwell.
Amongst the many winners of the event are 5 Formula One world champions, but many massive names in the world of motorsport have tried and failed to win the famous trophy.
Some, like Lando Norris, the most recent world champion, was just a kid when he raced here, so they weren't all reigning world champions. And there's also been a number of drivers who were as good as world champions, and I'm talking about Stirling Moss, who won the New Zealand Grand Prix 3 times, generally regarded as the best driver never to have been world champion, and our own Bruce McLaren and Chris Amon, both absolute frontline drivers who, with the right equipment and the right year, would have been world champions. So it really has been an extraordinary list of wonderful historical names that have come to New Zealand to compete in our series.
The big names that we got the opportunity to race against in the New Zealand Grand Prix was guys like Jackie Stewart, Jim Clark, Graham Hill, Bruce McLaren, Stirling Moss, and it was a lot of names. There's names that could keep going forever on them.
The New Zealand Grand Prix is a very, very important part of being a New Zealander, racing in New Zealand, and it's a race that we all work towards trying to win. And for me, I got to race in my first New Zealand Grand Prix in 2019, and was lucky enough to win it, which is probably at that point the biggest achievement I'd had in my career.
It's one of the biggest weekends on the Kiwi sporting calendar, January 30 to February 1 at Highlands Motorsport Park for a milestone running of the Napa New Zealand Grand Prix. It's the title decider of the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy. There's Formula Atlantics, Bridgestone GR86, GTs, some fire-breathing V8s and all sorts of family fun. Be there for the 70th running of the GP Round 5 of the Repco NextGen NZ Championship, or catch it on Sky Sport.
In one of the most beautiful parts of the world too, in Cromwell, the 70th Napa New Zealand Grand Prix. It is going to be a blockbuster motorsport event that rounds out this incredible 4 weeks of racing, the Repco NextGen NZ Championship. Can't wait to get down to the South Island, but there's so much to love up north before we head down there, and among them are a beautiful field of Porsches in the Porsche New Zealand Championship. It's been exciting racing so far, and to tell you a little bit more about it, I say hello to Ronan Murphy, who's come in from outside the heat, and to join him in just a sec, Stewie Owers, who knows more about this category than anyone else, Ronan, but the racing so far, it's been great fun.
I think warm is an understatement out there, Krause. It's very, very hot here at Hampton Downs. What a beautiful day. Not a cloud in the sky, well, at least out in front of the commentary box here, but no, beautiful conditions, and can't wait to go racing.
And extra tough for these guys. This is a 30-minute race.
It certainly is. As we look at the starting grid here for race 3, Nicholas Cutfield off the pole position there in the 2-3-4. Regan Schooler beside him. They've had a great battle so far in the first 2 races. Daniel Angus there in 3rd. Robert Dong there in 4th. Marco Holtriger there in 5th. Duncan McCrosty going off the P6. Ethan Hurrigan, first of the non-Cup cars there in his Cayman GT4 off P7. Oliver Saxton there in 8th and another Cayman GT4. Stephanie Chambers there in 9th in her 996 GT3 Cup car. Ian Hill, first of the non-GT cars. Tim Robinson there in 13th and the only 944 in the field, followed by Neville Chandler, Ashton McCorn, Mark McCorn, Stephen Stokes and Anthony Houston rounding out the field here for the 3rd race of Porsche New Zealand Championship here at sunny Hampton Downs. As we see there, the cars coming around. So as we've already sort of discussed so far this weekend, Stu, the Cup cars, they really need to warm those tyres up, really work them hard, get some temperature into the brakes as well to make sure that when they go down to that first corner there, they know they're actually going to be able to stop and turn going into the sweeper.
And that's the plan, but the problem with this track is that when you head out from the pits, and you can see there Nick Cutfield trying to get some heat through the brakes, which then of course transfers to the tyre. But of course they've got 2 huge straights here, and that just cools the tyres off as they go down. They can weave around and that sort of thing, but it is trickier here to get that tyre temperature up. And they did struggle with that in one of the races we had earlier, with the tyres just never quite came up to the right temperature. So they've learned from that. They pressured them up slightly higher, and of course they've got longer now to heat them up. This is a 30-minute race.
Absolutely, and strap yourselves in, folks. This is, as you just said, Stu, 30-minute race, so it's going to be a long one, and it's certainly going to test these guys' endurance a bit as well. It's longest race we've had of the weekend so far for these cars, and in this kind of heat, it's certainly in the cockpit of a Cup car. It's going to be tough.
Absolutely, and of course some of them are running cool suits. In fact, there's even a couple of the Cayman GT4s have got air conditioning, which would be nice to have on.
That would be absolutely ideal, and they will be cool as cucumbers by the end of this one. But we're not too far away, so you can see there the 991 Generation 2 Cup cars lining up on the front there. Nicholas Cutfield with Regan Schooler in there beside him. So they're going to be the 2 to watch. Daniel Angus, he's also firing on all cylinders there from the 3rd place, as we see the remainder of the Boxsters there. Anthony Houston pulling up into the grid. We're not too far away from a race start.
Just a bit of shuffling going on in the back there. Somebody popped into the wrong grid position, so just a little bit of shuffling, but these guys are better quickly work that out.
Yeah, Marco Holtriger there, looks like he's just trying to figure out what he's going to do. He's actually sitting in the middle of the road, so we might have to, we see there one of the track marshals jumping through just to give him a hand. Yeah, he's a little bit unsure, but hopefully we'll be able to find that grid box shortly and get him going into that 6th place there.
There's just a grid sheet being grabbed by the pit team down there, or the grid team, I should say, just to figure out where everybody should be, make sure everybody's in the right place.
I think what's happened, I think Duncan McCrosty's pulled into the wrong grid box. I think he was supposed to be off the fifth position
you're
there,
right.
and he's pulled into the. Oh no, actually no. I think they are in the right ones.
That's
there.
right.
No, they're correct. So he just maybe Marco was a little bit unsure, and looks like they've all sorted it out. So we should be able to go racing very shortly.
Now, as you know, the thing about these cars, all the Cup cars anyway at the front, the rest are sort of road car based, but they don't have any sort of engine fan on them at all.
And here we go, 3 lights, 4 lights, 5 lights, and we're away for race 3 of the Porsche New Zealand Championship. Great start from all 3 of the front 3 cars there. Nicholas Cupfield, he's going to keep the lead. Regan Schooler's going to go around the outside. Daniel Angus had a little bit of a sniff going down towards turn 1 there. McCrosty's pulled into P4. Oliver Saxton's got a great start. He's moved up into P5 there ahead of Robert Dong and Ethan Hurrigan.
He's a good starter, isn't he, Oliver Saxton? He's done that every time.
Absolute rocket ship in that little Cayman, as we see there. Cars gather themselves up. The front 4 have pulled a bit of a gap already. We see there Hottrigger going down the inside of Hurrigan. Stephanie Chambers there in behind in that 996. Mark McCorn, he ran a bit wide there.
Running wide there, just getting a bit excited, but those tyres come up to scratch very, very quickly, up to temperature very quickly, but that was just trying to go around the outside by looks of it, getting a bit ambitious there, but it looked like his son has got well ahead of him there.
Absolutely, as all the cars make their way safely through turn 4, coming up towards the double B corner. We go back to the front there. Cupfield was very defensive down at the hairpin. He's managed to maintain that lead. We see there Robert Dong, followed by Oliver Saxton, Marco Hottrigger and Ethan Hurrigan there. They're in a great battle there between those 4 cars. A couple of Caymans taking it to the more powerful Mighty Cup cars, GT3 Cup. As we drop down into the Porsche dipper, put the throttle down, pedal to the metal, up the back straight to complete lap 1. And as you said before, Stu, we can't stress enough, half an hour this race. So it's going to be a race of attrition. These guys are just got to settle in, find a rhythm, and try and pump out those consistent lap times.
Exactly. Well, what intervenes in the meantime, though, is they have a pit stop. So it's a compulsory pit stop for everyone. So it ranges from the little boxes at the back, the 2.5 litre boxes, just get a drive through. And the cars you can see on screen there at the moment, they're going to stop for about 3.5 minutes. So it's a handicap race, really. But they can do it under a safety car if we happen to get one. And look at that challenge there. It's looking, he's making sure. Oh, here we go, a time penalty for, I think, Duncan
McCrosty. So actually, I think we may have I think my suspicions may have been correct.
Right.
I think he was in the wrong grid box, and that's obviously what triggered the confusion for Marco Hottrigger there. So, as we see there, Schooler looking up the inside. Cupfield gave him the room, but he wasn't quite far enough up. So now coming on the exit of the sweeper there, they put the power down. There's going to be a little bit of aero wash there for the 999.
Imagine the pressure the gold cars, the gold and white car Nick's there is feeling. He can see him, he knows him there. He knows he's there. He expected a bit more this last time, but it didn't quite happen, did it? Regan didn't quite mount the challenge, so the blue and white cars, Regan Schooler, is putting that pressure on.
And Nick Cupfield's doing an excellent job. He's putting the car in the right positions. He knows where Schooler is. Very wise, coming down towards the Porsche dipper again for the 2nd lap. Gets through there good, puts the power down.
So you notice Schooler on that, coming out of that hairpin there, just got under the power, a little bit hard, bit of oversteer coming out, which just gave Nick a breather at the front.
Absolutely, and they come through the last corner now. Cupfield's still in the lead. He boxes him in, gets back on the power. Daniel Angus isn't too far behind either. He's got a bit of time to make up to try and chase down Regan Schooler and Nick Cupfield, but the battle out front, it's really starting to heat up in these conditions.
And this is exactly what Regan was hoping to do, just to keep that pressure on. He's trying to force a mistake from Nick at the front. To say, though, Nick is pretty calm in there. He's pretty philosophical. Yeah, he said, look, he can poke him, poke the nose left and right, but he said he's got to get past, doesn't he? So that's what he said before he rolled out.
The lap times so far are noticeably slower, so we've seen Regan Schooler do the fastest lap of the race, only at 1 minute 41.2. So
yes,
a couple of seconds off what we saw this morning. Obviously, the track conditions play a factor into that, Stu, but maybe also the tyre life a little bit.
Well, they'll have that in mind, won't they? They'll be thinking, right, I've got to make these tyres last as well, which is probably why there's such a strong challenge from Regan. Nick could be thinking, okay, I've got to just be careful here and just ease them in. But you're right, it's probably, almost 4 seconds a lap slower than what they were doing this morning. But it is only lap 2, isn't it? So take a while.
Absolutely. We see there the 888 car, Robert Dong, followed by Marco Hottrigger there in the 51. And obviously, we saw Robert Dong didn't finish the previous race. We get a bit of insight onto what happened run there with the Triple Eight car.
Yes, it was just like what happened. In fact, there was quite a position change at the end for those that were here at the track watching. And Daniel Angus had a spin down on the sweeper, the first sweeper. And Robert just had to react to, a little bit of it. Looks like he might have a wee too much rear bias on there. That was a bit of a hold on to it there, Robert. Yeah. So Robert had a spin basically. So he and Daniel Angus sort of got stuck there. Robert couldn't get his car started, and that was it.
Right, so we were wondering, and glad we were able to sort of get to the bottom of that. Obviously, unfortunate for Robert Dong, he didn't finish the race, so he scored no points. But he safe to say the car was all in as it should be condition, and he was able to get back out there for this afternoon's longer race. So great to see him back out there. We actually saw in the background a little bit further back, Ethan Hurrigan looked to have cleared Oliver Saxton. So the battle for the GT4 Caymans has started to unravel a bit, and Hurrigan's managed to steal that position back off Saxton. But going back to the front here, Nick Cutfield, he's still leading. He's actually pulled a little bit of a gap on Schooler there, so maybe Schooler's just trying to settle into a rhythm and let those front tyres cool down a bit before he tries to have another go, because he was right up behind the 2-3-4 car. He runs it very narrow going down to the double B corner there. Schooler gets right up in behind him again, coming through the second part of the corner, back onto the throttle, down towards the first hairpin. He runs it right down the middle of the track, takes or disincentivises any opportunity that Regan Schooler might have, gets back on the power, up over to the Porsche dipper, breaks the car nice and straight. We saw, as you said previously, we saw Robert Dong have a bit of a moment down there. He looked like the rear was sort of starting to come around the back. Maybe he's got a little bit, needs to put that bias for. But let's go down to Ree down in the pits.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. I just wanted to have a very quick chat. I know there's plenty of focus on the racing out of track at the moment, but joining me from the head of fundraising and engagement for the breast cancer research, Nikki Slinker Perkins, tell me about this very special day that was hosted here back in the 23rd of December.
Kia ora, thank you for having me. Oh, we're so excited. The lovely Liam Lawson did hot lamps, auctioned off hot lamps for Breast Cancer Foundation NZ and raised an incredible $50,000 for the foundation.
I know that it was a huge day for him. People were lucky enough to sit alongside him in the car, but I suppose this was done off their bat, of people who have just wanted to give you some much needed funds.
Yeah, we're so grateful. 3,700 women are diagnosed with breast cancer in New Zealand every year, so it has a huge impact on sort of communities all around the country. So yeah, we're incredibly grateful for the support. Yeah,
we know how important the work is that you do. Just tell us the best way for people to donate or show their awareness and support for the Research Foundation.
Oh, thank you so much. Just head to breastcancerfoundation.org.nz. Lots of ways to make a donation, support the foundation, but also learn how to check your breasts, know what's normal for you, all of those sort of things as well.
Really appreciate your time, and what a special day it was for Liam Lawson, who will be here at track very, very soon. But what a great way that he was able to show support for some much needed, very important cause.
Awesome to hear, Ree. Thank you for that update. As we look back at the battle here at the front, Cutfield still defending from Schooler. We saw just momentarily in some of the background shots, Robert Dong obviously had an issue of some sort down at the hairpin there, Stu. So yes, he's obviously got back going again, but not ideal.
No, I think he's struggling for rear grip by the looks of it, don't you think? And it could be that brake bias. It could just be too stiff at the back, something like that. But we all can see that also the times are now coming down. These cars were doing sort of 36s this morning. Now we're down to 38s. We started off in the 40s. So that's despite the fact that the gold and white car of Nick is taking some pretty defensive lines, and they're still dropping the times. But the blue car pursuing it is really pushing hard. Now we can see the first of our pit stops. They've decided to call the strategy early. This is Daniel Angus. They've got a 3.5-minute pit stop. You're not allowed to touch the car. He's just got to sit there for that eternity. There's our little Caymans rolling through. That's a close battle there. That's David Mackerel. We've got a car off. That's Robert Dong again.
Oh, and that's not looked good for Robert Dong there. Where has he ended up? We can't quite see. There's a fair bit of dust. He's obviously
car doesn't look damaged, does it? It looks okay.
No, it looks like he might have gone for a bit of a picnic on the grass. He's up the back there somewhere towards a tyre bundle, but he hasn't quite made the tyre bundle.
He's right off the track there, isn't he?
He is.
So we might get a replay of that, but I would say that he's far enough out of the way there that they might better just carry on. What do you think?
Yeah, he's still trying to figure out exactly. That might be over towards turn 4 there. I'm not exactly sure how he's ended up there, but it looks to be okay. Hopefully Robert's okay. That's not ideal at all. But we also got an update that car 51, Marco Hotriger, he's got a time penalty, a 5-second time penalty. So we're at this stage we're a little bit unsure as to why. But so we see a safety car. So that's just played into the hands of Daniel Angus perfectly.
He's already in, so he can. Everybody else has to slow down, and of course it's a long lap for that safety car.
That is an absolute master stroke.
And here's the cars are immediately reacting to the safety car. That's Mark McCorn swooping in. That's a bonus for him as well. So you'll see a whole flood now into the pits because they're allowed to do that. They're allowed to stop under a safety car.
And there's Cutfield and Schooler. So. That's played into the hands of Angus, but the only problem with that is if Angus now catches the safety car, he's going to be driving around quite slowly, and all these other guys are going to have their time starting to count down.
Yes, and he'll be behind all the Boxsters when they start, so he's got to get through that cleanly. So that's going to be tricky for him. There's one of the cars exiting. That's the little 2.5 Boxster. The smallest engine cars we've got. He's entering, so he's off and on his way, so he'll go and join behind the safety car. But these are the cars that Daniel Angus has got to get through now.
Yeah, 100%. I think Ethan Hurrigan actually managed to clear Marco Hotriger as well. So he got ahead of one of those Cup cars and elevated himself into 5th just before those range of pit stops. And now, obviously, the order's now going to get very jumbled up. So we'll wait and see where everyone comes out once the safety car clears and the pit stops have been completed. But we see there, it's actually a fair bit of damage on the front of the 51 car. So he's...
that could be the time penalty, not the grid position we're thinking of. He's obviously run into somebody there. But now, talking about the Hurrigans, you know them well. They are going to do a driver change. So there's not many of those. In fact, that's the only one on this field. So Mark, the dad, is going to jump in there and finish this race off.
Yeah, Mark will jump in and finish the race. So it's actually ended up working out pretty perfectly for them. You know, you sort of probably want to aim to do half and half, and we're pretty close to the halfway mark.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Good time to be doing the pit stop. But going back to the 51 car, there was a fair amount of damage on the front of that, Stu. So he's obviously made contact with someone and hit it pretty hard. The bonnet looks to be a little bit peaked on the side there as well. So
there'll be some corresponding damage there somewhere along the line. We don't know who was on the receiving end of that.
And hopefully it hasn't punched into a radiator. That's usually the concern with Porsches.
They're vulnerable there, aren't they, for that?
Yeah.
But that was very early on, first, second lap, something like that. So it might have been even on the first few corners, possibly, that happened.
Absolutely. It's not ideal to see. We never want to see damaged cars, but clearly something of some sorts has happened, and hopefully at some stage we'll be able to find out a little bit more about what happened to Robert Dong, because we don't really have any context as to how he ended up all the way out there that far off the racetrack.
Exactly. So, he was struggling, wasn't he? There was something not right with that car. Who knows what that was, but it's terminal for him now. He's got to sit there and wait for the tow truck, basically.
Absolutely, and we see there the car of Stokes there, Stephen Stokes coming in that beautiful Rothmans Porsche system livery. It's probably my favourite livery of all the cars out there on the
very cool, isn't it? And there's Robert still parked there, and that's going to be tricky to retrieve. Whenever there's a sand trap there, it always makes it difficult for the recovery crews, doesn't it? So we're going to be lucky to get much of this race under green, aren't we now, by the time they extract them from there?
Yeah, that's there's a fair bit involved. The car looks to be intact, so I wonder whether he could attempt, or whether he's already tried to attempt to drive away out of there, but yeah, not ideal there.
The interesting thing is I can't see any marks going across the gravel or any reason how he's managed to end up there.
Yeah.
But, there's some cars leaving the pits now. Duncan McCrosty in the gold car.
The car has sort of just appeared there, but we see there Cupfield in another white but predominantly gold 991 Generation 2 Cup car sitting there, and it's going to be a race between him and Regan Schooler to get out of there and try and not lose too much time to Daniel Angus and the rest of the field, who have also already completed their pit stops.
So there's the Cutfield car and the Regan Schooler car leaving together. So that's going to resume their battle in the same order too. So the battle will resume.
And actually, in all things considered, this is actually going to really make it interesting for the last 15 minutes, Stu, because you know, when they do the pit stops and everyone ends up a bit spread out, but now they're all going to be joined together. We know the Cup cars are faster than the Boxsters, so that's sort of a given, but it's going to be interesting to see how these faster cars navigate the traffic.
Exactly. You took the words out of my mouth. That's the trick, is getting safely past the traffic. You know, and of course, if they're in a bunch, the traffic in front, they're focused so much on what's happening with the car in front.
And we may have a replay or some vision of what's going on. Oh, look at that. That is Richard Crail, everybody, and he is doing something sketchy to that beautiful 944 of Tim Robinson's.
Now, I can tell you the story behind that. He's got some fans down there, big fans, and they asked him to sign their 944. So how's that for stardom and fandom?
The Porsche aficionado himself, Richard Crail, Mr. Richard Crail, signing Tim's Porsche. So I'm sure Tim is out there somewhere in that 777K. He's actually at the moment on the timing in 4th, proudly displaying Richard Crail's signature. Not sure why you'd want that on your car, but
look, you know, it's double the value of it now, of course, with a famous signature like that on it. It's a collector's item, the whole car now.
Oh, as we see there, Roberts just ran off the road, so something...
That's bizarre.
Weird place to go off the track as well. He was very wide, maybe got out in the marbles, but even still, it was...
It almost looks like a brake issue, do you think? There's the trailer just going around now.
And there is the superstar himself, signing race cars.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, he's doing the tennis player gig.
That's how it's done.
Signing the camera, luckily not. But no, very good, very cool. Great to have Richard Crail here, part of the commentary team for the Next Gen New Zealand Championship, powered by Repco. Here at round 2, here at the Allied Petroleum Hampton Downs International. As we see there, the awesome team here at the track, tending to Robert Dong, going to try and get him out of there, hopefully. Well, we do see a little bit of maybe a tyre mark, so maybe he got part way through the gravel, but he's ended up very far off the road for someone that was quite a slow speed corner, so it'd be interesting to find out what his take is on what occurred.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we have to wait till after this, but yes, it'll be very much... Oh, you can see all the dust on the tyres. He's been through the gravel at some point there. But Robert's very experienced, is certainly not as, you know, like he's been racing with us for 25 years at least. So one of the more experienced Porsche runners in New Zealand, so it's an odd thing to happen.
Absolutely, and as we were sort of discussing, you know, it's going to be really cool because when you watch a race like, you know, a big overseas race like Le Mans, you know, and you've got all these prototype cars trying to navigate their way through the slower GT cars, it's almost like the same thing. You've got, obviously, but these are GT cars, navigating their way through the little Boxsters, and at the same time, it's they're having their own race within. So no one's going to want to give an inch, but at the same time, everyone needs to try and do their best to make it through safely and try and win your respective class.
Exactly. Well, the thing is, it's a risk for both of them. So you don't want to have your... If you're in a Boxster, you don't want to have your race ruined by getting punted off, and likewise the Cup cars. But when you see the in-car or the onboard from the Cup cars, the approaching speed is huge, and it's the same as what's the Nürburgring 24-hour, you know, when they're carving their way through the forest there, could be a little Honda Civic or something going as hard as they possibly can, and the closing speed is enormous. So that car has got to make a decision from way back. They can't just wait to the last second and see where that car's going to go. Generally speaking, we have a very good record with the cars getting past, but occasionally if they're in a tight battle, 3 or 4 cars together, they're so focused on the other Boxster or the other 944 that they get caught out, which is not surprising.
Absolutely, and it's we surely can't be too far away from a restart. We see there Robert Dong's 991 Gen Porsche, the stricken 888 car, will get dragged off the circuit, and we probably aren't too far away from a race restart team. But we see there the GR Super Safety car leading the field around the track. See there everyone's starting to do a little bit of weaving, just try and get some temp and temperature in through those brakes and in through the tyres, so that when we get back underway, they can confidently turn into turn 1 and know that the car's going to go around the corner. But we see there Robert Dong's car getting pulled off the circuit. That's over there at turn 4, over the back section on the part of the international layout of Hampton Downs. So the beauty of this awesome racetrack is you do have 2 layouts. You've got the national circuit, which is exciting in itself, and then the international layout that we are very lucky to be competing on this weekend. So not too far away, but we see there the GR Supra. Still got the lights on, so we've got to wait until those lights extinguish before the field can get back underway, back to green flag conditions.
In fact, you can see the clock ticking down there. There's going to be less than 10 minutes to go. And of course, we've got Daniel Angus, Regan Schooler and Nick Cutfield, our sort of top three. They've got a big job to make up.
We see there Ethan Hurrigan watching his old man out there. So Mark is sitting there in between Stephanie Chambers, and Oliver Saxton just in behind as well. So he's thrown him in the deep end a little bit there. He's going to have a safety car restart to deal with. And
thrown him to the sharks, isn't he?
But no doubt Mark will get up on the wheel and have a good crack and see if he can try and move the number 4 Cayman forward. But it's looking like we're not too far away now, as we see the safety car's actually gotten out of the way, starting to let a few cars pass. So we must be reshuffling the order to try and find
they'll be looking
race.
for probably Nick Cutfield, I would imagine. Wouldn't you think? Here he comes. He's not that far away. So that's Duncan McCrosty. You're going to let him go past and then possibly pull in front? No,
I think we're looking for Neville Chandler in the 65
Oh, of course.
car.
Sorry. Yes, you're right. Yes, absolutely. That's the little black Boxster. So he's going to... Yes, you're quite right. It looks like he's picked him up. I can see a black car behind him now. There he is.
Oh, and Regan Schooler might have actually got caught up in that. He's in behind these Boxsters, and Neville Chandler's the official leader. So the safety car's picked up Neville Chandler, but Regan Schooler's been left behind by the rest of the pack that managed to get the lap back. So he's actually going to end up losing a lap in the grand scheme of things to the likes of Daniel Angus and Nick Cutfield. So that's going to hurt Regan Schooler quite a bit.
Sure will. You think, really, in fact, he should have been waved through, shouldn't he? But
he probably should have, and you could see there as he was coming up the front straight, he actually moved the car to the left a little bit to sort of say, hey, I'm here, guys, wait for me. But
what about me?
Unfortunately,
there he is.
Actually,
there he's trying to sort of make it look obvious. But
try and see if they can see him. But unfortunately, he's behind the race leader, so they're not going to be. I don't think they're going to be as sort of tolerant to sort of let him go with the race leader just ahead of him. That's technically the order. So we will have to wait and see what happens there. And then Mark McCorn's in behind him, Tim Robinson there in he's the Lone Ranger out there in the 944, the only 944 in the field this weekend, followed by Ian Hill in the 58, and in behind him the 356 of Anthony Houston. But as we see now, we've got a massive gap. The rest of the field are sort of driving a little bit faster to try and catch up back onto the rest of the train.
Their job now, of course, is to get on the pace. As long as they're slow past the actual incident, and that's been cleared now anyway, so they can get stuck into it and catch up. And you can see there, he's onto it. It's Daniel Angus. So he's going to get going and catch up to the rest of the field, just going down past the start-finish line now, with only 7.5 minutes to go. So it's not looking good for our Cup cars to win, but the great thing about this is going to give some podium time, I would imagine, for maybe the Caymans, like you can see there. There's 2 of the Cayman class cars, or one of the other cars coming up, and even give Steph Chambers there a chance in her 996 Cup car.
Well, it's definitely ended up being a little bit of a blessing in disguise for the likes of Daniel Angus, Duncan McCrosty and Nick Cutfield in terms of where they are relative to where Regan Schooler is. But Regan Schooler's definitely been the big loser in this situation, unfortunately.
Yes.
He's sort of been caught out by car positioning from that pit stop, so not ideal for him. But we see now the rest of the field making their way around turn 2, and the front, the leaders of the race, they're actually just coming out of the Porsche Dipper, so they're heading up towards the back straight to come onto the front straight to hopefully resume the race. We're just going to wait and see whether the lights stay on the Super Safety car.
So this is traditionally where they switch the lights off, isn't it? Around about here, around about this position on the track, because the safety car line is going to fit further up. So no, they're going to do another lap. They're going to give these guys at the back another chance to catch up.
Yeah, we look to be getting another lap here, which is going to, as you sort of said before, Stuart, it's going to eat into our race time.
It's counting down, isn't it?
Yeah, so we've got one more lap under safety car. It's going to hurt our race time a bit. Obviously, when you're under safety car, the speed at which you're going around the circuit slows down. So it gives the field a chance to all close back up together, but it's going to come at the detriment of the last 5 minutes of the race.
Although you're looking at it, Daniel Angus is in not a bad position there. All he's got to do is get past those cars in front of him, which he could do in a couple of laps easily. So this is going to be interesting to see what happens here.
I think, unfortunately, Daniel Angus is actually a lap down.
Still a lap down. Oh, yes, so you've got to get past and around again.
Further lap down.
Yeah, of course.
Nick Cutfield and Regan Schooler.
Absolutely,
so
yeah.
I think Nick Cutfield's actually on the lead lap. He's really the car to be watching, and McCrosty, actually. But unfortunately for Daniel Angus and Regan Schooler, Schooler's sort of been held to account by getting stuck behind the race leader there, and then Daniel Angus, unfortunately, the timing that he made his pit stop in and the fact that everyone else could pit under safety car has really hurt his chances. So the one to watch is Nick Cutfield, but even though Regan Schooler and Daniel Angus are towards the front of the field, they've got a lap to make up. Nick Cutfield, he's on probably the right lap, but he's at the back of the field. He's the very last car in the queue. So he's got a lot of work to do to try and make his way forward to try and win this race.
Yeah, they have a massive horsepower advantage over the cars in front, of course, as we've seen in all these races. So that makes it an easier job. But it's catching them like in a place like this, 2 or 3 corners in a row. The cornering speed on the Cup car is actually not much quicker than any of these other cars out here. So you can't just drive around the outside of another car. It's not as simple as you think, even though they do their best to sort of, cooperate, that's probably the best way to put it. But yeah, it's a tricky job, and you've got to do it safely and be aware of your closing speeds and all these sort of things. It's a tricky job.
Absolutely, and it is seriously challenging for both cars and both competitors, because the car in front's just trying to do their own thing, do their own race, take their racing lines,
exactly.
But being that they're travelling at a slower speed, the faster car or the following car that's then trying to get past safely has to judge, well, what's the speed difference, coming in as the car ahead doing 80 and I'm doing 120, well, there's a 40km/h speed difference, so you've got to manage all of that and figure out where's the safest place that they're going to be able to see me and give me the room. As we see there,
here we go.
The GR Super Safety Car has pulled away, so we're not far away from a restart with 3.5 minutes to go. Neville Chandler's going to take the restart here for us in that black little Boxster, with Ashton McCorn just in behind, and then Regan Schooler in the first of the Cup cars there.
And that guys, there's the line, there's the safety car line, foot down. So they now can start passing as soon as they've gone past that line.
Neville Chandler coming up across. He's actually pulled away there from Ashton McCorn, and we've now passed the control line, so Schooler's going to go straight down the inside.
And they're also showing the last lap board as they go, so a bit of side-by-side action there.
This is a last lap dash, as we see there. Daniel Angus, Nick Cutfield not too far back in the distance there, so watch for these Porsche Cup cars as they make their way through. They stretch the legs down the back straight here. You can see there Cutfield there, he's desperate to try and get as far forward as he can. Every position he makes up is a genuine position, so he's now going round past Mark McCorn there, coming around. Schooler's pulled away. He's now got clear track ahead of him. Neville Chandler's still sitting there in the lead of the race with Ashton McCorn there. Ian Hill's there in third place, fourth car on the track. And Nick Cutfield's there. He's making more and more positions up. If he can get to Neville Chandler by the end of this lap, he will win the race.
Tricky to do. That is Daniel Angus is going to put a move, and he's going to do it. He's not far away, is he?
As we see there, Neville Chandler's now coming around, and I reckon I've got a hunch that Cutfield's going to pass him coming up towards the Porsche Dipper. Daniel Angus isn't in the race, and it's not stopping Nick Cutfield from trying to chase him down, even though it's not for genuine position. As we see there, Nick Cutfield now streaks away. He's now got the race lead from Neville Chandler. Ashton McCorn there in third. Ian Hill fourth. Tim Robinson there in fifth. Oliver Saxton and Duncan McCrosty there in sixth and seventh.
Regan Schooler, as we said, unfortunately, he's taken the checkered flag. That's interesting, but that's slightly out of position. He really needed to do another lap before he took that lap. But here's the real winner coming across here. Nick Cutfield in effectively third on the road.
He did a great job, and Nick Cutfield's taken the win. Ian Hills actually ended up finishing second, and Oliver Saxton managed to get to third, so great job from him. Duncan McCrosty came home in fourth. Neville Chandler ended up finishing fifth, so top 5 result in the box is not a bad job at all. Not a bad day at the office for Neville Chandler. Ashton McCorn there in sixth, Tim Robinson in seventh. Stephanie Chambers there managed to sneak into eighth, so great job from everyone out there. And that was a really sort of a solid way to end. Everyone stayed out of trouble. No cars off the road. It's always how you want to how you want to see a good, clean race. Good passes from everybody, nice and solid. Nick Cutfield there, the 2-3-4. That's the race-winning car.
Now, does he realise that even though? I mean, it's going to be interesting. We've got the podium coming up, and it's first, second and third. So it should be Nick Cutfield, Ian Hill and Oliver Saxton. But some of these guys won't even realise, because of the confusion out there, what position they're in. So there'll be a bit of sorting out to be done down there.
We may see a bit of, a bit of a shocked Nick Cutfield.
Could be.
He may be unsure. Maybe the team's actually informed him. These cars obviously got radios, and
yes, exactly.
He may already be informed. But yeah, looking back, the top three, Nick Cutfield, he won the race from Ian Hill there in the 58. So we see the results board coming up. And Oliver Saxton round out the top three there. First of the GT4 Caymans. McCrosty there in fourth. Neville Chandler in fifth. First of the Boxsters. Ashton McCorn there in sixth. Tim Robinson in seventh in the lone 944. Stephanie Chambers there in eighth in the 996 Cup car. David Mackerel there in a Cayman there in ninth. And Ethan and Mark Hurrigan rounding out the top 10 there with the only driver change in the field. So we look a bit further back there through the grid. 16 finishes out of 18 cars in that one, and the lights went out. It was a bit of a hectic start. There were cars going everywhere. The Cup cars all took off into the distance. Regan Schooler went around the outside of Daniel Angus there at turn one. It was a great battle between these two. Nick Cutfield was he was on the defence, but he did a great job. As we see there, Robert Dong. Something's obviously happened. I'm sure we'll be able to find out. Stu, you'll no doubt do some investigating and get back to us on what happened there.
Absolutely.
As we see there, the Boxsters, we got back into it after the safety car. Regan Schooler chopped his way through to take the lead, but it wasn't actually the lead on track. He unfortunately got caught up in the safety car and pit stops and got stuck behind the safety car. But we see there, coming down the back straight, Daniel Angus carving his way through. Neville Chandler, great race from him to come home there in fifth. Daniel Angus now going around the outside of him there, going towards the hairpin. That was quite tight going into there. They both made it work. And coming across the line, even though he finished second there on the track behind Daniel Angus, Nick Cutfield was actually the race winner. And I think he's just maybe already knew that, but he's celebrating down there with the team. Obviously very, very happy. Great drive from him. And he's joined there in Allied Petroleum Victory Lane by Ian Hill and Oliver Saxton. And great to see in a race like that, a 30-minute long race, to see three very different types of Porsches and very different specs of Porsches down there on in the podium.
That's exactly the idea of it, although a little bit more mixed up than we intended with the big long safety car. But there's Jeff Ritter, our photographer that travels with us.
And we'll head down with Rihanna down there in the Allied Petroleum Victory Lane and catch up with our race winner, Nick Cutfield.
Congratulations, Nick Cutfield, in the Porsche New Zealand Championship, final race of the weekend. Long, hot one, pole to victory. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks, Ray. I got pretty lucky in that race, I guess, with the safety car and where I was positioned on the track. We could dive straight in. Did us a lot of favours because we had a huge stop time for that handicap, so it really played in our favour.
Absolutely. We enjoyed watching you guys all weekend long. Enjoy the celebrations on the podium and taking out second place in the final race of the weekend. Ian Hill, there was confusion out there, but you're here on the podium and you'll get to enjoy the celebrations. Well done.
Absolutely. He's just been patient. And this race is all about bragging rights when you've got the lowest horsepower. So, yeah, go the Cayman.
Go and enjoy those bragging rights, Ian. And coming out third, Oliver Saxton. Congratulations, Oliver. How do you feel after a weekend's worth of racing?
Well, I'm running in the GT1, GT2 as well in the McLaren, so I'm absolutely buggered. But thanks very much to Hamish and Jackie for my support, and Tanya and Kerry Jones, who helped me very much too, and been some fantastic racing, and can't think it's good enough. So thank you very much.
Congratulations. Enjoy those celebrations on the podium.
Time now, ladies and gentlemen, for the podium presentation, race 3 of the Porsche New Zealand Championship. The sashes have already been delivered, courtesy of Caitlin Day, representing the NextGen NZ Championship. In third place today, would you please make some noise for Oliver Saxton? Now to bring up second place onto the podium. How about it for Ian Hill? And in first position, keep the applause going, Nick Cutfield. We would now like to welcome to the Porsche Motorsport Coordinator and friend of the NextGen NZ Championship, Nathan Pilcher, to deliver our special winner's wreath. Nick was eager to get the champagne going. In fact, it's already started here. I'm getting showered. There you go. Drivers, I don't even need to introduce it. The podium celebration's underway here for the Porsche New Zealand Championship at Hampton Downs.
Congratulations to all our winners down there in all the classes. What a great race that was, and it certainly was exciting there at the end there in the Porsche New Zealand third race of the weekend, the long one. And we're now heading back to the on-track action. I'm joined here in the commentary box by Andrew Waite and Walker Nathan for third race of the GTRNZ Class 3 and 4.
Yeah, fantastic to see this race shaping up in these sweltering conditions. One of the hottest days we've seen for a long time. And Tanya Jones, she's starting out of position number 1 for this one. She's having a fantastic weekend so far with that podium yesterday in the race. Daryl Palmer out of P2. Jeff Sharp sitting out of P4. Matt Henney, he is in P3 as well. We saw a fantastic race yesterday between Daryl Palmer and Matt Henney. Matt Henney not quite had the horsepower that he would have liked to get past at the start-finish line. Said he tried everything he could, couldn't quite make it work. Club Parisian starting out of position number 7. James Annabelle starting out of position number 10 in that beautiful Viper. Had a bit of a spin yesterday, but back underway. That's the most important part. Daniel Carter as well in the 320i starting out position number 15. This field just goes on and on with just how many cars there are. Crew Scott starting out of position number 18 as well. He's in a borrowed car this weekend, isn't he, Nathan Walker, from compared to what he normally runs in?
Yeah, that's right. Steering issues for him and his car, so he's borrowed a car just to get out there and have some fun. So that's how we roll in GTRNZ.
That's what it's all about, isn't it? Because that car that he normally runs in is a super fast little Honda, but nice to know that the crew is lending him a car. And then Lounsey 888 starting out of position number 33. Alan Lowndes, he said, just call me Lounsey, you're saying there, Walkie, yesterday.
Yeah, he gets good mileage out of that one.
Why not? Make the most of it.
But rather than a Holden Commodore or a Chevrolet Camaro, it's a Honda Integra.
Yes, there you go. There you go. So see them all started to line up. Looks like a field from a few years ago with all the star cars out there. We see those smaller looking cars, similar to the Aussie racing cars that they run in Australia, but they're the sort of New Zealand's version of them. Obviously no longer a standalone championship these days. And GTRNZ, that's what it's all about. Run what you've brung, bring it to the track, use it. It's a pretty cool setup, isn't it, Walker?
Yeah, look, GTRNZ brought to you by Egmont Honey, our awesome sponsors. It definitely is 4 wheels on a roof and come race with us. So this race, guys, is what we call a scratch race, and it's fastest to the front. So your fastest time from the first and second races of the weekend, that's how we set our grid for race 3 with GTRNZ.
Yeah, well, there you go, and that's what... as we see them line up as well, Tanya Jones, she's obviously had a fantastic weekend and been super fast to be starting out of pole position.
Yeah, she has, and if she gets her cool suit on today, she might even be faster.
You really would like to have that today with these conditions and just how hot it is. And those Ginettas, I've been lucky enough to have a steer of a few of those, and they are a super hot car inside. Quite a small cockpit, engine up in front of you, and that engine is down low, pushed right back for the best possible centre of gravity. They're a brilliant car to drive. That's one of the closest cars you can compare to a go-kart with just how they feel and how they turn. And, you know, Kerry Jones as well, he's running in the GT2 as well, isn't he, in a Ginetta. So he's obviously doing a fantastic job in that, and he's stepped back from his big banger into that car. So it just shows how good those Ginettas really are. As we get set and ready for a race start for GTRNZ 3 and GTRNZ 4. We wait for the lights to come on very shortly. Look at the Hampton Downs logo over to your right-hand side, up the top of your screen. That is where we're going to see the lights come on, as there's that nervous wait. There's so many cars in this field, over 35 cars, so it takes a while to get them all in position, and they all are in position. We are set and ready for a race start. The lights are out, and away we go. Great launch by Tanya Jones there. But then that car of Daryl Palmer's with all the horsepower of the RX-7 around the outside into the race lead. And he'll let it run its way down towards turn 1.
And what a gaggle of cars we see there. We see the air track there in the background. moving to the inside of the road.
How can you not see the air trick? Look at it sitting up there nice and high.
Definitely punches a big hole in the air for the rest of the field, but we see there a Mazda RX-7, a Star Car, a Mitsubishi Evo, a Ginetta and a BMW battling for the top 5 currently.
Yeah, great to see. I was chatting to Logan Childs earlier on, and I said to him, mate, what happened with your start with yesterday's race? And there was nothing, but I just didn't get a very good start. So it's so hard with those forward drives. If you get a great start and it all lights up, nothing can beat them. But if you bog, which is easily done, it's so hard on the clutches because they've just got so much grip that you're trying to transfer all that engine power straight through 4 wheels. That's a very, very hard thing to get right. But when you do, nothing stops a car like Logan Childs.
Going up the hill there, so Daryl Palmer's still in the lead, followed by Logan Childs in that Mitsubishi Evo. Star Car there in third of Jeff Sharp. As they put the power down, this is where the Star Cars are going to hurt a little bit. We see someone there out off the road. It's
Hacksaw Sellers and the rebuilt Subaru.
Old Hacksaw there. He's taken the Subaru to probably its natural habitat off-road.
As he walked, great place for it on the off-road, but probably not around here. I doubt it's the fastest way, but he knows that. He'll get himself back into position, get underway as we see the Star Car, ex-Star Car versus Tanya Jones. Can Tanya pass around the outside? Done a great job there, getting back up into position number 2, 3.
Head off down the back straight again, and there goes Matt Henny, our co-commentator in the GTRNZ 1 and 2 class, and he's going up the inside. Hacksaw Sellers is going to try and go around the outside of the Star Car, but now we go to the back part of the section. Jeff Sharp's going to use the strengths of the Star Car to try and dart back in front of that BMW.
Is it just me, Walker, or is this race looking a little bit more aggressive? Last one of the weekend, and these guys starting to get stuck into it a little bit more.
Yeah, especially after the second race this morning. Safety car unfortunately spoiled the show there, so I think everyone's really eager to get up there and, you know, get some points for the weekend.
Yeah, it's great to see, and obviously this category as well, there's no sheep stations on offer for this one. It's just a whole lot of guys that just purely enjoyed the race, don't they, Walker?
Yeah. The saying goes, we're racing for chocolate fish.
That's the one, and that's just New Zealand grassroots at its best. You know, you bring your car, whatever you've got, you can come racing at top level New Zealand motorsport weekends. It's a great format, and it's just so cool to see the Kiwi way of all these different cars, and it's just a great demonstration. And speaking of demonstrations, the air trick there, it's not the most normal race car we see. I
sometimes think that the safety car's out in the race sometimes when I see that car.
Yeah, but he does very well, doesn't he, for GT4? He's up the front quite often.
He's top on points in GT4, so it just shows you, what you can do.
The one thing I will say is it certainly has a presence on the road, a big orange presence. As we see there, going around the outside of a Star Car.
Ronan, is that you on train me looking for an air trick to go join before we go on a race?
I actually was browsing last night looking for an air trick. I think it is a seriously cool car. The fact you could have the family of 5 and the dog in the back and blitz half the field away as well at the same time. Not a bad car. Very fast.
Here goes
Hacksaw on. We see there
on Matt Henny there, turn 2.
Great battle, and good to see them leaving each other race room as well. That's what it's all about. Hard racing, but fair racing. That is GTR New Zealand at its finest.
That is a huge exhaust pipe on the back of that Subaru. It's definitely justifies how loud that car is and the noise it makes. As we see there, Mark Mallard, he's having a great battle there, a bit further back with one of the RX-7s there, the 56 car. And Tony Christensen's there as well in his Star Car, the number 50. It's all patched up after the incident this morning.
Yeah, we call him Toenails if you didn't know, because he actually doesn't have any legs.
Well, there you go.
So he's in a wheelchair and he's out there racing, and he does a bit of motivational speaking. So really cool guy.
Wow, that's awesome to hear. People of, someone like himself being out there
Brian
racing.
Hamilton in the old Capri, one of our oldest competitors. I don't think he's going to get it out of there somehow.
He's trying his best. Is he going to get it moving?
Oh, the Capri, look at that. And he got it out.
The Capri, that could. How good is that? He's back underway, back in the race. No need for a safety car. Obviously, it spoiled race number 2 earlier on this morning. Fantastic to see him get back and up and running once again. Is on our totem there. You see Tanya Jones and Logan Child switching positions, pumping up and down from each other. But I can see the number 82 back underway racing there as this battle here rages on. Scott Mills there working over Mark Mallard, trying his best to get past him. Scott Mills with a bit more power down the straight here, leaving the 86 behind just a little bit.
Like you said, Andrew, I think the intensity or the tempo definitely has raised in this race compared to the other ones. We've certainly seen more off-road and off-track action than we have probably in the previous two races. It's definitely been potentially some more sort of levels raised, and everyone's trying really hard. And we obviously saw the Hacksaw Subaru off the road a little bit earlier, and then obviously just then as well the Capri and the kitty litter. So everyone's back on track though, and luckily no contact, but certainly everyone's trying and playing for keeps out there.
Yeah, it certainly is. And
it looks like Matt Henny's picked up a couple of places there too.
Yeah, it's moved up into second position there, so that battle's about to reform maybe what we saw earlier on at the race yesterday as well. We saw these guys yesterday battle super hard. Matt said at the end of the race that he tried everything he could, going around the outside, inside, but the horsepower, he just couldn't get away from it.
That's one quick RX-7 and a really awesome guy too, Daryl. So it's great to see him out there and getting some good laps.
It's a common theme through this championship. Great people, great cars, great racing.
Coming up the front straight there, Logan Child's got Tanya Jones there in the mirrors, so the Janetta's starting to put a bit of pressure on the Evo now that Matt Henny's managed to clear him. Coming down towards turn one there, Tanya Jones going to the inside, showing a nose of that beautiful Janetta. Coming now through turn one on the exit, the Evo puts the all-wheel drive system, the flat to the floor. Going down this big long back straight here at Hampton Downs, and Hacksaw Sellers, he's not too far behind, as we just saw someone fire off in the background there at turn one.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't quite get a chance to see who that was. Main thing is back underway.
It might be TJ there.
TJ Jones.
No?
Yes, TJ Jones. He's back on circuit now. That's the main thing. Doesn't look like he's got any damage on that car either as well. So that's the important part. He's back underway with his racing. As you can see, the dust clouds, the leftovers. That just shows how still it is here today. The weather beating down on us, that hot sun. It's certainly hard work out there for sure for these guys.
And how good is this battle between these six cars? There's 6 cars in this battle. So Tony Christensen's at the front of it. Mark Mallard's there in the Toyota 86, probably having to look over the dash to be able to see the little star cars. I mean, he's having a great battle, and they've managed to keep it nice and clean. Tony's now taking the lead of the battle again, and being that he's in the lightweight little nimble star car, he's probably going to pull away over the next couple of corners, but Mark Mallard's not going to give up, and he's managing to come through turn 4 there, got a good run up towards the double B corner. As we see there, the 117 car, the Mazda RX-8. It's the initial of some sort. And Mark Mallard's gone round past Tony Christensen now, so these guys are still going at it. Hammer and tong.
These guys are having a fantastic race, aren't they? And super admirable from everyone there who's battling away super hard there. And Tony Christensen, it's pretty cool, isn't it, for someone who is driving with his hands to be driving at the level that he's at. That is massive respect. Great job by him.
Yeah, pretty cool. Good guy. Great to have him in the championship.
Yeah, for sure. And the Janetta there gets past Logan Childs. And these sort of conditions would actually favour the Janetta a bit, because it's more of an endurance style car. It's set up for longer races to handle heat a bit more compared to something like the Evo or the Subaru that we see behind us. So that Janetta will certainly be coming into its own, and Tony's doing a great job behind the wheel with it too.
As we see there.
As I said that, did she just spin off?
Commentator's curse.
Well and truly, that one wasn't it. Just as I say it, Tanya fires it off the road into the gravel.
She will be livid, because, you know, she's had such a good weekend, and there it goes.
Such a shame for her to end it on that note with those fantastic results. The pole position for this race here, and the podium for the race yesterday as well. It's an easy spot to have something like that happen, isn't it, Ronan?
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe got caught out in the marbles a little bit there on the exit, and there's definitely a lot of marble build-up
As we come down towards the last corner of the race, Matt Henney does his best to try and close up the gap to Daryl Palmer. But Daryl in the box seat for this one here. The last lap board is now currently being displayed for the last few cars as the checkered flag comes into view. But Daryl Palmer takes the race win with Matt Henney in second place. And the side-by-side run for Brett Sellers, getting up into position number 3, getting Logan Childs at the line there. Great run, Mitsubishi versus Evo, the battle of the ages, that one. Mitsubishi versus Subaru, should I say.
A long, historic rally battle between two iconic, famous brands, and it came all the way to the finish line there. Brett Sellers managing to just eclipse Logan Childs, and the Impreza got the job done, as we see there, the air track on the screen. The number 43, the big beast, coming across the line. As the rest of the field make their way across. Great job there from Ben Vanderwerf there in the 43, the air track. Tony Christensen now comes across the line, followed by Mark Mallard.
That was
Scott Mills, Wayne Bryant. What a battle between those 5 or 6 cars.
3 wide between those guys that came up over the start-finish line. Tony Christensen getting the better of all of them. Fantastic battle, and the main thing between them, yes, they wanted to beat each other, but more importantly, the smiles under those helmets of having a battle like that will be super hard to beat. And the winner of GTRNZ GT3 was Daryl Palmer at the end of that race. Matt Henney tried all he could towards the end there, couldn't quite get close enough to get the move done on Daryl Palmer. Brett Sellers coming home just ahead of Logan Childs, and that Mitsubishi versus Subaru battle. And then as we work our way further down, Crew Scott coming home in 12th position in the borrowed car. Jeff Sharp 14th, and Tony Christensen, that battle pack between him, Mark Mallard, Scott Mills, Wayne Bryant continued throughout the race. Wayne Codner coming home in 21st place. Elton Witchman there coming home in 23rd. And Tanya Jones. What a shame for her. She did all she could in that race. Fantastic weekend up to there, wasn't it, Walker?
Oh, yeah, no, it's been awesome, and have a look at these highlights now, Andrew.
Yeah, there's plenty of highlights throughout this race as the race got underway. Tanya Jones got a fantastic start, but Daryl Palmer with that horsepower around the outside. Great start by him into the lead of the race, and from there on, he just put his head down and pulled away as all sorts of battle packs behind started forming. Logan Childs, Brett Sellers there a little bit wide, doing what Subarus do very well, doing a bit of off-roading. And that wasn't quite what he wanted, but Mark Mallard, oh, there was a bit of contact, bit of argy-bargy as well, a bit further down.
Millsy there.
Yeah, it's certainly getting stuck into each other. And we saw the Capri there end up in the gravel backwards. Only just though managed to get it back up and running, and Matt Henney and Tanya Jones there battled away super hard. And Logan Childs having some great racing with Matt Henney as well. And a little bit of a tap into turn 3 there. It's certainly not a place you want to be doing that.
Like you said, Andrew, the tempo, as we see there, Logan Childs, so that's when he lost those positions. The tempo definitely was raised in this race compared to what we saw yesterday.
It certainly was. And speaking of tempo, one step too far in the tempo was Tanya Jones, ending up spinning off into the gravel. But the race win went to Daryl Palmer, Matt Henney coming home in second place, and Brett Sellers just on the line, managing to pass Logan Childs. There'll be some very hot drivers after that one there. It's a hot work out there. It's at the same time, though, when you have these hotter races, you just sort of end up putting that behind you a bit, don't you, Walker? When you're battling away, you feel it, but you're so focused on what's going on.
Oh yeah, no, you can't feel the heat once you're in battle. But I tell you what, as soon as you stop, oh, it's all over.
Yeah, it certainly is. Brianna.
And down into Allied Petroleum victory lane, Daryl Palmer, congratulations, taking out the final race for the GTRNZ Class 3. Made the most of that horsepower at the start there. How much have you enjoyed racing here this weekend?
This is awesome. I love these guys, racing with these guys. It's good, it's hard, it's clean. Got to say thanks to Top Garage Raglan, Valvoline, New World Whangamata. All those guys help us out immensely. We couldn't do it without them.
Everyone that's come to the victory lane here this weekend has spoken about the camaraderie amongst the competitors. Is that what brings you back to this racing?
Yeah, 100%. If anything breaks on your car or someone else's car, like yesterday, I went over to a guy and said, my trailer's yours if you need it, because you've just got to race against somebody.
Absolutely. We congratulate you for the final race of the weekend. Well done to Daryl Palmer. Enjoy the celebrations on the podium, and just jumping out of the car for the GTRNZ Class 4. He's got out as speedy as when he won the race. Ben van der Werf, congratulations. Tell me about your weekend.
Last race wasn't too cool, but start of that one was average, and yeah, just put head down, got some GT3 cars behind me, and just did my thing for the rest of the lap.
Enjoy the celebrations on the podium, Ben. We've loved watching you guys all weekend long.
So we're just standing by and waiting for the podium presentation for both GT4 and GT3 here at the Allied Petroleum Hampton Downs International. A few drivers just to get themselves together and get ready after another hot race in very warm conditions here at Hampton Downs. Last few drivers coming into place. We're going to present the trophies for both GT4 and GT3 at the same time. So let's welcome our drivers up. We're going to start with third place in the GT4 class. Please congratulate Scott Mills. And third place in the GT3 class, Brett Selliers. Second place in the GT4 class. What a weekend for Mark Mallard. And second place in GT3, it's Matt Henney. And now your winners. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate in GT4, your race winner in race 3, Ben van der Werf. And first place in GT3 in GTRNZ, it's Daryl Palmer. Caitlin Day's done an outstanding job presenting the wreaths to our drivers. We'll pause for a photo. Look down the lens of the camera, guys. Congratulations. Here's the wreath that Caitlin from Repco NextGen NZ will present. There's your winners for GTRNZ 3 and 4 here at Hampton Downs. Drivers, time for the celebrations. Great celebrations in GTRNZ Groups 1 and 2 still to come later on this afternoon. A short break, but next on track, Bridgestone GR86.
There are some bright young stars in Bridgestone GR86 in season 2025-26. It's the second round of the season, final race of the weekend here at Hampton Downs, and it's our feature race. So qualifying was held earlier in the weekend for this race specifically, and Chris White has the pole position. Our earlier races, the first race, the grid was established based on the second fastest lap time. So we're looking from a consistency point of view from our drivers. And then the top 50% were reversed from the results of race 1 to determine race 2 held earlier today. In terms of results, well, it's been a good outing for Cooper Barnes and for Josh Bethune from Wright Karts by M2. So what will the remainder of the weekend deliver? This is a very important race, this one. Then a brief recess for this class, but they will rejoin us on the tour of the Repco NextGen NZ Championship in both Invercargill and then the week after, of course, as a part of the New Zealand Grand Prix. They're a very important support category here. Why don't we get to know one of the star rising drivers in this class right now?
I'm Chris White and I'm 18 years old and from Christchurch in South Island in New Zealand. I got into motorsport from my dad's best mate, Andy Neal, who was also best mates with his son. He got us into go-karting when we were 9 years old, and we've done racing our whole career together, and I'm now fortunately enough racing under Neal Motorsport for the season in the 86 series. My biggest supporter would be my dad. He's put a lot into my career throughout the last years. He's always been there by my side and can't thank him enough for everything he's put into me. My biggest success would have been winning the Mazda Championship 2 seasons ago, but then fortunately enough came into the 86 series and got the rookie prize and finished 6th overall. So we're hoping that we can build on that one for the season. I think my ambitions for motorsport would be to go to supercars. I think every young Kiwi, so probably Super 4, wants to make it. So we'll give it a crack, and it's awesome to be able to start off in the Toyota 86 series because it's an awesome stepping stone leading to that way. My idol would probably be Shane van Gisbergen, sort of watching him come up through the ranks. He's a bit ahead of my time, but it's still good being able to watch to see where he's succeeding now, moving over into America and stuff. So I'd sort of love to take that path if I could as well. The best circuit would probably be Highlands, having the bridge and being able to go over and under it, and there's all sorts of different corners with hairpins and carousels. The racing around there is fantastic, side by side, 3x3 if you wanted. So I think it's the best track for racing and having enjoyment. Racing in the GR86 series is fantastic, like the talent coming through it is phenomenal, as we've seen over the last few years. You build so many good mates through it because everyone's friends with each other, so it makes it a lot more enjoyable when you get to have a chat with everyone after the races. But the competition's been awesome and the racing itself has been super good in the last year, so I'm hoping this season will just be the same.
And he's also had the opportunity to co-drive with Tony Quinn in the Game Over Supra in the GT4 Championship, which has big numbers across the ditch in Australia. Raced at Queensland Raceway and at Tailem Bend last year as well. So he's alongside Arthur Braun. We'll tell you what went wrong with Arthur's car at the start of the last race very shortly. But why don't we take a little look at the state of play for Bridgestone GR86 coming into this final race of the weekend. Joined in the commentary box by Ronan Murphy, who knows what it's like to compete in this class. Zach Blinko retains the lead of the series with 293 from Josh Bethune. Great job in race 1 by the right cuts by M2 driver. He's on 280 now with a little bit of margin over Chris White, whose car had some battle scars at the end of the last race. And Arthur Braun for Mackenzie Motorsport, could you believe it? He used the handbrake to ensure that he didn't roll out of his grid box at the start of the last race, but I think, Ronan, he's raised the handbrake so much that it's required. You know when you've got a release in your road car, you've got to lift the handbrake just a little to release it and push it down. Didn't quite get it done in time at the start, and it really cost him. He was gutted too. He was pretty hard on himself when I saw him before.
Yeah, back when I raced these cars, Rusty, I was never a big fan of using the handbrake for that very reason. I think it was always a big fear. And hey, for some people, for some of the guys and girls over the years that race these cars, it did work very, very well, and there are certainly advantages to it. But as you said, you're focused on the lights, you're focused on all the little things, what's going on. If you forget to drop that handbrake or you don't drop it all the way, basically with what happened to Arthur Braun is exactly what can occur, and it can really throw a spanner in the works for your race. So he, unfortunately, we've seen bundles of car speed out of Arthur. He's a great young lad, and certainly no doubt of a rising bright young talent here in New Zealand motorsport, but little things like that can really cost you, and they can really put a dent in your championship hopes.
Key thing is, put it behind you. He's on the front row for this one. We'll bring you the grid shortly. Cars are released from the back of the paddock area. What a sight from our 6th drone cam as we near the end of the afternoon. But you know what? Our show, our massive show that is the Repco NextGen NZ Championship is not done yet. None other than Liam Lawson will be here. Look at the fans that are already here. He'll be doing an autograph session in the next, I guess, 45 minutes or so, and he's going to join us on the grid, Ronan, for the final CT Front race of the weekend. Going to be really cool to catch up with him.
Yeah, great to have Liam back over here in New Zealand. Look at the group of people down there. There's a big queue of people waiting to meet our local superstar, Liam Lawson, driver for Visa Cash App Red Bull Racing, and it's going to be great to have him here and keeping an eye on the action as well, and some of the other future young stars that that actually are, you know, in the position he was in not that long ago, competing for the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Championship.
We've had a great roll-up in that Wade Group area there for autographs across the weekend. Here's the grid for you. Final one for the weekend for Bridgestone GR86. Chris White, courtesy of the job that he did in qualifying, will start this one from pole alongside Arthur Braun. Keen to make amends, as we said before. Josh Bethune, awesome job this weekend. He's out of P3 right beside the series leader in Zach Blinko. Harry Townsend has a fast car, and he has a former champion in Tom Bewley on the radio, coaching and guiding him this weekend. It's working. Mac Templeton out of P7 alongside Cooper Barnes. He's also had a pretty reasonable weekend here so far. Let's see what he can do in the final. And the youngster, AJ Giddy, who we learned a little bit more about earlier in our coverage today, he started in the second race of the weekend. Good job in the top three.
Yeah, he did a mega job, and I'm sure he'll be very, very happy with that performance. And he's got a bit of work to do in this one coming out of P10, but this ought to be a good one. It always is the final race of the weekend for the GR86 Championship, and being that the distance has actually increased a little bit as well, out to 12 laps. So clear skies, no chances of rain, but that slightly longer distance is going to mean that all these guys have to really put in the work and dig deep to try and finish the weekend off strong.
And into Paul Radicic here before too, up in the near the GT Members Lounge. So he's here. We've seen some unbelievable people that have been around the Kiwi motor racing scene for many years too. Should say g'day to Barry Tomlinson, who I think was in the Toyota corporate area up above the pit lane there. Saw him this morning too. He was someone who played an instrumental role in the early days of what we now know as CT Frott, didn't he? I mean, it's such a massive undertaking, this whole thing, and we've got 4 straight weeks on the road. Teams, crews, we'll all be commuting next week to Topor, and we'll tell you more about the Giltrap Group Historic GP a little bit later. These guys here in 86 will rejoin the tour at Invercargill. They'll be with us for the back-to-back events on the South Island. They're off to Manfield a little bit later, and it all wraps up in Topor for them as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an awesome calendar for these Bridgestone GR86s, and we saw some awesome racing last season, and if this the start of this season has been anything to go by, we're going to have a great rest of our summer watching all these young stars, up-and-coming stars here in the New Zealand motor racing scene have a go at trying to win one of the toughest and most competitive championships in the country.
So we're watching the view from on high. You could see some of the engineers being cleared from the pit wall for safety back to the pit lane. The revs will start to rise from those boxer engines. We're ready for a start. Final one of the weekend. Looks like the 88 launches away nicely. Good job, Chris White. It's tidier from Arthur Braun, who immediately slots into that second place to defend an attack from the right kart's entry. They're through. Certainly the front runners are through turn 1 cleanly.
Yeah, great start from everyone there. Nice and clean. We see there Harry Townsend in the 73 car. He's slotted into 5th. Hugo Allen's dropped back to 6th there. Coming down the front straight, Chris White's actually got such a lead that he's moved to the outside of the circuit, so he's gone back to the optimum racing line. Josh Bethune's going to try and go around the outside there. Zach Blinko's sticking a nose in. Townsend, Hugo Allen there. AJ Giddy, our youngest driver, scored a podium in that previous race this morning. He's doing a great job there to be in behind Hugo Allen. Cooper Barnes, our race winner from this morning there in 8th. Lee Zelltwanger and Mac Templeton are arguing over 9th place there. As they come round, Simon Hunter's showing a nose. Cormac Murphy's right there and behind Simon Hunter as well, so he's gotten off to a better start than he did this morning too.
That's positive. Good stuff for Cormac Murphy. It's been a tough weekend for him. He's in that mix there at the moment. There's a few of them that seem to kind of have the elbows out at present. Again, a defensive line from Braun. That helps Chris White just a little. It's a 0.28 of a second advantage for one of the pack and save machines. The liveries are a little bit different.
And Justin Allen there, he's on the inside of his teammate there, Cormac Murphy, in the Syndicate Motorsport cars. There's about 3 or 4 cars going into there. Allen's managed to clear them. Coming out on the exit there. Big group of cars there at the back, but we go back to the front there. Chris White, he's managed to take about a 4 or 5 car length advantage over Arthur Braun there at the front. Braun there, he's got Josh Bethune, Zach Blinko right in behind him. Harry Townsend's doing a great job there in the top 5. And Hugo Allen, probably not the start he would have been after, but we know the reigning champ, you can never always expect the unexpected. He's certainly a fighter, so as we come across the line to start the second lap, Braun goes very defensive. That's going to compromise his exit off turn 1, and it's giving Chris White the chance to drive away a bit from the rest of the pack.
And enter the the fray comes Zach Blinko and Harry Townsend as well. So the Bayswater entry, that blue entry, the 73, is on the back of the 90 there. Harry's wrapped up his uni studies now, doing a little bit of work in the family car yard. And in comes Blinko, sneaks to the inside. It was a look left, dive right move.
Unfortunately, he's going to be on the wrong side of the track for turn 3. Harry Townsend, he's gotten right up and behind his teammate there in the number 73 car. Hugo Allen, he's waiting for an opportunity as well, and AJ Giddy's not too far behind. So we've got a pack of about 5 or 6 different cars. Cooper Barnes isn't too far away as well, our race 2 winner. So they're all starting to bottle up a little bit behind Arthur Braun, and the more that Braun defends, the more that this is gonna start to bring the rest of the pack into the fight.
Just looking at some of the body language from the different cars. Blinko looks energised, doesn't he? He just can't quite clear them at the moment. That's the thing. Trying a few different options. Here's the Mad Butcher entry of Allen now, but he's trying the outside line against Harry Townsend, which is not ideal. He's going to have to be brave there. Townsend goes neck and neck with him to ensure that fails, and it pushes, in fact, it pushes him wide and allows AJ Giddy through.
Yeah, it ended up being a little bit overly ambitious there from the reigning champ. He actually lost the spot to AJ Giddy, and Cooper Barnes is now trying to go around the outside of him as well. So Hugo Allen's getting a bit boxed in here. The reigning champ, he's getting a bit of a kick at the moment, but Lee Zelltwanger there, his teammates in behind him. I'm sure he'll get him behind and try and give him a bit of a push in the draft there. Mac Templeton's also on the fight there in the back half of the top 10 in the New World St. Martin's car, coming down towards the brake zone for turn 1. Hugo Allen's going to maintain that position from Barnes. Lee Zelltwanger's looking to try and feed his nose in there and potentially get a run on Barnes down towards turn 2.
Love that sound, these Colt cars. And now the 32. And Bethune trying to find a way past Arthur Braun. Still unsuccessful at the moment. It means that the advantage is 1.2 seconds for Chris White. This is all good. So let's call it almost a third of the way through this race as we continue to watch this fight here with Lee Zelltwanger in the 22. They're on the Bridgestone control rubber. It's a relatively new addition to this class in the second year of support from Bridgestone. Hotter conditions. You talked at the top of the coverage about a longer final race, the feature. What sort of things are they going to have to be mindful of here? And could the likes of a Braun, Josh and Zach, maybe if they look after that rubber, play themselves into the game with a handful of laps to go?
Yeah, I think Chris White's definitely holding all the cards right now. He's got clear air out ahead of him, so he's able to keep that front tyre temperature down. And the more these guys fight, the more that Arthur Braun defends, and the more that heats the front tyre up on Josh Bethune, Zach Blinko on the rest of the field's car, the harder it's going to be to try and catch Chris White. So Chris White, he'll be thinking to himself, gosh, this is a bit of a dream scenario. He's got a 1.5 second gap, which he's probably extended over this lap now. Yep, so it says 2.1 seconds, so he's extended it. So all he's got to do is manage that tyre temp and just make sure the car doesn't slide around too much, and he'll be in a really good position come those final 3 or 4 laps. But knowing the Bridgestone GR86 Championship, we know nothing's ever set in stone. Anything can happen, and generally when you get some of these young minds together and things start to clash, it can cause a bit of action.
Nicely explained. We're mates. You're always welcome to say, no, you're wrong. We're not talking about stuff like that. But it's 2 seconds is the advantage. Great work. Mac Templeton in the background there. The New World St. Martin's entry there, and he's got his hands full here. So Lee Zelltwanger, I think.
And it looks like Templeton's now he's now managed to pass Lee Zelltwanger, and Simon Hunter's going to look to try and go with him. So Zelltwanger's getting a bit boxed in now, and it's we saw the other IMAC race engineering car was in the same situation a couple of laps ago in Hugo Allen. So maybe they're just waiting to see. Maybe their cars they're known to sort of have their cars come on the last 5 or 6 laps. So that maybe again is the strategy for IMAC race engineering. Ian and Toddy down there running those cars very successfully, won a lot of championships, but the boys have their hands full at the moment. As we look further down there, you've got Simon Hunter, Justin Allen there, and behind him in the first of the Syndicate Motorsport cars, Cormac Murphy in behind him, Thomas Mallard there with Cameron Hill there behind, and then Lucas McGill, our Tony Quinn Foundation Scholarship winner, rounding out the field there in 16th.
Into this amazing corner. I've had the chance to stand on the hill almost as a race fan and watch them come through there. It's beautiful to watch race cars of any kind come through there at speed. Now we go down into the final turn, watching Arthur Braun from the drone cam fire that car in there, and then they work up through the gearbox, the 2.4-litre engine, 220 horsepower, and they'll get to nearly 200 k's an hour here on the main straight at Hampton Downs.
And Braun's managed to sort of give himself a little bit of reprieve over Josh Bethune. He's not been defending as hard the last lap or so, so maybe the tyre pressures on that car sort of hit the point he needs them at to be able to try and maintain that margin. And Zach Blinko there, he's in 4th place. Harry Townsend still doing a great job there in 5th place in the Bayswater car. AJ Giddy there in 6th, and Hugo Allen, our reigning champ, in the Mad Butcher car there in 7th. As we come down, Josh Bethune, he's having another crack around the outside. Didn't quite work. He braked a little bit harder and slotted back in behind Braun, but he's doing everything he can to try and steal that 2nd position away.
Just to underscore where you're leading in the chat there, he's the fastest guy on the circuit at the moment, a 1 minute 50.763 last time around. So the thing that's frustrating is he can't clear Braun easily here, and that is working. Another 2/10 has been the gain for Chris White, 2.276 seconds. As we look at Johnny McIntyre and Mackenzie Motorsport, great racer in his own right, and the likes of Arthur Braun has been able to tap into you know, Johnny in a coaching and an engineering sense. And when you have those tough moments like race 2 a little bit earlier today, it's good to have someone like him in your corner to sort of, you know, righto, this is how we deal with it, and this is what we do going into the final one.
Absolutely, and I'm sure having Johnny Mack there in the ears of Arthur Braun is helping get him through these kind of situations, but it almost doesn't matter who you've got in the ears. Having Josh Bethune behind you is not an easy task and not an easy fate to be able to try and overcome. So Bethune, like you said, Rusty, he's the fastest car on the racetrack right now. Chris White's probably a little bit of an exception. He's just out front cruising. Everything he seems to do seems to increase that margin. He's got nice cool tyres out the front there by himself, just cruising around. But Josh Bethune, he'll be working very hard to try and displace Arthur Braun so he can chase after Chris White and take his second, or what would be his second race win of the weekend.
I reckon starting positions at the moment are the things that are holding Mac Templeton back. When you look at some of the sectors that pop up for him, he's down in 9th place at the moment. We know he's a relative newcomer to this class, having come out of Mazda competition, but he's got some speed in that car. He's nearly in the 150s at the moment. A grid position further up the order would be the post-Christmas wish list for him, I reckon, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. He's got a couple more cars to try and get by, but we look there, the field's started to spread out a little bit, Rusty. Like, we've got sort of 3 or 4 different packs of cars, 3 or 4 cars in each. Certainly these conditions, when it starts to warm up like it does, is definitely going to have a big effect on being able to race as closely as you'd like and being able to try and put a move in. Josh Bethune at the moment seems to be the only car that can actually stay right on the bumper of the car ahead and be able to sort of stay there. He's working really, really hard and probably spending a lot of that front tyre to try and overcome Arthur Braun, because I'm sure once he gets clear air, he'd be able to try and chase after Chris White.
The endless entry is Zach Blinko, the championship leader. We showed you the points just before we went green in this race, but the guy who's eyeing up a brilliant end to a very solid weekend in the 32 is Josh Bethune, a race winner already this weekend. What's the advantage now? 2.4 seconds for Chris White. So I wonder if there's a little bit of management coming into this for Chris White. We're at half race distance. You've done a good job. You've established a lead. You're in that position that Ronan talked about before, where you're not going to be burning up those front tyres. You can just look after things. Sure, eke out a bit more over that battle pack behind you if you want, but do it subtly. Don't go looking for big chunks. There's Tom Bewley, former champion of this class, now racing Porsches in Australia.
He's on the radio to Harry Townsend in the number 73 car, so clearly the combination of Tom Bewley and Harry Townsend's working quite well, because Harry's sitting there in the top 5 and having a great weekend so far, other than obviously through no fault of his own getting turned around in the race this morning. But very competitive, very quick, and right up there with his very fast teammates Arthur Braun and Zach Blinko.
Had a word to Harry's dad, Townsend, down in the pit lane before. And they're really just going to enjoy their summer of racing now that Harry's wrapped up his uni. That's a good combo, those two. They've been able to find some speed together, both Harry and Tom Bewley. Meantime, Tom's dad is busy working back at the dealership this weekend. So g'day to Dwayne Bewley, who's been a racer and done things like super touring in Australia and so on. But I think he's frustrated he's not here, enjoying some racing too.
I'm sure Dwayne will be working, but I'm also sure that he'll have his laptop open and have the live stream playing, and he'll be one of those people watching it as we speak.
We're in trouble.
Hello, Dwayne. But going back to the battle here at the front, Josh Bethune, he is still trying everything he can to get past Arthur Braun. Braun still runs that narrow line going down towards the hairpin there, and to the dipper, and it's just stopping Josh Bethune from being able to do anything, because you don't want to come off there on the outside. You run the risk of getting fed off the road, but also you're having to run the longer way around, so you can't quite get as good a run. So we see now,
on the outside. Now that's a brave dip, and looking to try and sneak back up the inside off the exit. Is that going to work for him here? Out of the final corner. Look at him in the draft too. Zach Blinko is right here. So we're in the second half of this race, and suddenly things are getting a bit fiery because Bethune wants to get on with this. I think he's had enough. He can't get by Braun. He again looks at the outside option. Blinko now trying to sneak down the inside. He might shut that off. That could work against the right cuts by M2 driver. Blinko in the fray and picks up a spot.
And that right there is the risk of running the outside. It was clever from Josh Bethune. He's trying to find a way, an alternative way to get past Arthur Braun. But the penalty in that is if you've got a car right in behind you or close to being behind you, they can then put their car where you want to obviously end up. And that's exactly what's happened in this situation. Bethune tried twice to go around the outside of Braun, didn't quite get it done, and that meant Zach Blinko could fill that void where Josh Bethune was and take the spot away from him.
Harry Townsend's been able to close in a little while this is all unfolding here. That gives Arthur Braun a chance just to decompress, to breathe a bit here, a little. It's not much, maybe a car length over Zach Blinko, but just unwind a little bit after all of that pressure from Josh Bethune, who's now applying it to Zach Blinko, and absolutely the Bayswater entry is in the game now too. Look at this.
Oh, a bit of side-by-side action. Hugo Allen, he went for broke there, threw it down the inside of AJ Giddy. This might end up costing him though, because Cooper Barnes is now going to clear him and going to try and clear AJ Giddy. Hugo Allen now runs the outside of the track. Now he's going to try and go back up the inside of Barnes. Has he got a good enough run to be able to take that spot back? And he's going to move across, and I think he's going to do it. So that was a bit of a no expense spared there for Hugo Allen. He had a crack, didn't quite work out, but he managed to maintain his position. And considering that he's got 3 or 4 cars behind him, it was risky, but the reigning champ, he's got clearly very good racecraft, as we know, and he managed to maintain it. But all that's done has meant that AJ Giddy can skip away, and he's now got a bit of a breath, can now take a bit of a breath to prevent and wait and try and stop Hugo Allen from trying to have another go.
Check out Mac Templeton here as well in the background. So he's just been eyes fixed on what's going on ahead of him, and he's edged closer to those guys. So he's in that fight too, and again.
And Josh Bethune, he'll be filthy about losing that spot to Blinko, and he's now, what he was trying to do to Braun, he's now going to try and do to Blinko.
When you're in that situation and you see someone weaving left, ducking right, and so on in the rearview mirror, I mean, what do? You fold the mirror, try and not think about it? What do?
Well, in a situation like that, when you've got the car speed, that's exactly what you want to do. Or if your car, you know you got the car speed, but the car might be still coming up to pressure or coming up to speed, then it's definitely something you want to be keeping an eye on what's going on behind you, because you don't want to be getting past. But also at the same time, if your car's not quick enough, and Josh Bethune does, like we've spoken about a lot, seems to have a very good sort of synergy with that car, with the 32K. Always is fast. He's obviously...
Is that yours? Is that yours?
We've lost a white brimmed hat. Anyone who's lost their hat down there, it's might have to be recovered after this race. Hopefully none of these young superstars manage to run over it, and you can safely return it. But no, as I was saying, it is very hard when you've got a car that is faster behind you. Are you better to cut your losses and let them go, because you're only holding yourself up, you're holding them up, and you might end up losing more out of it if the rest of the field catches up? Or do you fight it out like Braun did? Maybe bring your teammate into it, maybe bring another competitor into it, because if you can manage to do that, as we see there.
Done it!
Blinko. So Blinko might have missed a gear because coming up the straight there, he's lost a ton of time.
He might lose another one here. Here comes Harry Townsend on the outside. Can Blinko recover? They'll go side by side into one. That's worth a little explanation on if we can find the vision for it. Hello and welcome to all of our great friends in the outside broadcast truck who are now searching for it. I wonder if Ronan is right. Something's happened out of that final turn coming onto the main straight, hasn't it?
Well, the fact he's managed to get back up to speed like that and Josh Bethune passed him with such ease, we know how hard it is to find an advantage over another car, being that these cars are all identical. The fact that Josh Bethune passed him so easily up the straight, my bet would be on a missed gear.
Okay, where our director Tyler is onto it, so we'll bring that to you shortly if we can pick it up. So the advantage, Chris White to Arthur Braun, is 2.5 seconds, and Arthur's got, here we go, let's have a look here.
Yeah, missed gear because the way Bethune sort of had to swerve to avoid him, and then the car actually got back up to speed straight after that. So my money, I'd bet a lot of money on that was a missed gear, but happy to be proven wrong if otherwise.
Very good. I'm tipping that straw hat, which is parked somewhere there off to the right. I reckon that's Andrew Waits. It's still there. But he's been fishing during the week. He loves a bit of cheeky fishing when he can. Doesn't get the chance to do it often enough, I should point out. But he has been fishing this week. He'd sport one of those pretty well, wouldn't he?
He is the kind of person that would rock a style like that, a hat. It certainly describes Andrew Waite in a nutshell, but maybe it fell out of one of the windows. Maybe one of the guys in the field had it and they thought, oh, maybe I'll chuck it on and do a bit of sunbathing afterwards. And unfortunately, maybe had the window down and it flew out. Who knows?
I think our young 86 racers are too hip for something like that. Back we go. We're not all that far from the finish of the feature of the weekend in Bridgestone GR86, and it has again, for the second straight round of this series, we've been at Hampton Downs. Lots of people learned things in the opener back in October, November. They've come here with improvement when we've commenced the big summer of racing here, and we've got lots of good stories emerging for it. I think we're going to see a variety of winners fight for the title in this class. Blinko might lead in a point sense, but we're going to get all sorts of different headlines. Cormac Murphy in the 81 to the right of your screen. 43 is Cameron Hill.
Cormac there giving a bit of Morse code onto the back of the 43, and unfortunately for Cormac, his driver's side mirror is actually folded in, so he's not going to be as aware as what's actually, might have just folded back but no, Cormac and Cameron Hill there having a great battle there as he tries to go up the inside on the exit of 4, but he's going to be on the wrong side of the road coming into the double B corner. Fires it in, tries to stay up on the outside. Can he get back down the inside? He's now going to, not quite there, give him a little bit of a nudge.
That's Barry looking on, isn't it? We were talking about Barry Tomlinson before, so great to have him here.
Now, and this fight between Cameron Hill, Cormac Murphy has actually brought Thomas Mallard and Lucas McGill into it. So we've got a bit of a gaggle here for 13th place between these 4 cars. All 4 really young guys all having a crack and having a go. And what that's managed to do is let Justin Allen sort of get away a bit there in the second of the Syndicate Motorsport cars.
So last lap board is about to be shown to our race leader. Here he is, Chris White, over the start-finish line for the final time this weekend in Bridgestone GR86 from Arthur Braun, who has nearly 2 seconds over Josh Bethune, then Zach Blinko, Harry Townsend. That'll be an end to a weekend, I think, a very positive weekend for Harry Townsend that he can take into the South Island League of the Tour. Mad Butcher entry of Hugo Allen a little further back, AJ Giddy ahead of him.
So we come down here into the hardest braking zone on the track there, down into turn 2. Hugo Allen, he's still working on the back of AJ Giddy's number 10 car. Just can't quite get it done as he lurches back towards the left, try and do a bit of a fake or sell him the dummy. Didn't quite work there. As he goes there, he's got that wider line through turn 4. Cooper Barnes was looking to have a go, but you're going to have to make it count in these last few corners on the final lap. They're all starting to run out of time of it. If you've got anything left in the tank, Giddy with a big slide, and he's... Oh, how did he gather that back up?
That was rally spec, the kind of thing that Kelly Robert-Pera might enjoy, but he's held on to it, and Hugo Allen's not been able to clear him. So that, in both sense, is job well done. White with a 2-second lead. He's just managing it now. This has been a great drive from Chris White. The start was all important, and what he's been able to do in terms of building the lead, looking after the car, and maximising that pole position that he got earlier in the weekend. Harry Townsend, we think, has cleared Zach Blinko. Is there some sort of issue going on for the number 90? We'll get more of that later. Let's focus on your race win, because it's been a good job in the feature for the Pack and Save racer. Chris White does it on Sunday afternoon here at Bridgestone GR86. Awesome stuff. Arthur Braun, that's good tonic for Arthur with a 2nd place. And ripper weekend for Josh Bethune. He'll be happy with that. A race win and a top 3 to wrap things up. Townsend, according to the timing, is home in 4th.
Clearly some stuff happened there on the last lap. Great job from however Harry Townsend managed to do it. We did actually, we didn't manage to see what happened, but maybe Zach Blinko, as you said, Rusty, was nursing an issue, but he managed to get it up there into P4. So great result for Harry. His dad Rob will be stoked over the moon, I'm sure. But that's the man of the moment there, the number 88, Chris White for Neil Motorsport. Run under the guidance and influence of Andy Neal. He was untouchable in this race this afternoon.
I love that
Lights
story, that family connection with Andy and with Neil Motorsport. So here you go, recap of the race results. White does it, a lights to flag performance, brilliant job from pole position. Arthur Braun, good recovery after a difficult race too, and what a weekend for Josh Bethune. 3rd there in the final. Harry Townsend, he'll be pumped heading into Invercargill for Bridgestone GR86. And the championship leader coming into this one, Zach Blinko, home in 5th. Young AJ Giddy, who we met earlier in the weekend, he too has had a very good hit out here at Hampton Downs. And Hugo Allen, the reigning champion, had his hands full. Some good battles going on, as indeed it was right through the field. We enjoyed that one with Cameron Hill, Cormac Murphy. Thomas Mallard ultimately finishes in 15th ahead of Lucas McGill. Time for highlights for you of the feature race, final one of the weekend for Bridgestone GR86, and it was a perfect launch from Chris White in the 88. Arthur Braun gets away much nicer than he did in the 2nd race of the weekend and immediately slots in, blocks Josh Bethune in 3rd place there. Harry Townsend with a fast car, and Tom Bewley, the former champion on the radio, marches his way through and would ultimately finish in 4th place. This was a good battle. Braun did well to hang on.
He sure did, and it was all on for young and old there between those 3 guys. Arthur Braun, Josh Bethune, and Zach Blinko, our championship leader. They were going hammer and tong, and right then and there, Bethune actually made that mistake, and Blinko was able to get past. And then later on, though, it ended up swapping back the other way. We saw there Hugo Allen. I thought that was going to be a big collision, but somehow he managed to pull that up. We saw there, this is the moment here where I think Zach Blinko missed a gear, or he's potentially nursing a car issue, and Josh Bethune sailed on past. Harry Townsend also managed to capitalise and get past Bethune.
What a rally performance here from AJ Giddy. And in the process, he somehow prevented Hugo Allen from getting by. No problems up in front for Chris White. Does it on Sunday and wins the feature race of Bridgestone GR86.
The boys down there in the Allied Petroleum victory lane, all going to be pretty happy with themselves, I'm sure. Great drive from Chris White as we see a helicopter with there's a young gent there in the centre with a Red Bull hat on.
Who's that, Ronan? Please tell us.
Oh, I wouldn't have to give too many guesses away, I think, to figure out that that's Liam Lawson, New Zealand's very own Formula One superstar, making his way in. Bought a very cool helicopter, I might add, a EC135.
Listen to you. You're just like your dad. You love that stuff. It is terrific that we've got Liam here with us. Chris has done it. He's been a bit crook this weekend. He hasn't been 100% with some sort of stomach bug, we think, and he has pushed on through. So well done to that young man. We're in Allied Petroleum victory lane. He gets the congratulations from Arthur Braun down there as well. Very shortly, we'll soak up all of the celebrations. Liam Lawson will be doing some autograph sessions with the huge contingent of fans that have come here to Hampton Downs, and then we'll take you to the grid for seats if right. Right now, though, here's Rihanna.
Time to enjoy the celebrations in Allied Petroleum victory lane. Welcome back, Pack and Save, Neil Motorsport, Chris White, congratulations. But I can tell by the way that you got out of the car and the way you're standing, you're not feeling overly well. Tell me what's going on.
No, I'm just feeling a bit crook. I mean, we got a real good start there and got a bit of a gap while the others were battling. So it's quite good to know I had a bit of a breather. So after about lap 7, I was feeling a bit ill. So I just sort of didn't back off, but sort of just kept hitting my marks so I wouldn't make mistakes, and then couldn't get caught back up because I could see Arthur was coming towards the end there. So just lucky I was able to hang on, and the Neil Motorsport team gave me a fantastic car. Thanks to Mark Wood, it was awesome. So yeah, I appreciate it a lot.
You've done an incredible job so far this week, and given how you've been feeling all weekend long, I'll let you go take a bit of a seat, enjoy those celebrations on the podium. And coming in second place for the final race of the weekend from Mackenzie Motorsport, Arthur Braun. Congratulations, Arthur. I just want to talk about what happened in race 2 though. Tell me what happened.
Yeah, it was a bit of a shame there. Just got tagged from behind and pushed into my teammate actually, so I didn't really want to do that. But yeah, that was a bit unfortunate, but happy to finish the weekend pretty well.
How was this race for you? There was a fair bit of pressure going on in that final stages of the race.
Yeah, it's not easy to hold Josh Bethune behind. Yeah, I was trying pretty hard there at the end and managed to get the gap once Zach passed him and tried my best to catch Chris, but not quite.
Great to see you on the podium for the final race of the weekend. And rounding it out, we welcome him once again to Allied Petroleum Victory Lane from Right Karts by M2 Competition. Congratulations, Josh Bethune. You threw everything at him in that race, just couldn't quite get those next couple of steps.
Yeah, it's certainly hard out there. It's really hot, but yeah, unfortunately we came up short and couldn't quite get him. It certainly held us up a lot.
How do you feel about the whole weekend as a whole? You've had a win, you're back here in Victory Lane. What is the summary for the weekend?
Yeah, we've had a pretty strong weekend. Unfortunately, we got boxed out this morning with the crash, and yeah, that dropped us quite a big way back in the field, but we managed to get back through to 8th and yeah, salvage some points.
Congratulations, Josh Bethune. We look forward to seeing you at the next time out. Congratulations to all of our winners so far this weekend.
Thanks, Ree. It's time for the podium. Let's celebrate a great round in Bridgestone GR86 here at Hampton Downs Motorsport Park in the podium for race 3. Presenting the trophies, the Bridgestone Branch Manager Commercial, Mr. Glenn Fluke. And we start in 3rd place for Right Karts by M2 Competition, Josh Bethune. In 2nd place for Mackenzie Motorsport, it's Arthur Braun. And your race 3 winner. A big congratulations, folks, for Neil Motorsport's Chris White. Brief opportunity to fly the flag. Hold your trophies up, boys. Great weekend of racing once again in Bridgestone GR86. And round 2 at Hampton Downs. Wait for the celebrations just a little bit, or are they going to spray that now? No, you can spray the bubbles now, boys. Go on, spray the champagne. And then we'll reset and we'll celebrate the weekend winner and the rookie winner as well for this weekend. A good celebration. People scramble down here in Allied Petroleum Victory Lane. A brief reset. Glenn's going to stick around to present our next trophy as well, which will be our round 2 rookie winner. And it's such a major part of Toyota Gazoo Racing New Zealand's program here is to find the next rising stars in our sport. And our round 2 rookie winner, ladies and gentlemen, for Neil Motorsport, Mac Templeton. Come on up, Mac. Congratulations. A great weekend for you. Get an opportunity to stand on the podium, mate. Well done. Top step. Show that trophy off. And to our Bridgestone GR86 round winner for round 2 of the championship for Neil Motorsport. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Chris White. And to present the wreath is Motorsport New Zealand's CEO, Mike Hartley. Thanks, Mike. Nicely done. And welcome to the sport as well. Please congratulate your overall and rookie winners in the Bridgestone GR86 Championship here in Allied Petroleum Victory Lane. Stick around, folks. Massive day still to come. CT Frott not far away. But next, after the break, we hear from Liam Lawson.
Get ready for a weekend of nostalgia and exhilaration at the Giltrap Group Topor Historic GP. Round 3 of the Repco NextGen NZ Championship, with Gun Internationals taking on the Kiwis in iconic Formula Atlantics. Plus future stars in the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy. There's heritage touring cars, saloons, grid walks, show and shines, and a whole lot more. Be there January 16 to 18 at Topor International Motorsport Park, or catch it on Sky Sport.
Got plenty of action coming up throughout this Next Gen Championship. Black Beauty, the A1 GP car that is going to be there at the historic Grand Prix. I tell you what, I've heard that car in person. It is a beautiful sounding car, so that is one of the many things that you're going to be able to witness in the historic Grand Prix, which is next weekend down at Topor Motorsport Park, as we get ready to rock and roll for the next race on the last day here at the Allied Petroleum Hampton Downs International. This is the GTRNZ 1 and 2. Andrew Waite alongside Ronan Murphy and Matt Henney. Matt Henney, thanks for coming along and joining us. Great for you to have a good race this morning and joining us for commentary today.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be an absolutely mega race, so buckle in. We've got GD1 and 2 brought to you by Egmont Honey, and the big bangers of GTRNZ are about to hit the track.
As we see there, Liam Lawson signing some autographs of some young fans there, grabbing some photos as well. He's going to be here for a little bit, so anyone that's interested in going and seeing our F1 superstar, head down there to the back of the pits. But we look at the starting grid now, and John DeVeth, again, as we expected, is off the pole position for this final race in that Daytona Crawford prototype.
So this race here is the combined results, combined times from race 1 and race 2 gives the grid for this one here. So John DeVeth obviously on the pole position. Glenn Smith is great mate alongside him and has worked away further down the grid. Grant Brennan had a few issues over the weekend, but he's starting out at position number 8. Brad Coxhead in position number 9. Oliver Saxon doing double duties this weekend and doing 2 classes. He's starting out at position number 4. He's in the NZ Porsche Championship as well as the GTRNZ. And Walker Nathan, he was with us here a bit earlier doing the commentary duties. He's now out there racing in his Commodore. Had a little bit of a near miss yesterday when there was a bit of a crash up in front, but it got away from it and still out there all in one piece, which is the main thing. And this field is massive with so many cars. Matt Delamore in the Civic starting out of position number 30 and then all the way down to position number 32. Not often you hear grids of that sort of numbers. Matt, it's talk us through this championship. It's obviously all about more or less run what you brung.
Yeah, absolutely. The whole concept behind GTRNZ is so long as you've got a roof and 4 wheels, you can be a part of one of our 4 grids. We've obviously got GD1 and 2 on screen now, and we've also got 3 and 4, so you can come out in a fairly basic car and be in 3 and 4, work your way forward, and then, you know, work your way up to be in GD1 and GD2.
And how did you find the conditions out there, Matt? You were out there recently. Me and Andrew have been itching to be out there in one of these grids, but obviously you were right in the thick of it, fighting for the win. How did you find it?
Yeah, it was very hot. It's a really humid day out here at Hampton Downs. Although there's a lot of wind, the sun has just been shining the entire day from about 9 a.m. this morning. So the UV is up very high on the track. So yeah, depending on what strategy you're trying to go for, whether you want to get a good start in the first couple of laps or your car come on in the latter part of the race, yeah, the car handling will come to you at either point.
Yeah, it's a bit like that when these sort of conditions are like this. As we see there, Nick Jones here, he's just made his way back into the pits. Some sort of issue with his car as a finish lining up. You can see the yellow flags over to the left. That's the marshals just making sure everyone's gridding up in their position. It's a bit awkward for some trying to manage their way into their positions. This is a standing start race. See Glenn Smith, he's been struggling a little bit off the line with that GT3 car. They're not really designed for standing starts as GT3 cars. You do everything you can, but they've got such massive rear wheels. It's so hard to get a good start. I'd say nearly turning that traction control off to be able to get some sort of wheel spin, as we see the delayed flag, delayed start board come up, and the red flag as well. So we'll just wait for everyone to get themselves in position. Such a massive grid.
Yeah, it's absolutely awesome to see Cameron Jones there in P3. He had his exhaust out of that car from taking a hit earlier on in the second race, and when he pulled that thing out, I thought it was a bazooka. It was that big. They took that up to Kerry Jones's shop further up the road, fixed that, and they put that back in the car. So hopefully we see Cameron with his usual pace, but yeah, the exhaust didn't get quite back to be where it needed to be, so there might be a little bit of performance lacking in that car.
Again, that's the camaraderie of the series, isn't it? Off to a different workshop of another competitor, go and get that car sorted is very, very cool. As you maybe wonder what's happening on track at the moment, there's a few cars that aren't in their proper positions, and that's why you see Brady Wild off to the right-hand side. He hasn't purposely placed himself there. There's a bit of confusion, so I wouldn't be surprised if they end up going around for another lap to allow themselves all to get into a better position.
And this is the thing about a class like this, isn't it, guys? Like, having a massive field is just so cool. It's incredible to see all these awesome cars out there, but probably the biggest con of it is when you're all trying to line up on the grid and you've got 32 cars, just figuring out where your grid spot is, because it's so many cars, so many spots, and obviously that's exactly what's occurred. We've got some cars a fair bit out of place.
Tell you what, our Marshall crew are doing a stellar job. Look at them pushing cars back into positions, working over and above. It's as simple as if they weren't here helping us this weekend, none of us would be here, none of this would be happening. So it's so good to have that crew here, and super enthusiastic, amazing at what they do. So it's brilliant to have them here, and you can see them pushing a few more cars around to try and get them in position. There'll be some very, very hot engines, I would say, sitting there.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is one of those moments when you're doing your formation lap, the nerves are already high. You're sitting on the grid, your left leg's absolutely shaking with all the nerves, and you just want those lights to come on and go out and then just absolutely go for it. So nerves will be very, very high. Cars, temps are starting to go up. Hopefully we can get this race going soon as.
Absolutely. Shout out to everyone at the Motorsport Club down there, doing everything they can, doing a brilliant job getting the cars all into position, and hopefully we may not need to actually have them go around again. The team might have done such a good job that we can shortly see a race start.
Yeah, and it's one of those things as well. You can still hear the engines running on some. Some have obviously fans to keep their temperature down, but the other reason you might see cars not turn them off is because sometimes they don't start because the battery that's in the car only is good enough to keep the electronics running while the car is up at speed. But they are sometimes not good enough to actually start the cars, and that's where you slave batteries to plug them in. So that's the things you got to think about while you're sitting there. You're just watching that temperature rising. To me, sometimes that's more nerve-wracking than actually being out there in a race, is watching the engine temperature come up.
Absolutely, and look at that. For a front row of the grid, you got a Crawford Daytona prototype and a modified McLaren 650 GT3, but we're not too far away.
5 seconds, we can see the lights starting to come on. Once they all go out, we are underway with a race. Great launch by Cameron Jones on the second row there. Better start by Glenn Smith as well, but there is no stopping John DeVeth into the lead, into turn 1. The massive field lining up in behind. Brady Wild with a decent start there as well. He's sitting back in 5th place. And that is everyone down the main straight. Listen to these cars fire their way down towards turn number 2. Cameron Jones covering off his position into turn number 2.
And if Cameron Jones had a clear track ahead of him, he would have been gone. The only reason why he didn't take the lead was John DeVeth's big Crawford was in the way. But otherwise, gosh, he got such a launch off that line there out of that grid spot. He was clearly very onto it and reaction times were lickety-split when the lights went out.
Awesome effort there from Josh Smith. He's been battling suspension in that car. It's just not doing exactly what he wants to do. That's a home-built machine, that Subaru behind that McLaren, and we really, really want to see Josh give it to that McLaren.
Well, it's great to see. You don't often see a home-built Subaru like that battling with GT3 cars, so it's very, very cool to see. Again, the amount of work, the amount of effort that goes into these cars to get them to the level that they're running at is super, super impressive.
Oh, absolutely, and the boys take it that seriously, that those shocks came out of that car last night and went and got dyno-tuned to see if there was anything more in them or what they could do to make the car better handling today. So it looks like Josh has got up into P4 there, so fingers crossed that it's handling good and he can make some more ground.
And looking back now, Kerry Jones, he's in the lead of the GTRNZ Class 2. So Sean Kirkpatrick's just in behind him there, and it's interesting seeing a couple of European cars carrying the Janetta G56 out of England, and Sean Kirkpatrick in a 997 Porsche. So they're having a great battle there in between. But we look back to the front. John DeVeth, he's got a huge lead. And Glenn Smith's now going around the outside of that awesome RX-7 driven by Cameron Jones.
And a bit of a background on that car of Glenn Smith's. That's actually an ex-Tony Quinn car that was started out its life as a full-blown GT3 car. The Styx McLaren, as it was known, done a lot of racing between here and over in Australia as well. Bathurst 12 Hour and plenty of cool races like that. I've been lucky enough to have a bit of a skid in that car, and I tell you what, it is a beautiful, beautiful machine to drive. And since Glenn's taken ownership of it, he's certainly done a bit more work to it. The normal thing in GTRNZ, bigger wing, means more lap time, right?
Bigger wing, bigger turbo. It's almost unrecognisable at this point, isn't it? It's turned in its whole own creation, just about.
Yeah, it really is. And again, that's the level that Glenn Smith operates at. It's not often you upgrade a GT3 car, but the updates that he's done, as we see behind.
Hang on to it, son. The number 8 car,
Carl Hansen, just managed to hang on to that one. That would have been a bit of an eye-opener for him. He would be looking at that inside fence on the right-hand side, seeing that come at him in a great way to rate an odds.
Absolutely, and it looks like Brad Coxhead actually may have rolled out of the throttle there because he's just conceded 2 positions there. That's probably more likely due to not knowing where that car was going to end up. Came out of the throttle to see where he was going to go. Unfortunately, he's lost 2 spots there. Simon Barry capitalising from that. Oh, that was very close.
Grant Brennan with a, he almost gave Simon a high five on the way through there. They were that close. There was not much in the way of space coming up the front straight there. And when you're travelling as fast as you are in those cars, that could have ended one of 2 ways.
Yeah, certainly not intentional there from Simon Barry to move over. He obviously didn't see Brendan coming up on the right-hand side of him, but Brendan looks like hopefully he's got most of his issues sorted, because he had a few issues earlier on. Matt, you got any more insight on that?
Yeah, it does look like he's got those sorted. He was chasing a few exhaust issues with it blowing holes in the exhaust and bits and pieces, so it looks like he's got that under control because that machine's moving along quite nicely. Simon Barry, that's just tucked in there. Simon's a ripper dude. He's somewhat new to GTRNZ and just trying to feel a groove with that beautifully presented RX-7. So Simon's main goal is reliability, finish the race and keep improving on his lap times.
And then we see there the leader of the GT2 class, Kerry Jones there in the number 84 Ginetta. He's having a great race. It's a bit of a quiet one for him actually though. He's out front by himself. There's a bit of a gap to the class, the Group 1 cars ahead and the rest of the Group 2 cars behind him. So he's got Sean Kirkpatrick there on the Porsche, not too far behind. Sean's going to be pushing hard in that 997 to try and catch the Ginetta. And then not too far behind him, we've got Ant Torito in the Honda Civic.
Yeah, we're not too used to saying that, are we? Kerry Jones in GT2, we're used to seeing him in his big banger in GT1, but he's really, really enjoying driving the Ginetta this weekend, and the reliability and just being able to thrash it and get the most out of it is very, very cool. As we see a bit of a lead change here. John DeVeth has been passed by Glenn Smith and has taken the lead of the race.
Something's obviously happened. Maybe John made a mistake, or as we can see, Glenn's actually driving away. So maybe there's just he's maybe wound the wick up a bit on that McLaren there, because he's really pulled away and coming through here. The Daytona prototype kind of comes into its own. But yeah, we probably the last thing we expected in this race was to see John DeVeth be challenged.
Yeah, and I know those GT3 cars as well. You've got different map settings, so whether or not Glenn's turned the wick up a little bit and has managed to pull away, and knew that is well within the rules in GTRNZ. You can do whatever you like and turn it up, turn it on, and give it some speed. And I think, speaking of turn it up, this race is about to heat up a bit more.
Absolutely. It looks like those 2 guys are pulling away from Cameron Jones there, so whether Cameron Jones has an issue or these guys have just turned up the dial and they're absolutely going for it. 2 great mates here. Speaking to them earlier on yesterday, they said that they've both brought their cars out to see who can beat who for bragging rights, and here we can see it on screen right now.
And the Daytona prototype's actually just caught right back up. The McLaren was fishtailing on the entry there to turn 1, and let's see who gets the power down the most down this back straight. DeVeth's now caught back up to Glenn Smith. He had a bit of breathing room at the start of the last lap, but DeVeth's now looking up the inside potentially. No, he goes back to the outside, thinks better of it. Very wide there for John DeVeth, but cuts back in. Gets a better exit off the corner there, going into turn 3. McLaren, huge rear wing and a big engine scoop on the top of that car.
They may be great mates, but they are after the bragging rights for this one. As a number 35, Nathan Strachan there. He's had some sort of issue and is stuck over on the side of the track.
As we see there, go back to the front there, the Crawford prototype, and we found out some interesting facts about those Daytona prototypes. They were originally created and designed and founded by Max Crawford. So he's originally Christchurch, so he's a Kiwi from Christchurch down in the South Island, and obviously done very well, made it big over in America, designing prototype and open wheel formula cars as well.
And check out some of the names that have driven that exact car, that Daytona prototype that you see on screen. Dale Earnhardt Jr., Tony Stewart, Andy Wallace, Dario Franchitti, Jimmy Johnson, and the late Dan Weldon, plus John DeVette, have all driven that car, which is very, very cool.
Absolutely, and John, very proud of the history of that car, and he drives it very well himself, and great to see him. Oh, as we see there, another car, the 104 there.
Steve Wallace there having a little venture off track.
A bit like the GT2 R3 and 4 earlier on. It feels like the tempo's gone up a little bit. Is everyone pushing on that a little bit harder, Matt, this afternoon from what they were earlier in the weekend?
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things. It's the last race of the weekend. You're throwing everything at it. You've, sort of progressed into the weekend, and now's your time to really put the hammer down, and all the little bits and pieces that you've worked through, my braking points, turning in here, you're trying to maximize on all of that now. So everyone's just pushing the limit a little bit further, and when you push the limit a little bit too far, you find it, and then we come back from there.
And that is what it's all about, improving, getting better and better. As John DeVette does the fastest first sector, it comes up purple on our screen. So look at the number 184 on screen at the moment. Let's have a look at a bit of replay. Tirito here, let's go a little bit wide, easily done out of that section of the corn of the track. But tell you what, this Civic, that's a nice slide. Not a place you want to be doing it into the double B. It is completely blind up over there, isn't it, Ronan?
You could have been mistaken that was a shot from D1NZ coming up over the hill there. He had that fully sideways, absolutely cramped.
Definitely not a shot from you in the barrel run earlier on. I don't think you had a slide once.
No, I think I did a pretty good peeler of a burnout, but other than that, there wasn't much to show for it.
And this just shows you here, and Torito, man, this front-wheel drive Honda, taking it to the big LS Super Tourers, what an absolutely awesome build. This comes out of his shed at home, just absolutely, bit of flutter there on that front splitter.
Oh, you know how that feels, don't you, Matt? You had that a bit earlier on the weekend too.
Yeah, we did. We ended up putting a couple of brackets on there for the last race, because it's not a nice feeling coming through that steering wheel. You're wondering, is there something wrong on the tyre? Has something come loose? So any sort of odd feeling in a race car is never a nice feeling.
It is for sure, because when you're in the car, you can't see anything around. All you can feel is a vibration. You don't know if it's a tyre, as you're saying. It's so unnerving, isn't it? You're doing 200 plus Ks an hour. There's no worse feeling. As on screen, another little battle starting to unfold. Oliver Saxon there. He's battling away super hard at the moment with
Brent Hay there in the number 95, the Honda Integra. Look at the legs on the Integra as he comes up across the front straight past the McLaren.
How often do you see a Honda Integra fly past a McLaren on the straight? That Integra is fast.
Yeah, you're definitely not likely to see that happen on the road, but on the racetrack, anything's possible.
It is in GTRNZ. Fantastic to see this racing. Again, this is what it's all about. Grassroots racing at its finest. We see a yellow flag through turn 2 there. So obviously some sort of issue off on the side of the track. Nothing we can see from our position here as we let the laps tick down. So they come across the line. They receive the last lap by John DeVette back into the lead of the race. He's picked Glenn Smith off again. I reckon he might have just been tormenting Glenn there, having a bit of a play with him, because actually knows Glenn's slowing down. He's pulling off to the left and going slowly. He has some sort of issue with that car. Glenn Smith, end of race number 3 for the weekend. That car is not looking happy as he starts getting very, very slow there.
Grant Brennan's now going past there in the orange Corvette C5R Trans Am car. very disappointing for Glenn Smith there. Clearly an issue of some sort. Maybe it's overheated. It's quite hot conditions, and remember when we've raced that car previously in the Endurance Series, that was sometimes a bit of an issue. It's obviously a very high output car, and sometimes in conditions like this it can get a bit hot.
Well, when you consider that most likely Glenn would have had it wound right up to try beat his mate as well, there's any possibility something like that. But no matter which way you look at it, it's not the way you want to see anyone's race end up like that on the side of the track. So it's a real shame for him as John DeVeth enters the second to last corner.
Absolutely awesome from John DeVeth. He's won 2 out of the 3 races so far, and he's about to win 3 out of 3. So what a way to come out and put that Crawford out there.
Not often you see John with that Crawford out on track, but John DeVeth rounds the last corner, takes it easy through the last one, knows he's way out in front of this one. He's probably looking behind, trying to figure out where his competition has gone. But John DeVeth across the line to make it 3 from 3. Fantastic result for him and the GTRNZ.
Second place there for Cameron Jones. Awesome effort for Cameron Jones, getting that exhaust fix in between races, and to come home in P2. That team will be absolutely stoked with that.
Yeah, great job by him. And then Grant Brennan as well. He is going to come home in 3rd place. Says 4th at the moment. Glenn Smith still says, there it is, it's jumped up. So Josh Smith has come up into 3rd place for his class, but GT2
clearly an issue for Brennan of some sort, because he's dropped back now all the way to 7th, so we haven't been able to locate his car yet, but he obviously is somewhere on the track with an issue. But we see now the GT2 battle coming up across the line. Dramas on the last lap for this race, but there is no stopping Kerry Jones.
Absolutely awesome effort from Kerry. Kerry was saying that this car really needs to be driven, pushes it really hard, and he'll be absolutely stoked with that. Sean Kirkpatrick coming home in 2nd.
Great little battle between those two, coming home in 2nd place. And Torito as well, he comes home in 3rd place as well with that awesome little Honda Civic. It's hard to believe that a little Honda Civic like that is as capable as it is, what he's just done in that race there.
Absolutely, and Melvin Plazier coming home in P4. Awesome result for Melvin. He obviously didn't have a great race 1 with coming off, and yeah, great recovery from Melvin. He'll be absolutely stoked with that.
720 horsepower sitting underneath John DeVeth, which carried him to the lead and the win of race number 3 for GTRNZ. As we have a look at the results, takes out the race win with Cameron Jones home in 2nd place, Josh Smith with all sorts of dramas on that last lap home in 3rd place, and Brady Wild home in 4th, John Midgley in 5th, Simon Barry coming home in 6th, Brad Coxhead in 7th, and Kerry Jones coming home in 8th place, but that is 1st in GTRNZ GT2. Oliver Saxon a little bit further down is having a great battle there with Brent Hay with the Integra. Not often you see Integras doing that sort of lap times, and Grant Brennan as well sitting in 15th there, obviously some sort of issue. Walker Nathan coming in 17th as well, and a few other dramas throughout the race. Ryan Jarmy had some sort of issue as well, finishing a couple laps down at the end of that race. Let's take a look at the highlights of the last race of GT1 and 2. Cameron Jones with a brilliant start, nowhere to go, nothing to do with it, and he had to settle into 2nd place before the prototype of John DeVeth pulled away into the distance for a little while. This battle raged on for a few laps. Glenn Smith with Liam Lawson's helicopter hanging out in the background of that shot there, and Carl Hansen getting it all sorts of sideways, carried it on all the way towards turn 9. Lucky he didn't end up in the fence there. And another little issue there, but there was no stopping this little Honda sideways.
Well done to keep that thing awesome.
Oop, not so well to hang on to that one there was the number 104. Got a bit of sideways action, and then Glenn Smith for a little while took the lead of the race, but had some sort of issue which allowed John DeVeth back past, and it was smooth sailing. And the Daytona prototype from there all the way to the checkered flag. There's been some incredible names behind the wheel of that car, and John DeVeth cruised home in the end to take the victory. Hot and bothered John DeVeth after that one. I could imagine super hot in that car for sure, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely. And what an awesome race. GT1 and GT2 brought to you by Egmont Honey. If anybody out there has a race car in their shed, all you need is a roof and 4 wheels. Get in touch, get on our Facebook group, get on our website, gtrnz.co.nz, and come and join the fun.
And if you heard John DeVeth in the background there, that was fun, Rihanna.
Welcome back to the Allied Petroleum at Victory Lane for the 3rd time so far this week in our GTRNZ 1 class. Congratulations, John DeVeth. You've got a big smile on your face. You've been smiling all weekend long. How have you enjoyed this?
Oh, I've loved the weekend. The last one, I overshot a corner, braked too late, and then my mate got me, and then we had a battle, and he affected my aero a bit, so I had trouble braking. But I don't know what's happened to him, but it doesn't look good anyway.
Tell me about how special it's been racing here this weekend with the class of drivers that we have in all the other categories. I noticed the hat that you're wearing, and of course Ryan Wood is racing in a few moments' time.
Yeah, we went and watched him in Melbourne last year. Yeah, no, I love it. This category is awesome. You just bring whatever car you like and come and race. And the guys are so friendly. Always have a barbecue, always have a laugh. Great camaraderie. It's a great class.
Enjoy the celebrations on the podium. Wonderful racing all weekend long. And taking out first place in our GTRNZ Class 2, Kerry Jones. Nice to see you back in Allied Petroleum Victory Lane. I know you've enjoyed this weekend. Tell me about it.
Yeah, the weekend's run really, really well. The cars run excellent. Yeah, thanks to all my crew, myself, my wife, and my son, and Steve Goodyear. We all give each other a hand. We all race. So, no, thank you to all the fans for coming out. Thanks to NextGen. They put on an excellent show. And hope we can do more of them.
Wonderful words. Thank you so much. And congratulations to Kerry Jones. Another victory here.
Thanks, Rihanna. And we're getting set for the podium presentation for GTRNZ, GT1 and GT2. I believe we are missing Josh Smith, whose car hasn't quite made it back to our Allied Petroleum Victory Lane. So we'll roll on. We're going to go 3rd, 2nd and 1st in both classes. So we start with 3rd place in GT2. Please congratulate Ant Torito. Come on up, Ant. Congratulations. 3rd place in GT1, as I said, is Josh Smith. I don't believe has made it to Allied Petroleum Victory Lane. So we move on to 2nd place in GT2. It's Sean Kirkpatrick. And 2nd place in GT1. What a great battle this was. Ladies and gentlemen, Cameron Jones. Time for your winners, ladies and gentlemen. In 1st place in GT2, congratulate Kerry Jones. Hey. And in the mighty Crawford, your winner in GT1, John DeVeth. Caitlin Day is going to present the winner's wreath. Thanks to the Repco NextGen NZ Championship. Time for a moment to celebrate, and then, gentlemen, the podium, it's all yours. There you have it, the podium in GTR New Zealand, GT1 and GT2.
The first New Zealand Grand Prix was held in 1950 and was won by Kiwi John McMillan at the Oceania circuit near Palmerston North. Ardmore, just south of Auckland, then hosted the remaining races in the 1950s.
The Oceania and Ardmore circuits were typical of what was happening mostly in England. The only good thing that came from the evil Adolf Hitler was the number of airfields that were created, so many more at the end of World War II than there had been at the start of World War II. As soon as the war was over, a lot of those airfields found a new life as circuits, the most famous being Silverstone, which is still being used today for the British Grand Prix, but others like Goodwood and Thruxton and Snetterton were all airfield circuits. And so it was only logical that when New Zealand was looking for somewhere to host a big race, no permanent circuits existed, airfields that were well and truly established in the UK as a place to hold motor races, and so Ohakia firstly, and then Ardmore became, and Wigram in the South Island became places that became part of New Zealand folklore in motor racing history.
Cars that race were always a source of intrigue, and back around 1946, Repco engineer Charlie Dean got his hands on an abandoned World War II Maybach armoured vehicle with a 6-cylinder engine and built it into a race car. The body was derived from an Air Force bomber fuel tank. The car went through many iterations, and eventually, in the hands of Stan Jones, father of Aussie F1 star Alan Jones, he won the Grand Prix in 1954.
The 1950s were all about a combination of the best that came from overseas, which invariably were front-engined cars, Maserati 250F, Ferrari, Cooper Bristols, and they were up against what New Zealand could muster. And it was a category called Formula Libre. Libre, the French word for free, essentially being run what you brung. And nowhere else in the world would anyone have ever thought to put a 3.8 Jaguar engine into the front of a pre-war Bugatti. But that's what New Zealanders did, and that, in fact, was a very successful car. So the foreigners would arrive with their modern machinery. It would be weighed up against the New Zealanders, and often some of that foreign machinery stayed in New Zealand, and it became a good place in Australia and New Zealand to sell 1 or 2 year old Grand Prix cars.
There was also actual Thai royalty, Prince Bira, an accomplished racer who reached Formula One. When he finally did hang up his helmet, he became a yachtsman, competing in 4 Olympic Games. Melbourne in 1956, Rome in 1960, Tokyo in 1964, and Munich in 1972, by which time he was 58. Motorsport royalty followed with Britain's Sir Stirling Moss and Aussie Sir Jack Brabham.
After racing in Australia for a few years, they suddenly came up with an international race at New Zealand, which was going to be the first international race we had the opportunity to race in. And so I entered and went to New Zealand the first year that they run there. And they gave me the opportunity to meet overseas drivers and overseas people. And that's how I come to get to the stage where I went overseas, because I got the learning part of it from going to Ardmore, and met the right people. I met the McLarens actually that first year, and Bruce was just a young kid at the time, but he'd done a little bit of driving and showed his form as well, that he was going to be a good driver. And then the following year, when he went out, Bruce won the championship in New Zealand. And with that, he got an invitation to go to England to race, and with his expenses paid to go over. And of course, I got in the job in Cooper's as number 2 to me. And Bruce, of course, never looked back. He had done very well.
The 1950s was predominantly about the stars in the form of names like Jack Brabham, Stirling Moss. In fact, the media very quickly attached the name the Holy Trinity to Jack Brabham, Stirling Moss and Bruce McLaren.
It's all over as they approach the finish line. Brabham and McLaren have driven a great race. Jack Brabham flashes past the flag. He set a new record, 1 hour, 40 minutes. McLaren finishes only 1 second behind.
They were the 3 drivers, the Trinity, who spearheaded the program every year. And I suspect if one of those wasn't coming, then that would have had an impact on the crowd numbers. But year after year, the New Zealand Grand Prix really featured those 3 and was built around those 3 drivers. So in Bruce McLaren, New Zealand not only had a top driver to cheer for, he was driving competitive machinery and went on very late in the 50s to become a Formula One driver in his own right.
From the Coromandel in the north, from the east coast across to the west, we are in the beautiful Waikato region, home to 500,000 happy New Zealanders who I'm sure absolutely love living here because there's so much to see and do and so much variation in geography and tourism attractions, including Hobbiton, which is an incredible place, as is Hampton Downs. This is our Lord of the Rings blockbuster coming up today as we welcome you back to the Allied Petroleum Hampton Downs International Round 2 of the Repco NextGen NZ Championship. It is a blockbuster day. We're counting down to the feature race in Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy. Before that, though, let's get a closer look at this great racetrack. Your chauffeur is Ronan Murphy, and the car is the GR Supra safety car.
Hey guys, welcome aboard the GR Supra safety car for a lap of the Hampton Downs International Circuit. We come down here towards turn 1, braking nice and late. The track starts to drop away from us a little bit, getting the apex nice and late and putting the power down of the safety car. Always got to watch for track limits there at turn 1. It's easy to run off there on exit. I'm sure we're going to see it a bit over this weekend. As we head down the back straight, coming under the braking zone, braking nice and hard, dropping the gears in the Supra. Down to second gear, nice and wide on the entry, cutting in and getting a late apex, putting the power down on the exit, using the camber of the road here at turn 3 to turn the car in, get the apex, pick up the power, drive out of the bolt, into turn 4, getting the first part of the corner, the apex there, kissing the white line, out to mid-track and then getting the apex for the second part of the corner. We don't want to come off this corner too wide. So we come down, braking around the 50, turning in for the double bastard corner, turn 5 and 6. The track starts to undulate a bit, get the elevation, getting the apex at turn 6 there and putting the power back down. Come down to the first hairpin, in the car stopped, rotated, back on the power. Nice acceleration in this car. As we take off up the hill, up towards where we can't see the track anymore. Shift down gears, get the car rotated nicely, late apex and picking up the power, transferring all the horsepower in the Supra down onto the road for the final corner, turn 9, braking around the 50 board, veering the car in, starting to decrease the brake pressure, mid-corner, mid-track, letting it run the car out, getting the apex on the exit. Again, being careful of track limits on this last corner there. It's going to be one to watch over the weekend. Thanks for coming aboard to ride the GR Supra safety car for a lap of the Hampton Downs International Circuit.
That's a tour of Hampton Downs. Andrew Waite, it's rare you see it this full. Good afternoon.
Yeah, thank you, Richard Crail. Fantastic to be here as this grid is just packed full of people here to witness some fantastic racing coming our way very, very shortly. Liam Lawson standing out there as well. It's great to see him here this weekend, and there's a lot of superstars of the now and superstars of the making standing there, ready to go for this race.
Yeah, this is like a Formula One grid. It's remarkable with how busy it is, and Liam is in the middle of it. We're going to hear from him very, very soon with our team when we get down to the grid. In the meantime, let's celebrate this great nation with the national anthem of New Zealand. To perform it, amazing violinist Hannah Fang.
With the drivers and a massive crowd on the grid here, a beautiful rendition of the New Zealand national anthem performed by Hannah Fang there. We thank her for doing that. We are joined at the front of the grid now by a guy who's got only a day or two to go before he heads back to Europe and a massive season in Formula One. Liam Lawson, welcome. Thank you so much for being here. Have you had a nice summer at home?
Thank you for having me. Yeah, it's nice. It's very nice to be home. It's been last year a very, very long season, and it was very, very nice to come home. So weather's unreal today. It's very, very warm. It's going to be hot in the cars for the guys today. But yeah, just happy to be here.
After such, I would imagine, would be a mentally draining long season last year, how nice was it to switch off, come home, probably turn your phone off for a little bit and just soak up, you know, what you've got here in your great country? Yeah,
I mean, I'm terrible at getting back to people and on messages and stuff like that. So when I get home, it's a big switch off. Yeah, something about landing the plane in New Zealand after 10 months. It's a very, very nice feeling. So it's been very, very cool to be home.
Can we just soak this up for a moment, right? You've been and done an autograph signing there a short time ago. The roll-up in Taupo 12 months ago was massive. It feels like it's another level here, mate. The support from home is huge, isn't it?
It's incredible, honestly. It's very, very cool to see. So to everybody who's here, thank you so much for the support. It's very, very cool. It's exciting to have the races on this weekend as well. I'm looking forward to seeing the race this afternoon. But yeah, thank you to everybody for the support because, yeah, it's cool. I feel it when I'm away as well. I see the New Zealand flags at some of the races. It's very, very cool to see that.
Is it a bit of a time to reflect? I mean, your success in your career has come so quickly. It was not too long ago where you were one of these guys lining up on this grid. To reflect and just really appreciate what you've had in such a short period of time in your career?
For sure, yeah. It's quite crazy how many years it's been. It doesn't feel like that long, honestly, and how quickly things move. It's something that's what really our sport is you have to remind yourself constantly the things that are happening. For me, when I first signed a Red Bull contract in New Zealand here.
2019.
Yeah, 2019. And to now be obviously, racing Formula One, it's an incredible journey, but it's happened so quickly. So it's very, very important to reflect on that.
Man, I mean, Lando Norris became champion last year. All the people that have come through this class of racing, how important was it on the journey, on the pathway for you?
I mean, for me, it's arguably the most important step. I think at that point in 2019, I came into the championship with no plan for the season, for the 2019 season ahead. I couldn't afford F3, and we didn't know what I was going to do. So it was sort of a last resort thing, and I got a contract out of it from Red Bull, and then had the last couple of years. So it's been very important for me, and as you said, for Lando, for other guys who have been through this as well, it's a very important stepping stone.
We've had people like Mick Asalo message us and say that he's watching from back in Finland. How important in terms of a world stage is this championship? People are watching and taking notice what happens here.
For sure. I mean, it runs at a time of the year where not much else is going on, and it's great that we have the conditions, obviously, in summertime here to have this, and it means that there's a lot of eyes that are on this championship. It's what helped me, and it's what's helping these guys. You see the eyes that are even here today, that everybody gets to be a part of it. So it's great. Obviously, it puts pressure on these guys as well. They know that everybody's watching, but it's very, very important.
Can we come to 2026? Big regulation change, lots of question marks from people at the moment, and probably even still for you, from perhaps a simulation standpoint, what you've learned so far, how different will the cars be? What can these fans expect, do you reckon, in F1 2026?
It's going to be different. I haven't driven the car actually in person yet, so I go back tomorrow, and then we have car launch later in the week, and then we have some testing coming up as well, a lot more testing this year with the new regulations, but so far it's just been simulator work that I've done, and it's very, very different. So without sharing too much, it's going to be a very different spectacle, I think, for fans to watch. Hopefully it's good, and hopefully we have a fast car.
Good stuff.
Do you feel like it is a bit of a welcome change with these new generation cars for the drivers in particular?
It's an opportunity when you have a regulation change like this. It sort of allows and maybe creates a window for us as drivers to put a little bit more effort in, or have that sort of opportunity to develop a car a little bit. I think for me, I came in to Formula One at the very end of a regulation period where the cars are fully developed, and you're sort of driving what the car is. But now, obviously, it's going to be a lot more open, and it's hopefully some opportunity for us to help that development.
You'll be joined in those colours by a young driver by the name of Arvid Lindblad, who was in this series just 12 months ago. Do you play kind of a bit of a team leader role? How important will that be? And does that create a little bit of extra kind of stress in the same breath?
I don't think so. I mean, maybe there's a bit more of a leadership role expected, but at the same time, it's a new year of new cars. It's my second year, obviously, in Formula One. So I've learned a huge amount in the 1 year that I've done. So it's definitely, I'm definitely grateful going into this season with everything I learned last year. But with new cars, it's going to be something that we're both going to be tackling together.
Can you shed some light just to the pressure that you guys feel? It's a young grid in Formula One, but the pressure to perform every single day that you're behind the wheel of that car. Can you sort of give us a bit of an understanding of what that's like?
I think it's something that's maybe luckily I was, I guess exposed to from a young age. I think we all are, these guys are going through it as well. There's a little bit more there from Red Bull, obviously. And when I signed with them at a young age, they sort of put you under that pressure when you're 16, 17 years old and almost prepare you for F1. So it is huge. It's massively different in F1. I don't think anybody or anything can prepare you for the actual pressure of being in Formula One. But it's something that you don't have time to really think about. You just week in, week out. If you have a bad weekend, you got 1 or 2 days to get over it and you move on to the next one.
The layers of interest in the game now are unbelievable relative to when you came through this class. And that's, driven in part by what's going on in Formula One, the huge interest from fans and so on. Do you get a chance to escape a bit of that, to be Liam Lawson when you're on the road for 24 races?
I try to as much as possible, obviously less and less now, and especially with new regulations because we start so early, the break is a lot smaller, but yeah, it's something that I try to do as much as possible, and especially when I'm home, it's been something that I've been making the most of. And yeah, as I said, probably not very good on the responses on the phone, but that'll pick back up again in a week.
Don't apologise.
Drive to Survive has just done ridiculous things for Formula One. Is it sometimes a little bit overwhelming rocking up to a Formula One track and just seeing the sheer amount of supporters that you guys have?
It definitely is. I think it's something that the sport's just changed a lot. We obviously have the Netflix series that's been running for a lot of years, and now we've had the movie last year, and the sport is just growing and the interest is expanding, and it's really, really good for the sport, but obviously it changes it for us as well. So it's something that we're all obviously learning on the go, but I think we have such amazing teams, and they're so well organized and everything's really sort of structured and planned out, and for us they make sure that we have enough time to focus on the driving stuff and on the preparation side.
Born in Hastings in Hawke's Bay, raised in Pukekohe, just a short drive up the road. What you are doing on the world stage, mate, is remarkable. And when you come back, you are so good with the fans and being just Liam Lawson. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a big round of applause? Liam Lawson joining us for the broadcast. Super cool, mate. Thank you so much.
All the best.
Awesome, mate. Have a great year. We're going to be joined now by Louise Upston, who is the Minister for Tourism and Hospitality. Thank you for being here. You've delivered some trophies today for us very, very kindly. And there's been a couple of special gongs for those that are doing great things in motor racing. Sir Scott Dixon, Tony Quinn over the course of New Year.
Yeah, I think it's been a really fantastic start to 2026 and motorsport really being recognised. Tony Quinn, if you think about development of our athletes, Liam Lawson that we've just been speaking with, he was developed here in New Zealand, homegrown talent, and Tony Quinn is making that possible for more people. Scott Dixon, again, one of our absolute Kiwi legends. So really, really appropriate that motorsport's been marked at the start of 2026. What a fantastic day here for the NextGen Championship. So many people here. New Zealand's put on a fantastic day for it, and I know we're going to see even more great racing before the day ends today.
Well done, well summarised. We're thrilled that you're seeing that in government. Thank you for so much for being here on the grid and enjoying a bit of motor racing today.
Indeed, and go the Kiwis.
There you go. Can we bring in Brian Donnelly now, please, because he's from the Allied Petroleum team, from the North Island crew, the sales manager for them. You guys collectively right across the country, I think there's something like 150 outlets, huge supporters of this event. We cannot thank you enough.
Yeah, look, it's fantastic to be part of the event and support the next generation of racers. Yeah, it's been an honour and a fantastic day here on the track. And
are you enjoying the racing to come in the same breath?
Yeah, look, it's a hot day, the cars are flying, and it's been a great day out.
All right, thanks for being here. Thanks for the support. We'll go to Rihanna now. There's an update, a little bit of news happening here on the grid.
Yeah, young Jack Taylor, who's starting this race out from position 15, feeling quite unwell. He's actually on the grid. He's in the car. He will take the formation lap and see how he manages that. So there's still a question mark as to whether he can complete this race.
Thanks to Ree and Rusty down on what is, I think, the busiest grid at Hampton Downs I've ever seen in my short time coming here. Andrew Waite, you've been coming here a lot longer than I. That was pretty exciting.
It was very, very cool to witness. It's New Zealand Motorsport is in a fantastic place at the moment, and to see that many people here supporting not only the Castrol Tour Formula Regional Oceania Trophy Championship, it's also, there's so many other things to support this weekend. It's been an awesome weekend of racing. It's something that is very, very cool and something we will all remember for a long time.
And it feels like a major international event, I suppose in part because it is, what with a Formula One superstar and Liam Lawson here, but also this amazing grid in Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania, 11 different nationalities represented, but we've had a Sri Lankan fan base here to support Jevan David. There's been Finnish flags flying around the place as well. The vibe is outstanding, and yeah, this next 4 weeks in particular, but then rolling on to the Manfield Grand Finale as well for Repco NextGen NZ in early March is going to be outstanding. If you're in this country or you're within a reasonable flying distance, or even if you're not, get on a plane and get down here because it is a great place to go motorsport, go and see some motorsport and see some great racing. Let's turn our attention to this race. An interesting story from Rihanna on the grid about young Jack Taylor, the Aussie making his debut in CT Frock. Due to start this one out of 15, but feeling unwell. Tough to do. This is the longest race. It's properly hot. It's humid too. So these conditions are draining. It's a tough ask. What would you be doing in this formation lap?
The adrenaline kicks in, as simple as that. So hopefully for Jack, he gets that sort of rush of adrenaline and is able to crack on with it. I've been in situations before in races where, you know, you've had some sort of injury that you're carrying, and as soon as those lights go out and the race begins, you forget about all of that and you're able to get on with it. So I really hope for Jack's sake he's able to just close that visor, and the minute that visor closes, he is able to really focus on this race and pull home some points for his championship.
The conclusion of this race will be a quarter of the way through. That's how quickly it goes. So it's appropriate we talk championship points. And Ugo Ugochukwu has been really impressive so far. Consistent yesterday, second, fifth, then slammed home a race win this morning in race 3. So he leads the championship. Jin Nakamura in second position. His teammate from High Tech, Kanato Lee, in third. Freddie Slater, the young Brit, in fourth place in front of Louis Sharp, the leading Kiwi, who won the opening race of the championship, is in fifth position. But that could chop and change very, very quickly. Here's where we are in the world. We zoom in on the North Island of New Zealand. We're about 45 to 50 minutes south of the capital, Auckland, the northern Waikato region. This is Hampton Downs. It has hosted many rounds of Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania. This weekend, 3 different winners from 3 races so far. A couple of key points I wanted to touch on. Turn 2 and Turn 3 in particular. The amount of side-by-side we've seen through there, I don't know if it's been surprising, but it's been impressive the way the racecraft has been through there. Yeah, it certainly has. There's been some fantastic racing through there, and that's actually where a little penalty was applied in that race as well between Ryan Wood and Freddie Slater. So Ryan Wood's been given a 5-second penalty for that one, which has put him a bit further down in terms of championship points order. Well, a 5-second penalty following a safety car restart in race 3 quite late. There was only a 3-lap dash to the line. It dropped him out of the top 10 to 18th position. That's how close the field was packed. Yeah, and just to add to that as well, Louis Sharp also got done for jumping the start as well. So his day is certainly not going the way we would normally like to see it for Louis Sharp. So he got a penalty as well, dropping him well down the order for race number 3. It actually dropped him down to 11th place. So that's not great for his campaign. That's the scene over the Porsche Dipper. Great corner and an overtaking opportunity, as well as this big crowd migrates back to get their vantage points. And we see that from the 6th drone cam. It is hot here. Ambient temperature 28 degrees now. But in this part of the world, 28 feels like about 35 or 36. It is properly warm, properly baking in this bright sunshine. Yeah, it certainly is. And it's the summer of motorsport. We're lucky to be able to turn on some great weather for all these fans here this weekend. And we are about to witness race number 4 for the weekend. There are some potential Formula One superstars right in front of your eyes there. And speaking of superstars, Kalle Rovanperä,
not only is he a superstar in the rally world, he has qualified in position number 9 for this race. So that's a fantastic effort for him to be able to pull himself up into position 9.
It feels like this practice start as they set off for their formation lap is really important for both Ugo Shokwu on pole and Jin Nakamura on the outside of the front row. Why? Well, the driver starting second has led into turn 1 in 3 of 3 races so far this weekend. This is an important race start.
It really is. And that last race start, Rivera on the inside, it's not a great form guide because he actually just got a really slow launch before he actually got any power into it. So I think there is still potential from that inside line to be able to get a good enough start to lead into turn 1. We've seen it in previous years. The inside line has worked, but if you want to bank on what's happened so far this weekend, Richard Crail, you know, it's not a good stat starting on the inside on pole position.
3 from 3 so far. It is a competitive field. Qualifying early this morning set the grid for the feature race, which is the Dorothy Smith Memorial Cup. I'll tell you more about that in a minute. So Ugo has won race 3 this morning. He leads the championship, but Jin Nakamura has been hugely consistent, and Kanato Lee right behind him, his high-tech teammate Fast. Louis Sharp in the mix as well. Ernesto Rivera started on pole in race 3. He's out of 5. Norman Aller, really impressive, the American for Giles Motorsport. Martini liveried car looks cool. Was fast in qualifying for this race. Zach Scholar out of 7th position alongside Freddie Slater. Kalle Rovanperä 9th, as you said. Outstanding job in qualifying. And James Wharton, who ran in the top 10 in race 3, was speedy in quali. He starts 10th in this in front of Ryan Wood. That's his worst starting position from the 4 races so far. Sebastian Manson, who ended up right inside the top 10 in race 3, thanks to some penalties for other drivers, will start just outside it in this one. Cooper Shipman out of 14th position. Yvonne David 16th in front, and Jack Taylor was just in front of those guys. He's the one we're just keeping an eye on. It'll be worth watching the number 50 car to see if it heads to pit lane before the start of this race. He is feeling unwell, and the Giles Motorsport team will have to make the call as to whether he is good to go. Colleague Andrew Waite suggests that the adrenaline will take over, the heart rate will come up, and the competitive instinct will burn. And it would be a surprise, perhaps, to see that car heading to pit lane.
Weaving their tyres side to side, getting as much temperature as they can into those front tyres. It's easier to get the rear tyre temperature up. It's a matter of slowing down, doing a burnout, as you can see. Nakamura there and behind doing exactly that. But you want to weave side to side, lean on those front tyres as much as you can to build up that temperature, get the rear going, build that rear tyre temperature to allow yourself to get those rears to work as much as you possibly can, grip in and get the best possible start. So this is Nakamura's best possible chance off the start here as the nerves start building. This is one of the hardest parts as a driver as you come up to the line. You cannot quite see where your grid box is. You're relying on your engineer from this point.
The cup for this race awarded in the memory. Oh, and very deep in the box. And the nose of the car needs to be behind the white grid box. So this could be a drama for our pole sitter. He's managed to get the car back. And he's rolled back into position, but that is a heart-in-mouth moment for Ugo Shokwu. He might just be okay. Motorsport New Zealand Race Control will look at that. The Dorothy Smith Memorial Cup recognises one of the matriarchs of New Zealand motorsport, Ken Smith's mum, who was in particular a massive supporter of young drivers, so it's entirely appropriate. And Liam Lawson won that trophy in 2019. Caleb Nuttall won it in 24, and last year it was claimed by Arvid Lindblad. Watch for the lights, ready for a start. Race 4, Castrol Toyota Formula Regional. Oceania is away, and the pole man for the first time all weekend gets a good start. Nakamura goes around the outside, but Ugo's going to get the run through turn 1 and lead them down the back straight for the first time. But he will be vulnerable. The high-tech car number 12 pulls out. They'll go side by side. Big moment for Kalle Rovanperä. He's off the road. Manson's involved in that as well. Several cars with damage, and Ryan Wood spinning off into the infield. There's definitely going to be a safety car. Yvonne David's got big damage. It's taken the right corner out, and Ryan Wood's furious. That is not happy applause. Something's gone on in the back, and he has copped a hit for that. Rovanperä in there too. Yvonne David's car's got big damage. It's torn the right front corner out of his entry. The safety car has been called.
Oh, that is lucky. That couldn't have been an even bigger crash for especially Rovanperä with how quickly he shot off to the right-hand side of the road. He was super, super lucky with that one there. So Ryan Wood climbing out of the car. Even David there, he'll be distraught with that one there, especially with his massive Sri Lankan fan base here this weekend, all supporting him. So a real shame for him. They won't be getting that car back to be able to repair that one. But actually the one that got away most lightly with the damage is actually Rovanperä, considering the speed he did leave the track. But Ryan Wood, he is furious. You could see him clapping away. I don't think that was a nice clap, as you were saying, Richard. That's clapping frustration.
And Rovanperä's got out. I think it's got left front corner torn out of that car. That's not standard steering angle on a FT60 CT Frott car. So the recovery team will have to go to work. 23 laps the scheduled distance in this. The view from the 6th drone cam above. And the Flying Finn, who had such a promising qualifying performance for the Dorothy Smith Memorial Cup race, will have to go back to pit lane in one of the recovery vehicles. Seb Manson too was right in the mix of that. It tore the front wing out of his car after a couple of strong performances. Let's unpick this and go back to the race start.
Great start there for Ugo Chukwu there. He got a great launch considering he had to go in reverse to get back into his box. Fantastic start for him. And then we look a bit further down, you can see Manson there, the pink and black one, side by side with Kalle Rovanperä. So the side by side at this point.
Just lost them on the drone there, but as we go back to the front on shot, keep your eye mid-pack. Manson right of screen, bright pink nose on his car. Oh, was there contact from behind for Manson, or was it wheels interlocking with Rovanperä? He got into that gravel trap in the ditch just before it. But where Ryan Wood was collected through that is the big question mark at the moment.
Yeah, I think Ryan Wood was just a pure innocent standby. Standing by on that part there. He just was in behind and nowhere to go. But really what happened there, by the looks of it, Seb Manson interlock wheels with Rovanperä there. And as soon as they touch wheels, it just basically forced him over to the right-hand side and then pushed them both off the track.
And the race has been suspended. So red flag conditions now here at Hampton Downs, given the amount of carnage to clean up. So at least 4 cars need to be recovered. Jack Taylor, Ryan Wood, Kalle Rovanperä, Sebastian Manson and Yvonne David to be recovered out of race 4. Rihanna?
Just wanting to try and get a word with Rich Harris, who is the engineer for Ryan Wood. He's just ducked into the garage. Sorry, Rich, I know it's a busy time. You're trying to work out exactly what to do during this red flag. Ryan Wood, very, very angry after that incident. What was he saying over the radio that you can share with us?
He didn't actually say too much, to be honest. It all happened so fast. I don't think he's probably got his head around it, but obviously there was a bit of a hand signal there. Looked like we got an average start, and then we've just got mixed up with some of the guys at the back. So, yeah.
This championship is new to Ryan. It's also new to yourself. How's the weekend been for you? A lot to get your head around.
Yeah, it's actually been really, really fun. You know, it's something different, new challenge, different toy to play with. We've both thoroughly enjoyed it. I missed the mark this morning in qualifying a little bit. Didn't adjust the car enough for the conditions. And yeah, unfortunately, we haven't had a chance to work our way back through.
Ryan's spoken about how critical this championship is for his Supercars championship. You guys as a combination, it's critical as well for you guys.
100%. This is all about building into our 2026 Supercar Championship. Also, Ryan obviously wants to come back and race locally, which is great. And to get the invite, yeah, I couldn't say no.
Thanks, Rich. Really appreciate your insights there.
Thank you.
Cram down there in pit lane talking to Richard Harris, who is Ryan Wood's full-time engineer in the Repco Supercars Championship with the Walkinshaw team. And that bond continues to build, but they're not going to have any opportunity to get laps in this one. So we're not really much clearer on where car 40 was involved in that drama, but he was displeased with the actions of those in front.
Yeah, it was actually quite interesting listening to that conversation there, as you can hear Ryan's engineer putting his hand up saying, I got it wrong this morning. And, to have that relationship, being able to put your hand up in a situation like that to see what's happening is something that's, well received. And you want to work together as much as you can. And when you start playing the blame game, that's where things start going wrong. So the fact that they're working together that well shows why they ended up where they did with the Supercar Championship in the last season.
So that's Calais Rovanpera's entry from High Tech Motorsport. So good to have that team, a powerhouse in junior open wheel racing around the world here in New Zealand for the month. Great to have them as part of the championship. Yvonne David's car still stranded and waiting to be recovered, but there's a lot of debris to clear up in this one. And that's the view down at High Tech. They've still got a couple of aces in the pack though, because Jin Nakamura and Kanato Lee have been very, very fast. And that's a disappointing outcome for young Sebastian Manson, who ended up 6th in race 3 this morning. Really stout drive to just outside the top 10. They're just inside it, and then with some penalties in front, he ended up in the top 6 for the first time this championship. Couple of race wins to his credit last summer, looking to build on that this season. Obviously won't do so today.
Everyone else just checking to make sure the other drivers are all under control while we continue this cleanup after lap 1 incident on the exit of turn number 1. So a real shame for Calais Rovanpera as well. That was his best qualifying effort, qualifying in position number 9. So he was in for a good shot of that one. But unfortunately, all unfolded not the way he would have liked it. As we have another look at the replay once again, so you can see Sebastian Manson on the left towards the back of the screen there on the outside of Calais Rovanpera, side by side at this point. And you can see Seb Manson just sort of close off to the right-hand side as a side-by-side. And then right there at this point, just the contact wheel to wheel, bang, just pushed him over to the right-hand side, because those rear wheels are wider than the front wheels. So as soon as they've made contact, it's just shot him hard right into Rovanpera. So, yeah, not ideal.
Yeah, eyes were on the front of the field. Ugashikui was under pretty serious pressure from Jin Nakamura, who had a great run out of turn 2 and was looking to go around the outside at the second corner. So that all teed off behind, and that was Ryan Wood's immediate reaction. Clear displeasure from the 22-year-old New Zealander. That's Seb Manson jumping out of his car. Word from Motorsport New Zealand race control that the race restart will be behind the GR Super safety car. So when the red flag race suspension is lifted, they will then restart behind the safety car for a single file restart. So that's the situation at the moment. That's how it has unfolded. Just to repeat, the cars involved: Calais Rovanpera, Sebastian Manson, Ryan Wood, Yvonne David, and Jack Taylor, the 5 involved in an accident between turn 1 and turn 2 at the start of the 4th race in round 1 of Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania. Good start for the pole man on the upside.
Yeah, getting off from the inside of the track. It's been pretty difficult for most of them being able to, you know, get off the pole, but Ugo Shukwu there made it work, and he's very, very lucky too, because he went across the start, his line there, his box. So he's done really well to get himself back up in that situation where he's overshot his box. He's had to figure out how to put the car back in reverse back, get into a spot, put it back into first gear again. It's an awkward situation to have to go through, Rihanna.
Before all of that incident actually unfolded, Jack Taylor pulled into pit lane, so he was not going to start that race at all, feeling too unwell. I saw him get out of the car and be taken by the medical team to be assessed further. So yeah, unfortunately for Jack, just feeling really unwell.
Yeah, thanks, Reece. I'll correct myself there. So the 4 cars involved in that lap 1 back straight accident, the run between turn 1 and turn 2, and Jack Taylor ultimately did not take the start. He went into pit lane. It was Evan David walking back to the garages to meet and greet the number 21 crew and debrief a fairly short and sharp race for the Kiwi Motorsport entry, the first Sri Lankan to race in CT Frot in the history of the championship, and the reaction from his, what now is a very large fan base, has been outstanding this weekend, so they'll be massively disappointed he won't get any laps today. Rusty?
All 3 drivers have just walked out of the medical clinic. I'm with Ryan Wood, as you can see. Firstly, what transpired, you know, from your point of view? What unfolded in front, and what then happened?
I don't really know. I think Calais and Seb were sort of racing each other, but I think their car on the outside had squeezed the car on the inside. So, yeah, I'm not too sure. And then it just all unfolded pretty quickly, a little bit faster than what I probably expected, and saw a lot more than what I've ever seen before what happens to a race car. So when you crash. But I'm glad to see everyone was okay. Pretty average day for us on a Sunday, so a little bit gutted about that. And yeah, it gives the guys and girls a lot of work at MTech to lead into Topor, which we really didn't want. So yeah, gutted for them, and we'll be cheering on the rest of the team now, especially Louis up the front there. So hopefully he can get his elbows out.
You were pretty animated behind the wheel right after the incident. You've had a bit of time to cool off and think things through. Just tell us what you can from how you felt at the time and why.
Yeah, I just felt like it wasn't really needed to be squeezing that hard out of turn 1 on lap 1. So I know there'll be people that say stuff about the way I race, but I thought that was pretty, yeah, you just end up having a situation like we did. So it is what it is. I think everyone will learn from it. I definitely know that that's been my weak point. I haven't been aggressive enough on the opening laps, and even then I sort of filed in and thought we were going down the back straight pretty cleanly, and then, yeah, it all erupted. So glad to see Seb, Calais and Yvonne all okay. So, yeah, hopefully we all get our cars fixed up.
Measured words from you, mate. Well done. Go get him in Topor.
Thank you.
Yevon David was also one of the drivers involved in that opening incident, also been released from the medical. Standing here having a chat with the team, A-OK in terms of physical body, etc.?
Yeah, I'm all good. Luckily, everyone's all okay from the crash. So it's unfortunate to end the Sunday and end the weekend like this, but these things happen.
Just give us a sense from your point of view how everything unfolded.
Yeah, I mean, I was behind the train, and then I saw Calais got shifted to the right and had a big crash, and then someone spun in front of me, and I went to avoid, and unfortunately couldn't avoid in time. So it's just one of those things, wrong place, wrong time, but glad everyone's okay.
If we take some positives from this weekend, the sheer amount of support for you from Sri Lankan fans has been quite incredible. You must be so happy to have so many Sri Lankan flags flying around this place.
Yeah, I think one result doesn't define the weekend. We learned a lot, and first race of the year, so always excited, and yeah, incredible to see the Sri Lankan support. Honestly, it warmed my heart. So we'll learn from this weekend and then take it to Taupo next week.
Wonderful to have you here in the championship. We look forward to seeing you next weekend. Thanks, Yevon.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ray. Talking to Yevon David. He got pole for Sri Lanka in the FIA Motorsport Games last year and will race with the AIX team in FIA Formula 3 this season. News from Motorsport New Zealand Race Control. The race will restart at 4:24 p.m. local time, so under 10 minutes from now will be the race restart. Correction, just a smidge over 10 minutes. Before this one gets back underway, and we'll confirm other details as they come to us. A lot of work ongoing to get this one reset and set to go. All the recovery teams and our very hard-working crew here at Hampton Downs and the team behind the Repco NextGen NZ Championship and Toyota Gazoo Racing New Zealand all collaborate together to get the racetrack cleared up and the race resumed. If you're just joining us, it's only lap 2. But we only got about 800 metres down the road at the start of the 4th race in Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania. And there was 4 cars ultimately involved in a pretty hectic moment on the run down towards turn 2 at the start of the race. It kicked off with Calais Rovanpera and Sebastian Manson. Caught in that was Ryan Wood, and Yevon David, who we've just heard from, also caught up in that incident and out of the race. And Jack Taylor, the young Aussie, unfortunately was feeling extremely unwell before the start of the race. He took the formation lap, was going to judge how he's feeling before it, and clearly must be feeling really poorly because he elected to pull into pit lane and therefore did not take the race start.
Yeah, it's a real shame to see that he's not able to continue for this race. It's yeah, must be in not a very good way to not be able to close the visor and put it all behind him. So hopefully he can get that, whatever's going on, out of the way and be back on the grid at Topor next weekend for round 2 for this Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy.
Ryan Wood's MTech Motorsport car gets taken back to its garage. This is a travelling circus over the next month, and Toyota Gazoo Racing New Zealand do an incredible job with their spare parts supply. All the teams operate out of containers. They get picked up after every event and then freighted down to the next one straight away, and the process begins anew. The cars can be prepared, then they go testing on Thursday, practice on Friday, and then onto the race program from there. This is another look. Look at the mid-pack. That was the contact. Rovanpera was sent spearing across to the infield. Manson involved in that as well with damage to the front of his car, and then the collateral damage, I suppose, was Yevon David Let's have a look at the bottom of your screen as they come into view from the 6th drone cam. So this is going to give us a better indication of where Ryan Wood was caught up. There it was. So Manson's car spinning, clips Wood first, and then as it spun back around the other way, it clipped Evan David as he went past on the left-hand side of the road. So that shot explains how both of those cars got involved in that accident.
Yeah, I tell you what, Kelly Robinpierre is super lucky to graze past that first wall and not come to an instant halt on that one there. So, yeah, very, very lucky in an unlucky situation, to put it.
There's Sebastian Manson out of the car and A-OK, which is great to see. He'll go and assess the damage as well after a really strong performance this morning. The last car to be recovered will be Evan David, and then we'll get back to racing. Bruin Beasley, just on the second in from the left of screen, is the team boss at MTech. Spends a lot of time overseas now consulting and working with various international race teams and improving their programs, and then brings all that knowledge back to New Zealand over the summer where MTech fires up and goes racing. He's steered the ship at supercars teams in Australia as well. So they'll go to work and put another corner on this car, new front wing and some other bits and pieces, and Ryan Wood will be good to go when we get down to Taupo in a few days' time for the Giltrap Group Historic GP, which is going to be a cracking race meeting.
So the last car for the recovery is waiting for a flat deck at the moment. They'll pick that up, they'll put it on a truck, and they'll get us back racing as soon as they can, even though we've got that 10-minute signal for the teams so they know what they are in for this situation here. But driver's already back. Evan David, he's already back in pit lane, and they'll let his car get recovered. The GR crew plus the Hampton crew plus the Motorsport volunteers as well, all doing their best to get this cleaned up as quick as they can. They've dropped one car off to pick up the next, and yeah, again, lucky there wasn't even more damage in that one at a very, very high-speed part of the track.
So Evan David came into this race 6th in the championship after the first 3 races, so a 0 score there is huge. Ryan Wood was 8th on 41 points, the leader with 78, and had a 14-point margin over Jin Nakamura and Kanato Lee in 2nd position. So early top 6 running through consistency for the young Sri Lankan driver. So this will be costly, so too for Ryan Wood. But it's such a quick-fire championship. It kind of feels like, Andrew, that it's almost inevitable that everyone's going to probably have one bad race out of the 15.
Yeah, and that's the thing with these short championships, and, well, any championship for that matter. It's what makes the championships come together is those bad races that you do have is making sure that they're as good as they possibly can for a bad race. Obviously, DNF's a different situation. There's only so much you can do, but at some point you're going to have a race that doesn't quite go your way. So it's about maximizing those sort of situations. Rusty.
Andrew, I've snuck into the GT Members Lounge here at Hampton Downs, and let me tell you, there's a who's who of Kiwi Motorsport in here. So over my shoulder is Liam Skeets, Caleb Natoa is here, and really thrilled to run into Marcus Armstrong as well, who's just days away before heading back to the United States by the sound of it. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. It's good to be here. Once upon a time I was racing here myself, so good to see the next generation of Kiwi racing drivers along with the rest of the European ladder that's come down.
I reckon it's a worthy reminder too that it's not always just the European or the Formula One path that everyone seeks to go. I mean, you've been a Rookie of the Year in IndyCar, you've driven for some good teams and so on. I mean, that is a pathway that many of them here are looking at as well.
Yeah, I think in general the American route is maybe overlooked, but IndyCar racing is some of the greatest racing in the world, right? And Scott Dixon, whose mum is actually in here somewhere, she would advocate the sport much better than I would. But it's amazing racing, and Scott has proven how long of a career you can have in America. And I think in general, watching an IndyCar race, there's nothing more entertaining. Like, there's always something going to happen. You could qualify last and you could win. Like, it's that sort of racing.
I reckon underscore that word. It is a seriously entertaining championship. You're looking forward to season 2026. You've done some good stuff with Meyershank. What about the mad month of May and so on?
Yeah, exactly. The Indianapolis 500 is in May, of course, which is I think they call it the greatest spectacle in racing or motorsport. I don't want to mess that up, but it's an incredible event. If you haven't seen it, you need to. I feel like this season's going to be a good one. We had a good season last year. We finished 8th in the championship, and we certainly gained some momentum towards the end of the season. I've got a great team around me with Maya Shank Racing, and every single day you learn something in this sport. So we're getting there. We're gonna go and compete for some race wins this year.
Now we see a sprightly young fellow by the name of Rick Armstrong in Somerset GT New Zealand, always vying for race wins. Have I spotted a little something with maybe the pair of you doing a bit of practice over summer? Have you been able to have a hit out with him? And who's the better driver?
Well, he is naturally, of course. If you ask him, I don't know if he's. He's actually right over my shoulder, so I need to behave myself. But no, he's pretty quick. We were testing in Taupo last week, and he was 1.2 seconds off me for most of the day. And then I put a new set of tires on at the end of the day, and I taught him who's boss. So.
That'll get back. Hey, have a fantastic year. It's been awesome to catch up with you. Glad you've had a bit of time over summer at home. Go well this year.
Yeah, thank you very much.
There you go, Marcus Armstrong. Now, can I sneak in here? I'm probably going to get in trouble because he's busy talking to a couple of people. Excuse me, can I borrow this driver here for a moment? Is that okay? Hello, mate. Caleb Notoa, happy New Year, firstly. We're on the road for 4 straight weeks with this amazing championship, and next week we go to Taupo, Giltrap Group Historic GP, and that brings back some fond memories for you from 2025, doesn't it?
It does. PJ said we're going to get the DB Swift back out and come and compete again. So I'm looking forward to that. And I couldn't stay away, so I've come out today and come for a watch as well.
They are vying this afternoon for the Dorothy Smith Memorial Trophy. Kenny's here, and so I mean it is a special thing for New Zealand motorsport, isn't it?
This is an awesome event. Obviously, Kenny, a mentor of many Kiwi drivers, and then I'm lucky enough to have my name on that trophy as well. So it's good to come out here and see who's going to get it next.
I'm glad we could shine a light and celebrate that, mate. Have a fantastic afternoon. We are a minute away from restart here. Caleb Notoa, it's all happening here in the GT Members Lounge. I may not come back, guys.
Thank you, Rusty. Who have a cool beverage in hand before you know it. A lot to take in from that sequence of events, and in fact it's probably worth mentioning the shirt the young bloke in the middle there is wearing. Marcus Armstrong mentioned Scott Dixon. We should say Sir Scott Dixon, recently knighted in the New Year's Honours, which is a massive thing and a testament to what he's been able to achieve in his remarkable career. But Marcus for Maya Shank Racing will no doubt be a contender in the IndyCar Championship this year, and more immediately Caleb Notoa will be on the grid next weekend at the Giltrap Group Historic GP. Now, you told me while we heard those interviews a little fun fact about you and Marcus Armstrong. I think we need to share it. You are intrinsically important, Andrew Wade, to that young man's career, is what I got out of what you were telling me.
No, not at all. I spent the day with Marcus. The very first day, he actually drove a race car, which is a Toyota 86, doing a bit of coaching with him. But he's obviously gone on to far greater and better things than that. So it's just very cool. Just another Kiwi with massive talent who's been through this championship to go on and be one of the contenders in the IndyCar Championship. So best of luck to Marcus Armstrong there. I know he's going to do very well this season. Great guy, an incredible driver as well. So best of luck to him.
And I enjoyed the little banter there with his dad Rick just watching from over his shoulder. You'll see Rick in action when we get down to Tauranga for round 4 of Repco NextGen NZ in 2 weeks' time, right down to the bottom of the South Island, the southernmost racetrack in the world, which is very exciting. It's a place I'm yet to go. CT Frott will be there, but Somerset GT New Zealand will be back on the program. Porsches, Mercedes, and a whole bunch of GT3 and GT4 cars. That's going to be exciting, and Rick is a contender in that. And I love the fact that Marcus felt the need to put new tyres on at the end of the day to go quicker than the old man.
Spot the race car driver, but no, genuinely, Rick Armstrong is very fast as well when he gets behind the wheel. So can't wait for that championship, the Somerset GTs, to continue when we do get down south in a few weeks.
The lights are out on the GR Supra safety car, so Ugu Chukwu leads the field and becomes that safety car for a very important lap to rebuild some tyre temperature and pressure in the Pirelli tyres and generate some heat. So he's got confidence when he tips the car into turn 1 at over 200 kilometres an hour here at Hampton Downs. The go point is about halfway between the apexes in that long sweeping final corner. That back straight down towards on the exit of the Porsche dipper. Jin Nakamura has an opportunity here. Kanato Lee has an opportunity here. Louis Sharp up to 4th place, possibly has an opportunity here. If we've learned one thing this weekend, Andrew, the restarts have been really frenetic. And this is going to be busy. And this could be the opportunity to get to the race lead in the Dorothy Smith Memorial Cup.
They have been super feisty, these restarts. As we get back underway around the last corner, the green flag is back out and we are back underway with some racing. Remember, you cannot press the push to pass button at this stage. You've got to wait until you cross the start finish line for the next lap. So Ugo Shugu with a great restart there. Jin Nakamura in 2nd place, as you can see a bit of a look up the inside there for Zach Schooler.
That was Freddie Slater going around the outside of Schooler at turn 1. So got a great run out the final corner, got the toe, was side by side about halfway down the long start finish straight, and then committed to that pass. Now they continue to go side by side. In there is Nolan Allott, who's in 5th place, so Freddie Slater looking to get him as well. They go side by side here around the outside at turn 3. That's busy. Now down the inside at 4. Just in front of that is Louis Sharp. Freddie Slater's making some moves and making them quick and getting it done. The 27 car's up to 4th.
The aggression from Slater to be able to make those moves. Brilliant job by him. He's super aggressive. We keep talking about it on those first couple of laps. Got the move done up into 5th.
Yeah, 5th place. So great move and off Trevor Latourette. Back down in 13th position. Absolute rookie in Formula Regional cars out of Skip Barber Racing in the United States. It's been a massive learning process for him. Push to pass enabled at the end of this lap, and they will get that extra 25 horsepower. It's about 8 kilometres an hour at the end of the start-finish straight. And Jin Nakamura has had a very good run out of the Porsche dipper. He's had a very good run out of the final corner. He senses an opportunity here to challenge for the race lead.
To go across the start-finish line, they are now able to use the push to pass. Normally we've seen 6 of these per race. For this race, there is 8 opportunities they can use the button. So you can see Nakamura there, he's on the button, but Ugo Shukwu, he's also responded as well. So they have cancelled each other out this lap here.
Ernesto Rivera's got a run on Allott a little bit further back. Big dive down the inside. Nakamura had a look, but there's no room there. And another big lock up. That was Rivera, the young Mexican driver, the youngest in the field, who started right at the front early on today. The Red Bull Junior, just over 17 years of age, is in a really good battle with the Giles Motorsport entry of Nolan Allott. Behind them is James Wharton and Yuanpu Chui rounding out the top 10, lap 5 of 23.
Rivera all over the back of Allott at the stage, trying to put a move on him, saw the lock-up. Then Louis Sharp sitting there in 4th place as well. He wants some redemption in this one. Hasn't had a good run with that jump start in the race earlier on today, plus the penalties in race 2 yesterday, so he needs to redeem himself here and pull some points back.
Man, this place looks good on the 6th drone cam, doesn't it? Compliments to the team here at Hampton Downs for turning out a beautiful venue. It looks stunning. This great part of the world in the northern Waikato region of New Zealand's North Island. 5 down. Ugochukwu leads the way, the margin 0.7. He sets the fastest lap of the race as well, to the tune of half a second over Nakamura, with Kanato Lee in 3rd. Then it's Louis Sharp, then Freddie Slater, then Zach Schooler, then Nolan Allott, Rivera, Wharton and Chui rounding out the top 10.
So you got to remember, this race is that bit longer distance, so this is the longest distance these guys have gone all weekend. So it'll be interesting to see how their race pans out, how much they look after tyres, who's conserving now, who's going to go hard earlier on. We obviously saw Slater. He was pretty hard out the gate, but he's done enough racing in these cars. He's got enough experience. He'll settle in now and look to save those tyres a bit more for a bit of a run later on.
Yeah, Freddie is one of the most experienced drivers, despite his young age, in Formula Regional machinery. If you haven't followed this category before, it is global. They use a different engine package in different regions as Rivera dives it down the inside. It's a big move to do that. and then they'll go side by side. It's quite a big elevation change up the hill and then into the Porsche Dipper. The left-hander plunges down about 10 feet and then get the power down on the exit. Alla's got a freight train behind him. Rivera, Wharton, Sway and McLaughlin now in the second of the Red Bull cars. Different teams, but locked up at the back of this queue.
Great awareness by Alla there as well to see the lock-up, to open the steering and let Rivera up the inside, but didn't quite get the move done. To come across the start-finish line to start another lap around the outside. Rivera, he's got the push to pass on, and there is a classic example of the push to pass. That has worked to allow him to go right around the outside of Alla there, and Alla responding again with the push to pass button, because now you'd be thinking, well, why isn't Rivera using it again? He can't. He's got that 100-second stand down where he's got to wait before he can use it, so that's Alla's best opportunity there.
And he's going to squeeze out wide. He thought about that opportunity to go round the outside, which gives you the inside line for turn 3. It did not pay off. And Ernesto Rivera with a really nice pass and a really good tactical use of the tools at his disposal has got that position gained. So he moves up a spot. Nolan Alla back one. James Wharton will be the next one, challenging for 8th and 9th position. The lead margin still 7/10. Nakamura just clinging on to the race leader and keeping his high-tech teammate Kanato Lee in with him as well.
The race just starts settling down just a little bit more. Ugo Shupu, he's starting to command this race just a little more. Does have the fastest lap of the race as well.
This battle pack is the one that's where all the drama potential is, with Alla, Wharton, Sway, McLaughlin. Cooper Shipman's got to the back of that as well, and Kenny Baptista's not too far away in 13th position. Trevor Lazaret rounding out the 14 cars that still run. And just joining us, Kalle Rovanpera, Sebastian Manson, Ryan Wood and Yevon David all involved in a lap 1 incident. Jack Taylor did not take the start in this one. Now, Nolan Alla is going, oh no, it's deja vu, because this time it's James Wharton who's tucked up behind the Martini livery number 52. Now he's alongside the Martini livery 52. And can he get the pass done? Almost contacted the apex of turn 2, but Alla holds on.
Not quite enough to be able to make it work, as Slater's just done the fastest lap of the race. So he's looking fast, and as well, Louis Sharp with a decent last lap time on that one as well. So those front four closing up on each other. Just starting to see a little bit of a heat up here where they're all starting to fight away, especially with all these conditions as well. It's so hot today that the tyres are more likely to go off. We don't see it often this hot for this championship, so these tyres will certainly be getting an absolute workout. So looking after them, using them in the right way is going to be super important.
Just explain that. How do you manage a tyre? We talk about it a lot in motorsport. Some would say probably too much, but how do you actually manage a tyre? Let's say you're in this battle pack. You know you need to get to the end of 23 laps, but at the same time, you want to go fast and pass people.
Yeah, it is. And the number one thing is obviously you don't want to break traction anywhere, whether it's as you're turning into a corner, you don't want that understeer to happen. You don't want to get on the throttle too early, have a little bit of oversteer by overloading the rear tyre. So it just means you just drag the brake a little bit more, not overload the front tyre, and then you just have a bit smoother on the throttle. You just really smoothen out those inputs as much as you can. You're effectively just not leaning on the tyre as much as you'd otherwise like to do. But again, the drivers with experience and the very, very good drivers are good at doing all of that while also maintaining their lap time, while not dropping off too much. So it's a real balancing act, trying to go fast, but then also trying to manage that tyre as much as you can. So speaking of the opposite managing tyres, Louis Sharp's just done the fastest lap of the race. So he's looking super, super racy. So he's really got that pace on. We know he's been quick in qualifying, hasn't quite had the race pace, but this race here is really looking racy, which is great to see.
He'll race for the famous Prema team, who are arch rivals of High Tech, ironically, and that's how they front up right now in CT Front as they battle down towards the Porsche Dipper once again. Yeah, fastest lap of the race, and now right up behind Kanato Lee, 3rd and 4th place. A battle to get on the podium. Roller coaster weekend, you'd say, for Louis, wouldn't you? Amazing start, brilliantly judged and managed race. Some penalties, race 1 I should say, some penalties came a little bit later on for push to pass in race 2. challenging morning, it's fair to say, but this has been a really strong rebound performance.
Yeah, it really has. And this is exactly what Louis needs as well, because the way the weekend's gone from, started out with a hiss and a roar, and just things just haven't quite gone his way as he just misses the apex at turn 1 there, cleared the brake just a little bit quick, so it shows that he is hustling that car on, trying to make up another position. But this is, as I was saying, a very, very important race for Louis Sharp to just sort of cement where he belongs in this championship, to walk away from this weekend with the confidence he can head into next weekend ready to bounce back and make up those lost points.
Well, now these two, Andrew, are properly battling. It's dragged Freddie Slater into the mix as well, so he's got to the back of them, and now he's going to be involved in this battle, and he would love Louis to attempt to move because he might be able to follow him through. We've seen a couple of times that if you get offline, you get that hiccup on your tyres, the marbles they call them, it can affect the car and you can lose some pace. So it's going to be interesting to see what Slater can do following this battle between Lee and Sharp for 3rd and 4th place. Leading margin still hovering around that 0.8 to 0.9 margin at the moment. Nakamura unable to do anything about Ugo Chugwu, who continues to lead the race.
Yeah, you kind of just feel that Ugo Chugwu up front there, he's just sort of controlling that gap at the moment, even though, as I say, that he's just on the fastest 2nd sector of the race. But the pace that he's had all weekend long, you feel like he's just got a reasonable amount of control over what's happening.
Here we go. This is an interesting battle. Ernesto Rivera in the 24. Wharton is under pressure from the young Chinese star. Yuanpu Cui gets the pass done on the push to pass, clears him before turn 1 and moves forward a position inside the top 10. So he's up to 9th place, Rivera next. Wharton's on the button. He's chasing, and Theo McLaughlin, the Irishman, looking to get into this as well. He's from County Londonderry in Ireland, and he is looking racy. Noticed quite a few people from Ireland watching on our global live stream early on today. International interest in New Zealand motorsport for this month continues to be so successful. The 21st season of what has become Formula Regional Oceania. Nice pass, well judged. The young Chinese driver now sets out after Ernesto Rivera. A Red Bull sandwich here, isn't it? Remarkably still running for different teams, but with that iconic Red Bull Junior livery adorning the MT62s.
Yeah, certainly a livery that these guys wear very, very proudly. As we know, last year the last Red Bull livery we had was Arvid Lindblad, and now he's gone on to join Liam Lawson this season in Formula One, which is a fantastic thing to see. So this championship providing Formula One drivers moving up through the grades. So Shui there makes his way out of the last corner. He's battling away super hard, trying to close up the gap just that little bit more on the car in front.
He was remarkably successful in junior karting. Yuanpu from Qian in China, middle of China there. A hub for motorsport. That country is fast becoming. Great to see the Chinese Grand Prix back at the Shanghai International Circuit. And he made his mark. He's had some success in Formula Regional Middle East and indeed in Europe as well as Formula 4 racing. The M2 competition boys watching on. M-Tech opened the account superbly yesterday with a double win for their 2 young Kiwi stars, but M2 punched back this morning. Feels like all the teams at this point are going to have a go at getting a car at the front of the field. High-Tech looking particularly racy. That was a big moment for Freddie Slater, wasn't it? Got that curb, I think, on the inside.
Yeah, it's that bump. Right as you just get on the throttle, there's a bump, and at the same point, it just overloads the rear, snaps the car sideways. Very, very easy thing to have happen through there. And it's one of those things, you know it's about to come, you need to get back on the throttle. So you sort of more or less got to be prepared for it. So you can see right there, just as he gets on the throttle, bang, on that bum, and it snaps the rear of the car into a slide.
Yeah, inside front wheel off the ground, a couple of inches off the ground. Is it? The car almost bottomed out by the looks of it.
Yeah, you sort of see that curve. It looks like that curve sort of helped as well, but it's actually dead flat, the curve in there. It's just purely as the track rejoins through there, that's where the car drops in. And these cars are so heavy in the steering. From here where we're watching it, looks pretty simple, doesn't it, right? You just turn the steering wheel, press a few pedals, but the steering is super, super heavy in these cars, so you've got to really work at it, and they're very, very physical. As again, Slater, super aggressive, looked to do the switch back to the inside, showed himself in the left-hand mirror of Louis Sharp, went to dive back to the other side, wasn't quite able to make it happen.
Sharp is under some pressure, and Slater has not been backwards in coming forward so far this weekend in the fight for 4th and 5th position. This just relieves the pressure, doesn't it, from Kanato Lee in 3rd place. They've dropped more than a second back from the high-tech driver. So this is helping him hold on to a spot on the podium while these two scrubble over 4th and 5th place.
Yeah, it's one of those things as well. Now Louis got Slater all in his mirrors. Naturally, you start looking in your mirrors more and you fall back to that car that is putting the pressure on. So it's one of those things for Louis Sharp now he's starting to defend. You do naturally see that car in front start disappearing off into the distance. But again, Louis is in a very, very experienced position. He's a super experienced driver, so he will do everything he can. Hold on to that position. And it does make it more difficult as well. Now we've got the push to pass. There's that to think about as well. Is the car behind me using it? Should I use one? How many have I got left? How many laps are in the race? You'll be asking your engineer, letting them know at all times as well what's going on.
And chatting to some drivers, there's a bit of mental arithmetic required while you're racing to get that in your mind about how many you've used. There's no data going back to pit lane on the timing screens or telemetry about how many uses of the push to pass they've had. The only person in the field that knows if they've pushed the button is the guy who pushes the button or the car right behind, because they'll see the rain light flashing. So it adds a little strategic element to it, but it's another thing the driver needs to manage over the course of the race. And honestly, when you watch what Formula One drivers have to do with all the various modes and brake balance and engine settings and traction settings that they've got to use in Formula One racing, having a bit of management during a race is probably a good thing and all part of that learning process.
Oh, it's great. It only opens that capacity a bit more for these drivers to learn what is required when you start moving through the different grades. And, you know, as you're saying, you start changing diff settings and all sorts of things. Brake bias, yes, you can adjust it in these cars, but it's not a prominent thing you need to adjust too often in these cars. So there's just so many different things that as you progress through the ranks, you've got to think about lap by lap about what you're actually doing in the car. So great for these young guys to have something else to think about.
Jim Nakamura sets the fastest lap of the race in 2nd place. The margin's still 0.8, so he's not within striking distance yet. James Wharton a little bit further back in the battle for 9th and 10th position now. James, a couple of seasons under his belt in FIA Formula 3, lots of experience in Formula Regional cars, and was runner-up in the Formula 4 UAE Championship in the Middle East. I think he might be about to gain a position. Thought he might go to the outside, sends it to the inside instead.
So that was clever by Wharton there. He saw up in front that Yampu Shui there used the PTP up over the main straight. So he responded by using it in the next straight because there's obviously that 100-second stand down. So good attack, tried to make it work, but Shui there was just quick enough to defend to the inside and close the move down.
I like the fact you can't immediately use it again. So it does open up that opportunity for the trailing car. If they see that driver's used it, they can then use it in response, I suppose, and challenge it. That's the view from above. 6th drone cam. The run through turn 8 and into 9. Puffs of smoke from these cars as they grab the inside front, unloaded there, so all the weight comes off that corner of the car, so the tyre is more prone to locking up. That is something the drivers have to manage as well, because the last thing you want to do is flat spot a tyre. Just keeps going back to that position, and you've got to deal with that for the entire race to make life challenging.
Yeah, certainly. It's at least for that corner there, because it is so unloaded on the inside tyre there, because it drops down quite a steep hill. It doesn't really show it on camera, but it's quite steep down there, and it drops away. So that inside tyre doesn't have a lot of load on it, so you can afford little lockups here and there. Of course, you don't want to be doing it every single lap, but you can get away with a few pinches here and there on the front left.
Another good run out of turn 1 for Wharton, but there's no move in the offing this time by. Let's take a lap or two to recover. We saw that a little bit yesterday, didn't we? That a driver would be attacking, would get up behind the car in front, and then would just have a little breather, a little pause, would drop back, get some temperature and pressure out of the front tyres and then go again in a couple of laps' time.
Yeah, it does. It just regains the balance of that car because you can easily cook the fronts when you're right up behind another car because you don't have that same aero load on the front of the tyre, on the front of the car. So those front tyres are having to work so much harder to compensate to be able to get the car rotated everywhere. So that little bit of breathing space just gives him a bit of recovery so you can have another crack. And especially a Pirelli tyre, it really responds nicely to that breather to have another crack.
Race leader Ugo Chukwu continues to lead, and his margin is now out to 1.4 seconds over Jin Nakamura. Kanato Lee in third, 3.5 seconds away from the lead, although just sets the quickest lap of the race. 0.2 quicker last time by than the race leader. 1 minute 30.07 for the high-tech driver. This is Freddie Slater, the reigning champion in Formula Regional European Championship. It's about the peak of competition for this style of racing car in the pathway. The traditional pathway from here is up into FIA Formula 3.
Just looking there, Slater into turn 1. He was very, very wide on entry there, nearly dropped the left rear on the way in. So using all the road available to him to maximise his lap time as he puts more and more pressure on Louis Sharp here. He's starting to come back just a little bit again. It's like that yo-yo as we keep talking about. The gap closes, then it opens, then it closes, and then it opens. And Freddie here looking like he's coming back for another attack.
Impressive start, though, for Louis Sharp this weekend. Just 17. He's still got so much to 18, I should say. Got so much time. This is a look at that.
Replay as he goes into turn 1. He's super lucky. Actually lost a rear a little bit on the way in, so he's lucky he wasn't another 10 centimetres further left. Otherwise, he would have just about snapped the rear of the car and gone to a spin. But these are the margins that these drivers are driving at to absolutely maximise these cars, using as much road as possible to get the best lap times.
Well, and then the other side of that was the corner exit. There was maybe 3 centimetres between his left rear and where the bitumen drops off into dust. Right about there. It was super, super close. He's on the push to pass, by the way. So he's going to have a run at Louis Sharp, run down towards turn 2. Not close enough to have a dive this time by. He set something up for the middle of the racetrack.
Yeah, at least those ones on the exit, though, they're a little bit easier to manage because your vision's a bit more focused on that part of the track and you've got a bit more control. But when you're turning into a corner like that, you're focused so far around down towards the apex that you're not actually seeing where you are on the track at the point of turn-in as much. You're just using your peripheral at that point. So it's something that can really catch you out, dropping the left rear. We've seen some massive crashes in different categories over the years of cars that have dropped wheels, even in Formula 1.
Oh, here he goes.
Oh,
he goes down the inside. That's a very big dive, and he gets the move done on Louis Sharp. Can he fight back on the run to the Porsche Dipper? Yes, he can. The Kiwi holds on. It was really ambitious. It was a full send up the inside, and it compromised his drive off the corner and allowed Sharp to hold on. But this battle for 4th and 5th place has just gone up a gear that lap. There was so much attitude on the 27 car for all of that lap, and he's got a great run out the final corner. Surely on the push to pass. They both must be now on the run across the start-finish line.
Doesn't look like either of them are on the push to pass because they used it.
They'll be locked out, wouldn't he?
They'll be locked out at the moment. Are they going to have it back available as Louis Sharp runs wide at turn 1, allows Slater up the inside, the drag race down towards turn number 2.
Wheel to wheel they go. On the outside is Louis Sharp. Can he fight back? He can. Slater goes a little bit wide. Sharp's going to have an opportunity here, but finally, the 17-year-old from the UK has got the position away. It's taken 19 laps to do it, but Freddie Slater climbs to 4th place with a typically aggressive and entertaining pass.
It ended up just a very, very slight mistake by Louis Sharp into turn 1, ran a little bit wide there, and that's what allowed Slater up the inside.
Man, he's got some car control, doesn't he? Both of these kids do, obviously, but he's dancing this car around at the moment, Freddie Slater, and still keeping a tyre underneath him as well.
Yeah, he is. He's doing a great job of managing that as the race starts closing down to the last 4 laps, so he's got plenty of tyre, and look at him blaze off now. Is he going to have enough time to catch Panato Lee up in front. It'll be a hard one with not so many laps to go.
3.8 seconds the margin now to the high-tech driver in third place. That final step on the race for podium. Race leader, by the way. 19 laps in it. Admittedly, there was a little pause in the middle, but well, after one racing lap with that crash, but he's just set his personal best lap of the race, 1 minute 30.05. Purple final sector. This is another look. So it all kicked off earlier than that, but that entry into turn one for Louis Sharp, he was wide. It opened the door, and Slater walked right through it. And then just a little bit deep, another brake lock up there up at turn two. But by then the pass was done and he just had to cover his line into turn three, and he has got past and he's pulled a second over the young Kiwi already.
Yeah, great car control there by Freddie Slater, getting the move done. Head down now, and Zach Schooler as well, starting to put a little bit of pressure now on Louis Sharp.
Well, actually, this has been a really stout drive from Schooler, because he was caught up in that battle pack with Nolan Alla, Ernesto Rivera, Wampu Chue. He worked his way past them all, and he's now trying to get himself into the top five. Louis Sharp's car looks to me like it's gone off, from a tyre point of view especially. It's moving around a lot, it's sliding. He had to work really hard to keep Freddie Slater behind him, and he seems like he's not a sitting duck, make no mistake, but it seems like he might be fighting a little bit with one hand tied behind his back, as Zach Schooler now looks to get himself into the top five.
Look at the gap already. Slater started pulling on Louis Sharp and behind, as Nakamura there just does the fast lap of the race. So we look at the legend Kenny Smith, who has done some amazing things over the year. Three-time New Zealand Grand Prix winner.
You'll see as part of our coverage on the Repco NextGen NZ Championship a series of little featurettes about the history of the Napa New Zealand Grand Prix, which comes up at Highlands in a couple of weeks' time, the 70th anniversary of the race. And we'd imagine that Kenny Smith features quite prominently throughout that. His track record in New Zealand motorsport, and in particular open wheel motorsport, is truly remarkable, and his story is incredible. It's great to celebrate that every year when we get to this part of the world and build up to the GP at Highlands. But we are racing for the Dorothy Smith Memorial Cup. It was his mum, but she was an incredible matriarch of New Zealand motorsport and a big supporter of young driving talent in particular. So it's appropriate that the winner of this race, which fits the bill of young driving talent, is going to lift that cup in about 5 minutes' time.
Oh, good car control there by Louis Sharp. He got a little bit sideways on his way into double B there, which allowed the gap to close up just a little bit more for Schooler and behind.
Where do you make the move if you're Zach Schooler? Is it push to pass on the straight? Is it a good run out of turn one? There's so many opportunities that are presented in this new form of CT Front racing.
Yeah, there is, and it seems like there's a lot of sort of unnatural passes going on in places that you normally don't see around this international circuit at the moment. So that's what the push to pass is doing. It's opening different opportunities that you wouldn't otherwise see. The obvious place to make the move is after this corner here, after turn one, down towards turn two. But it doesn't seem like it's Schooler's strongest point of the track. He seems very, very good through sector two. So whether or not he makes the move up towards sector three, the last part of the track, is where he seems to really close in a bit.
A quietly impressive performance in this one from Nolan Alla. There he is, just back of shot. He's in the Martini car for Giles Motorsport. He's chipped away at it this weekend, hasn't he? Crept up on it, qualified really well for this race, and has shown he belongs at the front of this field as well.
Yeah, he certainly does. He's doing a fantastic job, really showing that he's got the pace with that brilliant qualifying effort. You can see the bumps into double B there.
Nolan's a graduate in mechanical engineering, so he's got a fairly good grasp on what it takes, I would imagine, to get the most out of a racing car. From Detroit in Michigan.
And that's an important thing as well. It's actually quite an advantage for a driver to really understand the mechanical side of a car and the engineering side of it. A lot of very, very good drivers around the world, they know a lot about the engineering. Most of them can nearly engineer their own race car, but having an engineer is, they are so good at pulling all the data, every single aspect together to be able to move the cars in the right direction. But as I was saying, a lot of drivers are very good engineers as well.
Ugo Chukwu starts the final lap. The margin's 1.4 seconds back to Jin Nakamura, who has been the king of consistency this weekend without grabbing a race win yet. But the pace that he has shown, as has his teammate Kanato Lee from High Tech, they have both been rapid. But this vastly experienced young American driver from New York has been one of the star performers this weekend. He set the intentions early, didn't he, in qualifying one by grabbing pole position for the first race. Didn't get the race win, but man, he has been fast and supremely consistent, Andrew.
Yeah, he certainly has. And you certainly can't take anything away from Jin Nakamura as well. He has kept Ugo Shukwu super honest throughout this race. Look, he's still right in behind him. So really, Ugo Shukwu, he hasn't been able to fully relax in this race and control that lead. He's had Nakamura sitting there pretty much the whole time.
Final quarter on a massive weekend for Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania here at Hampton Downs. And to complete the Sunday sweep and win the Dorothy Smith Memorial Cup, Ugo Shukwu is your leader after weekend one of Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania with a 1.2 second win over Jin Nakamura. And Kanato Lee completes the podium, a 2-3 for High Tech, in a really impressive performance for that squad too. But it's M2 competition that continue their attack on the championship with a double win on Sunday by their star American driver, who maybe might raise a smile now because he's been so reserved and measured and calm and collected every time we've spoken to him this weekend. But that is an emphatic performance.
It really is. Laser focused is this young kid, Ugo Shukwu. He's had a lot of results. He's certainly a name that came into this championship that everyone knew was going to be on the podium or standing on top at some point.
A 1.2 second win, his second of the season so far. Jin Nakamura and Kanato Lee on the podium. A great drive, Louis Sharp in 5th place, but Freddie Slater, probably not man of the match given what happened out in front in that controlling drive, but man, he made some moves to get there.
Yeah, he certainly did. It was always great to watch there. He's certainly not scared of throwing a move on, that is for sure.
And the big story from a championship point of view in particular, the non-finishers for Ryan Wood and Yevan David, who came into the race 6th in the championship. Here's some highlights for you following an early red flag. We got a safety car restart and then some battles throughout the field. Man, it was busy. That was Nolan Alla right in the mix. Zach Schooler was squeezing his way through, and that was the start of the Freddie Slater charge as well.
Yeah, it really was, and he just kept putting the pressure on throughout the race. And there's nearly up the inside there for Rivera, big lock up, and then eventually got the move done on Ella.
He's been fun to watch this weekend. I like what we've got there for the young Mexican, youngest driver in the field. There's a bit about him. He's going to be fun over the next 3 weeks still to come. This was a key moment, an entertaining battle that lasted for a lot of the race between Louis Sharp and Freddie Slater, and they went wheel to wheel, close as you could get along the long back straight here at Hampton Downs. And to complete a really nice, aggressive pass, the Brit Freddie Slater, to the applause of his team, got through. But to complete a perfect Sunday at Hampton Downs, Ugo Shukwu is 2 out of 2 on Sunday, the opening round of Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy, and he is the championship leader going into round 2 in Taupo in just a couple of days' time. It's about as emphatic as you can get, and it looked like, Andrew Waite, there was very little trouble in that race. It was really well managed out in front.
Yeah, it really was, and didn't put a foot wrong the whole time. Only time was off that race start where he was very, very lucky, Ugo Shukwu, to get the car back, but there's no taking away that race win for him. He is very, very happy about that one. What a way to start his championship.
And after, I would imagine, a frustrating day, it was still productive yesterday for M2 competition. What a way to rebound for that squad overnight, tune their cars up and clearly make them the quickest today.
Yeah, very, very fast today. They seem to be quite good at that, about being able to really focus on the cars and developing them over a weekend and getting them faster and faster as weekends go on.
Jin Nakamura and Kanato Lee, haven't they been quietly impressive across the entire 4 races in round 1?
Super, super impressive, and certainly didn't make it easy for Ugo Shukwu at all, sitting in there pushing all the way till the end. Rihanna.
Back to Allied Petroleum victory lane for the final time this weekend. We are making a bit of a habit of this. Congratulations, Ugo Chukwu. Mate, what a weekend you have had. A couple of pole positions, a couple of victories. Talk to me about that race. What are you most proud of?
Yeah, it was, well, firstly, it's been a great weekend overall. But yeah, that race was really tricky. Conditions were really hot, so I had to look after the tires and stuff. And yeah, Jin was really quick the whole race. He did a good race, so good job to him. So yeah, I had to keep pushing the whole way, and super happy to come away with the win.
A much longer race this afternoon, plus the interruption with the red flag. How challenging is it to keep focus when you have those types of interruptions?
Yeah, it was definitely a bit tricky on the restart with the dirty tires. There was a lot of grass and pickup on the line, so I was sliding a little bit on the restart, but managed to keep the position and yeah, managed to pull away after that and keep a healthy advantage in the lead.
Leave this series as the man at the top of the championship standings. How do you feel about where you're at? Are you comfortable with how this weekend has gone?
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely good to have such a great start. It's been really good. The whole team did an amazing job, and yeah, now we just have to keep focused. 3 more rounds to go. Keep trying to stay consistent and deliver good points throughout the rest of the championship.
It's been an incredible start to this series. Congratulations, Ugo Chukwu. Enjoy the celebrations on the podium and taking out our second place on the podium. High-tech, Jin Nakamura. It's your second time here on the podium in Allied Petroleum victory lane. Consistency has been incredibly strong for you so far this weekend. Well done.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, today we are quite good pace, but yeah, I'm a bit frustrated. I couldn't overtake Ugo on first lap. But yeah, we are quite positive. Our pace is so nice.
You've been quite hard on yourself all weekend long about getting that next jump off the podium. Do you feel fulfilled at the end of this weekend?
Yeah, this weekend I enjoy a lot. I think I'm standing second, I think. Yeah, I can fight for championship, but yeah, I'd like to focus on just my job.
Share with us just the physicality out there in the cars. So hot this afternoon. How challenging is it?
Yeah, during the red flag, I was so hot that I asked my engineer, can I have a water? But it was not possible. So yeah, it was quite tough racing for everyone. But yeah, I'm really happy to be in second, and I want to say big thanks for TGR and High Tech. Thank you.
Enjoy those celebrations on the podium, Jin, and take a nice cool drink. And rounding out our podium in third place from High Tech as well, Kanato Lee. We spoke about consistency with your teammate, but consistency for you has been so important this weekend as well.
Yeah, I think yesterday it was good and then also bad, I think. But today it's been pretty good with 2 races, 2 podiums. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with the consistency I had over the weekend.
How you found the weekend? Obviously, you had a bit of a tricky race yesterday with that damage, but at the end of 4 races, are you comfortable where you're sitting?
Yeah, yeah, I'm super comfortable with the team, everything. This championship as well, it's amazing to drive, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to next weekend.
What do you need to work on in terms of driving on the car to get those next extra places for next weekend in Topol?
I think, yeah, just need to put everything together. I think we have the pace to put it on pole and have a fight for the P1. So yeah, I just need to improve on that for next weekend.
Congratulations, Kanato Lee, rounding out our podium for our final race of the weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, that means it is time now for our podium for the feature race, the Dorothy Smith Memorial Cup for the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy. To deliver both the trophies and the cheques, we are delighted to be joined by Andrew Davis, the Vice President of Toyota New Zealand and a true legend of motorsport, the great Kenny Smith. Ladies and gentlemen, please be generous in your applause. In third place today, representing High Tech from Japan, how about it, Kanato Lee? Thank you, Andrew. An all-important check arriving there as well. We move to second position now. Equally in your applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Good weekend for High Tech, also from Japan. Second position this afternoon. Give it up for Jin Nakamura! And now, in addition to both the important trophies and checks, we have something very special. That is the Dorothy Smith Memorial Cup, and Kenny will deliver that for us. Ladies and gentlemen, first place, round one of the championship, final race of the weekend, the Dorothy Smith Memorial Cup from the United States, representing M2, Uga Chukwu! We also have a special wreath for our winner here this afternoon. First of 4 amazing weeks on the tour for this championship, and so many stories have already come out of it. That young man there now will get to etch his name on a very special trophy in New Zealand motorsport. Yes, please put your hands together, everyone. Your podium here on Sunday afternoon. We've now finished the photos, I think. Drivers, that means one thing. The champagne is at your feet. It is time for the celebrations. The podium is yours.
We even sprays the champagne in a calm and controlled manner. Our race 4 of the championship winner and the Dorothy Smith Memorial Cup holder for 2026. What an impressive performance for Uga Chukwu, and as a result, he leads the championship, 113 points his way after round 1 of 4. We're a quarter of the way through, remarkably. Jin Nakamura in second, with a handful of points over his teammate Kanato Lee. Freddie Slater, thanks to those really good passes, up to 4th place, and then Louis Sharp in 5th, representing the leading Kiwi. Zach Schooler just behind him. Outside the top 10, there's going to be some drivers looking to make ground later on, but there's real promising signs from a lot of these guys, and while Kalle Rovanperä didn't get a finish in that one, Andrew Waite, he was fast and he qualified well inside the top 10 for that one too.
Yeah, I was really looking forward to seeing how he was going to go for that race. He sort of stepped it up a level, didn't he, heading into that one with just how fast he's been. So a real shame for him.
We wave bye-bye to Liam Lawson. He's back to Auckland and then back to Europe for the Formula One season. Rihanna Cran, Greg Rust, I wonder how many of these kids we'll see in Formula One in a couple of years, because that was a hell of a start for Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania.
Exactly right, Richard Crail. Either that or in IndyCar, we have some really good stars in this championship. We're going to see a variety of winners, I think, on the road over the coming 3 weeks, aren't we?
We have been treated to 4 incredible races, and it hasn't been shared by just one guy in particular. It's been shared by quite a number of guys, but I have a feeling this man behind us who just took on that final win of the weekend is the guy that a lot of them will be trying to catch.
World-class teams as well. You'd think after all these years I would avoid the champagne spray. Fail there. One thing is for certain, we would love you to join us in just a week's time at Taupo in the centre of the North Island for the Giltrap Group Historic GP. What a lineup we have there for you. We sort of shift gears in the offering. GR86 has a week off. They'll join us in Invercargill and of course at Cromwell at Highlands Motorsport Park there. But it is an A-grade offering with a little bit of an historic flavour. You're going to enjoy that. You like Taupo, don't you?
I love Taupo. I cannot wait to get there, and I know we're going to enjoy the sights and sounds of Taupo as well before we get to the race meeting. But there's going to be a lot of work to be done by some of these teams over the next couple of days to get those cars repaired and ensure they're on track on Thursday.
So stay across our NextGen NZ Championship socials, the Toyota Gazoo Racing New Zealand socials as well, for all the news during the course of the week. Wherever you're watching around the world, be it on YouTube, our colleagues in Australia on Fox and KO, and especially those of you watching live and local here on Sky Sport New Zealand. Thank you for being with us. We'll catch you in a week's time. Bye for now.